This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Healer's Way, Book 1, by Alexei Kovtunov and Oleg Sapphire, translated by Jennifer E. Sansiri, narrated by Jonathan Johns. Chapter 1. Hey, fella, are you okay? That was my cellmate asking. Me? I tried to lift my head to look at him, but I couldn't make it happen. I'm just great, more or less. Judging by his voice, the guy next to me was old and weak, and wasn't in any hurry to pick up the thread of the conversation he'd started. Too bad I couldn't take a good look at him. I liked seeing whomever I was talking to. Well, doesn't look that way to me, he suddenly added. Nothing like stating the obvious. Really, I'd shake his hand and congratulate him on his smarts if only I could. Sadly, all I could do right then was lie there, blinking at the ceiling like a broken doll. Yep, a very skinny, hungry doll. Still, it could be worse. Okay, what's wrong with me? I decided to continue our chat. It was entertaining, anyway. Not much, except that 3 hours ago you died. Oops. So I died. That explained why I had so much necrotic garbage in my pathetic body. It happens, I said, trying to shrug, and failing. In fact, that was the truth. Here I was in a filthy damp cell instead of my cozy chambers, which I'd spent 20 years making as comfortable as possible. Damn, my precious supply of Uribai wine. What a crying shame. And yeah, I'd fought for those vineyards. Although I knew full well what I was about to do, deep down I didn't think the spell would work. Anyway, no one could guarantee it would, right? Technically, I needed a minimum of 12 archmages for the spell. At least according to the manuscript. In the end, it turned out 1 archmagister was enough. Okay, enough self-praise. Time to get stuff done. What I wanted to do was find some sustenance. Unfortunately, my body wasn't listening to me. It was amusing, really. At least to me. Here I was, the great Archmagister Healer, lying like a pebble on the beach, unable to even move. Were I in my world, all I'd have to do was lift an eyebrow to make it all right. But now, well, it looked like I'd have to look for some ribwort. Ha! Ribwort. Back at the academy, that useless herb was the butt of jokes. So then, let's take stock of things. What did I have going for me? I had the memory of the guy whose body I was now inhabiting, since he'd apparently gone off to that proverbial other world. Except that no, I didn't seem to have any memory of the dude's personality, which was completely erased now. Rather, I retained some of his knowledge about this world. Apparently his soul was anything but weak, and so he'd taken his personality with him. So then, what else did I have? He'd been a mage, which wasn't bad, but what was most interesting was that he'd had the gift of healing. And what did that give us? Well, theoretically, I should be able to easily restore my body and then try to get out of this place. Aha! I see. He wasn't just played out in terms of his magic, he was running a deficit. I'd have to do something about that. Let's move on. I could tell that I was full of necrotics, which are the residual effects from the touch of death. I had to do something about them. Otherwise, this body I now inhabited could perish yet again, and this definitely wasn't part of my plans. Actually, a lot of things hadn't gone according to plan lately, because I'd expected the ritual to transport me fully intact to some other world. As it was, looked like my soul was the only thing that had made it here. And I definitely hadn't anticipated that my brother would try to kill me. So, it wouldn't actually surprise me if I were to kick the bucket right here. Then again, how very funny that would be. The great Archmagister Healer has died. Okay, enough already. Time to focus on what I could do, and then make it happen. First, I concentrated on my internal source and began to work on it, opening channels that were closed. It wasn't anything complicated, but to get to where you could do this kind of thing, you had to go through 5 years of hard training. If you didn't, you might not open them all the way, even though it might seem like enough. You could actually end up dead. My efforts bore fruit. The magic in my body began to recover. Of course, as expected, the conflux tried to take over it and use it for its own development, but I was faster and channeled the nascent threads toward feeding the processes I needed. For example, I healed some minor injuries that could grow into serious injuries, such as internal bruises. Apparently, the owner of this body was often thrashed. I spent another 2 hours working on it, the body, that is. I hoped that I had a lot of time, actually. My cellmate was peacefully sleeping, but since my memory wasn't fully restored, I couldn't exactly plunge into my thoughts. I admit, I'm a curious person, and really wanted to find out what I'd been up to. I hoped that this world was a normal one, and not the kind where, say, people are enslaved by stocky little gnomes, or worse still, by orcs. I wouldn't like that at all, and would have to go underground. After a lot of work, I could finally move the fingers on my right hand. Forget about the left hand, which was wrapped in some skanky rags and had 2 fractures. With my limited crumbs of energy, I couldn't do anything about that anytime soon. But I was happy with the progress I'd made so far, which meant that my powers, my knowledge all functioned in this world. I launched a nice little spell that provided me a light massage to ease my stiff muscles. I'd died, after all, and that's hard on the body, so why not nurture it a little? In another half an hour, I could actually lift myself up a little and prop my back against the wall. From this sitting position, the scene looked even worse. I could smell the necrotics, even. A lot of people had died here, and no one had cleaned this place for a long, long time. One swift look around the cell was enough to discern that this was a bad place. And yet, for the time being, I didn't know how to get the hell out of here. I had the fleeting hope that they'd broken one of my legs because they didn't want to bother locking the door. I could then simply heal up, take a walk, and bust open some skulls along the way. Right. Yeah. Not much to do about it until I'd accumulated some strength. My options were to get a good sleep, or to kill my cellmate. I wasn't that kind of guy, though. Anyway, even if I was, my legs were still too weak to make it over to him, and so I fell into a forced sleep. I willed it to happen. Later, I was rudely awakened by a kick to the stomach. "Time to eat," barked some brute. "Thank you," I answered with a smile which clearly threw him into a stupor. I clearly hadn't behaved like this before, so he was wondering what was up. Of course, it didn't take him long to conclude that I was feeling too good, and he needed to do something about it. He leaned over and punched me in the stomach. It's funny. I, the Archmagister, could be hit by a simple, weakly gifted man in a dirty black robe who smelled like he'd been imbibing a little already, but I was grateful to him for it. As soon as he struck me, I grabbed his arm and engaged in life absorb. I couldn't kill him, which Would have fully replenished my reserves, but just a drop or two helped a little. Of course, he pulled his arm away, swore, and then decided to punish me more. Why did he think that the most useless part of me was my stomach? He punched me again, and again I clutched his arm and performed a life absorb. "You're a cheeky one, Scumble," he yelled enraged, and started pummeling me in earnest. By then, of course, he'd lost a lot of strength. I channeled some of my energy into my abdominal muscles. I didn't have enough to generate a shield or armor yet. In any event, his fists were flying as I feigned fighting back by grabbing him whenever I could. He worked me over for about half a minute when someone else broke in. "Let him be, Ignatius. Are you so pathetic that you have to go at a half-dead guy to feel like a man?" My cellmate was trying to help me out. Not necessary. I'd already drained so much vital energy from Iggy that I'd be able to stand up before long. "What's it to you? Are you fond of him?" Iggy turned toward the cellmate. "He's already almost dead. Why waste your breath? He can't fill any crystals, which means he's practically done for. Once he dies, he's useless to us." Why didn't he go at my cellmate? And why was he looking at him like he was sort of worried? He stood there, clenching his fists like he could hardly restrain himself, but he dared not attack him. Perhaps he noticed that he himself was weaker now. He was even reeling a bit, and not because of the booze he downed last night or even this morning. In any event, he did nothing to the cellmate, and simply turned and tottered out into the hallway. "Sorry, but there's nothing more I can do for you. My legs are broken." "Say what?" Pfft. Even I didn't know what to start fixing first, so no, I didn't expect there was anything he could do for me, even if that were possible. "Don't worry about it. Thanks for trying, but you shouldn't have. He might have gone at you. I didn't mention that I'd been draining the guy." My cellmate just chuckled. "He wouldn't dare come after me. Even if I'm weak now, I still have enough strength to strangle a worm like him." And he clenched his fists. "Really?" I asked skeptically. He didn't respond. I guess I'd offended him. Too bad. Really, the people here were on the touchy side. I was hoping I could ask the cellmate a few questions. Of course, I wasn't the kind of idiot to tell everyone I met that I am an archmagister from another world. But perhaps I could tell this guy. I didn't know how he'd ended up here, but clearly he didn't have much time left. It didn't take much of my power from my past life to tap into the mental scent of necrotics. I needed no magic at all to discern that this man would soon be gone from this world. I estimated that he had no more than a week left, and unless another specialist, who was at least a magister, dropped in on him, he was screwed. I'd most likely not be around to see him die, as I planned on being gone by then. Yes, of course, it was atmospheric in a fun kind of way here, kind of like the dungeon of some old Dracula film, but I wanted to see the world I ended up in, and do what I could to at least get settled in it. I still had so much I wanted to do. I needed to get my strength back on the double, say over 30 or so years. That would be faster than I'd done it in my previous life. Back then I was already around 320 years old when I'd carried out the soul transfer. But unless someone knew me, they couldn't tell, because I looked no more than 25 years old. That was another advantage of being an archmagister. I still hadn't recovered the memory of the guy whose body I now inhabited, and I didn't like that. I carried out a scan and could tell that the guy had recently been beaten hard, and worse still, in the head. After a beating like that, the magic channels had all knotted up into a ball, and as for his physical status after that, well, the guy had died. The cellmate started snoring then, and I realized I might as well forget about a chat. and focus again on restoring my new body. Another 3 or so hours passed, and again the guards made an incursion into our cell. This time there were 2 of them, and they were stronger than the former guard and looked more imposing. All right then, looked like I could get more vitality from this duo. It's time to milk you. Are you ready? They both started guffawing then, and I knew I had no choice. You didn't put out much last time. If your sauce dries up, we'll let you slip away, so do your best. And then one of them extracted a box from somewhere filled with crystals of varying sizes. I just lay there looking as helpless as possible. They pulled me into a sitting position and then started selecting a crystal. Too big. The one with the long hair shook his head. Make it smaller. He couldn't handle much last time. Van, I don't care. If he can't produce, let him die, said the other, thrusting the crystal into my hand. Little? Big? What did it matter? Crystal? What was this crystal for? I couldn't tell. What they'd given me was some chunk of rock that had so many internal cracks that it was dangerous to use, and worse still, an embarrassment. It had no conductivity, and if it was overloaded with energy, it could even explode. This was unalloyed crapola that they should have tossed out long ago. So what's the hold-up? Do you need us to say, "Pretty please," or what? The one playing bad cop raised his eyebrow. And to emphasize how bad he was, he took a metal club from his belt with which he'd probably broken my arm and injured my legs earlier on. Oh, didn't I know what he wanted to do with that club? No, I'll manage, I said in a faltering voice. They believed me, of course. They didn't suspect a thing. Having lived for a very, very long time, I'd been at one point interested in acting, and wasn't bad at it. I could play the part, no problem. The thing that was a problem was that they wanted to give away my energy. I didn't have much of it to share. Of course, I didn't plan on giving them a thing, but they weren't about to leave without a full crystal. Anyway, they had to at least think I'd filled it up. I launched my energy inside the crystal and seized control of it. My energy listened to my will. I didn't care what body I inhabited now. I'd been managing my energy for eons and eons, and could do it in my sleep. They stared at the crystal, making sure I was giving it my all without holding back. Once I realized that I could easily control my energy, I cut the flow back and directed it along the rim of the crystal, close to the shell, looping it in a circle. That was fast. Too fast. We'll have to report this. Oops. Seems like I'd given myself away. And here I thought I'd been slow enough. Could I do it even more slowly? That would be torturous. It'd be downright illegal. What a world. Crazy stuff. Yeah, we'll have to report it, agreed Good Cop. Let's have him fill another crystal since this one was so easy for him. That sucked. Just a minute ago he felt sorry for me and thought I needed a smaller crystal. I needed to do something fast. Suddenly I slumped forward and began coughing like I'd come down with the Targanian smallpox. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you playing us for fools? Looked like they weren't totally gullible. No problem, there's a fix for that. I coughed up some blood, nice and thick and dark. Better and better. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I expelled a bit of the necrotics and cleansed some foul matter out of my lungs. As soon as the drops of blood fell on the floor, they saw that I wasn't joking, and grabbed me so that I didn't fall onto my back. Damn, he overextended himself, said one of them. Help me lay him down. Maybe he'll recover some. After all, he's a healer. What gives? What's so funny about me being a healer? Healers do, in fact, have innate regeneration. There's nothing funny about that. Okay, though, let them laugh. I'd collapsed on purpose just so they could catch me. I fed off their life force whenever they touched me. I'd launched very little energy into the crystal, and did it so that it coated the sides, making it look full. Of course, there was one caveat here. Most likely that crystal was going to explode as soon as someone tried to use it. On the other hand, was that really my problem? They laid me down, or rather, they tossed me on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Then they slapped me on the cheeks as if that would help me recover faster, and finally hustled out the cell. "Looks like they killed you yet again," said my cellmate. "What, me?" I said, jumping to my feet and walking over to him. I'd stopped convulsing and coughing just like that. And I was feeling so much better after draining a generous share of their life force from them. "Ah, you were putting them on," smiled the old man. Now I could actually see him. The man clearly looked older than his age by, say, some 20 years. He had sunken cheeks and long, straggly grey hair, and yet he had a steely gaze. "Soldier?" I asked. "Me?" he in turn asked. "If not you, who? I'm not a soldier, that's for sure. A mage, yes, but not a soldier." The old man's eyes narrowed, but he produced a faint smile. "Mage, you say? From another world?" Now he managed to surprise me. Was I really so obvious? Although, yeah, I'd best not assume anything about this world I was in. It could be that mages from other worlds showed up here on, say, every other Saturday. Saturday. That was a good sign. In my last world, we didn't refer to days like that, so perhaps my new body's memory was slowly coming back. "You're spot on," I smiled at him, sitting down at his side. "Let's introduce ourselves. Mikhail Vardian, Archimagister, healer of the first rank, from the Order of the Hierophant. I was also the 93rd leader of the Order until recent events. Actually, that would make me the final leader. I expected all this info to induce some kind of stupor or awe in my cellmate, but I was way off. "Gregory Bulatov, head of the Bulatov family." At this point he hesitated, as he seemed to be remembering something. "The 29th head of the family. Actually, probably the last one." He sounded rather sad about this. He evidently wasn't happy about being the last. Already 90 or so years ago I'd accepted that my order was falling to pieces, and that after me there was nobody left but a gaggle of weaklings. But who was I to care? When the order collapsed once and for all, it would be dangerous to remain in it. We had many enemies, even more than we needed. But then again, this was inevitable when every arrogant king believed that we should be at his beck and call, as if we needed to station 4 magisters in his chambers so that they could be ready to respond 24/7. "Nice to meet you," I said, shaking his outstretched hand. "Would you mind telling me something, my friend?" I looked around the cell and went on. "What are we doing here? And how culpable are we?" I had been thinking that this was the norm for the locals, and that soon we, or at least I, would be released. I looked my cellmate over, and he didn't seem to be the type to commit any mass murders, nor was he a great mage. "What are we doing here? We are waiting to die, that's what. By the way, for you it would be the second time. Or rather, the one who owned that body before you." "He was less than lucky," I said with a shrug. "I, on the other hand, am lucky." The man laughed, but not because my joke was funny. Or rather it was, but only to him. "You're wrong, friend," he said. "You're not as lucky as you think. There's only one way out of this dungeon, and that's to the next world. You'll soon find this out for yourself." "Gregory, oh Gregory, it's like you jinxed me." As soon as the words left his mouth, we heard heavy footsteps outside, and the door was flung open. I barely managed to make it back to my straw pallet. 6 hefty guys entered the cell in lieu of the duo who had been there before. Grab that young one and hustle him upstairs to the torture room. His body is still free of curses, and he's just right for us. Well now, what to say? At least I wasn't bored yet. Chapter 2. As far as curses go, they weren't a problem for me. My brother had been cursed so often that he'd almost died, poor guy. I'm talking about 20 times. This happened at the beginning of his reign, but then he greased a lot of palms, established himself, and it was smooth sailing for him after that. Maybe I should have let him die when I had the chance. If I had, I wouldn't have to run around in this new world in this new body. Damn though, I just can't kill my own brother. I told our dad I'd look after him. Too bad Dad didn't extract the same promise from my brother in regards to me. Gregory, meanwhile, seemed like a solid guy. He even protested when they started dragging me out of the cell. Since his legs were broken, they weren't about to mess around with him. I'd had the chance to make a superficial diagnosis as we shook hands during our introductions. It wasn't just that his legs were broken. Literally all the energy channels in them were decimated, done with, fried. That being said, it wasn't just the energy channels. In fact, he was really messed up in terms of his organism. Even I, an Archimagister, would have a hard time fixing him. And if I was merely a simple Magister, I'd have to spend a couple of years to get the job done. In short, he was done for. The corruption in his chest was too extensive. So my prognosis that he had a week left to live had been optimistic at best. I mean, his heart was also damaged, and he had only remnants of his lungs left. And really, it was a miracle he was still alive at all. They'd ingested him with someone else's death, and hadn't done enough to remedy the resulting infection. On top of all of this, he seemed to be only moderately gifted. Gifted? Right. Here we go again. That was another word from this world. Good. As they dragged me down the corridor, I didn't struggle. I simply rested. It was a great opportunity to drain their vitality. I also made a point of tracking our route, and thought about what I was going to feast on as soon as I could. Lamb on a spit and berry sauce. Now that was real food. What intrigued me was that I didn't even like lamb, but now, well, it tempted me. The food that they'd brought us earlier and thrown on the floor was disgusting. I don't care how hungry I might be, I'd never eat it. The meat was rank, like it had died a long time ago. The memory of the last inhabitant of this body hinted that there'd been some pearl barley mixed in with the so-called meat. Kasha like that also exists in my world, but only if it's mixed with a dose of necrotics. I'd never seen garbage like that passed off as food before. It's like that creature had died and only a few weeks later was processed into food. Disgusting. Let me explain my horror at this. All sorts of necrotic energy is generated in animals when they rot, and that's just the start. There are hundreds of other potential harms. Incidentally, necrotic energy is also accumulated over the course of living, but that's a complicated matter involving all sorts of nuances. What was this? An endless corridor. On and on we went as they dragged me along. This world seemed to be different from mine, by the way. Yes, this was a dungeon like any other, except it had torches hung along the wall. Quaint, right? We'd quit using fire for the purposes of illumination eons ago. Torches smoked a lot, and the light wasn't the best. Now we used magic lamps that only needed to be charged once a year. Oh, finally the corridor ended, and along with it, the cells. We were now at a staircase. That wasn't so fun for me being dragged up it. Oh well, that was the downside of pretending to be injured. I could still drain the henchmen at least. They dragged me along for another 10 minutes or so, and by then the guards were drenched in sweat, with the drops dripping from their faces. "We need to tell the cook to reduce his rations," one of them complained. "He's skinny as a skeleton, but weighs as much as 3 men. Poor guy. Little did he know why he lost so much strength. Such is life for the unwary. Next we came to some better equipped spaces that, lo and behold, featured what looked like modest magic lamps. I guess that meant this place was somewhat civilized. What I didn't get was why I didn't feel the magic. Was this some kind of techno world? That would be disappointing. I could tell right away when we arrived at our destination because a massive door was right in front of us, from which the faint scent of magic wafted. Actually, it smelled rather foul. Once the door opened, though, I realized that it wasn't the actual door that was emitting the odor, rather it emanated from the room itself. Interesting. "What took you so long?" asked a man in a dark robe with a staff in his hand, even before we'd crossed the threshold. How quaint, though. Staffs! Were they all neophytes? Where was the serious organization? I couldn't wrap my head around this setup. I mean, what this seemed like was some kind of theatrics. The walls were covered not in blood, but chalk. Moreover, not all of the symbols and signs contained magic, nor did the magical pentagrams even. It was as if whoever had drawn them didn't really know what worked and what didn't, and had just scribbled whatever they could in a row. Maybe that's what had happened. As they situated me where they wanted, I got a good look at more pentagrams. I even saw some familiar symbols and runes, and noticed that 2 of them were clearly written crookedly. Was this done deliberately? "Well, he's everyone," one of the henchmen tried to explain himself. "This guy?" The elder looked me over, clearly skeptical. "Did you drop by the captive girls for a little fun along the way?" "What captive girls? They left for the rituals 4 days ago." "Ah, that's right." The elder nodded to himself. "Okay, we'll get back to this later. Put him on the table. Our client is already tired of waiting." In addition to the pseudo-magical scribbling all over the walls, the room had 2 slab-like tables that weren't even close to being altars, as they lacked the power. Some well-fed, impeccably groomed man in costly attire lay on one of them. The second one was for me. I didn't feel any foreboding, which meant that they weren't going to kill me. At the same time, I was already considering my next moves. As they situated me on the table, I'd already come to the conclusion that I couldn't kill them all. Actually, I could, but I'd die in the process. So that was a no-go. What that meant was that I had to wait for the right moment. Anyway, any thoughts I had that these guys could hurt me or even kill me, well, that wasn't going to happen. The elder guy came over to stand between me and the well-fed guy, and as soon as he put a hand on my chest and the other on the well-fed one, I knew what was about to transpire. Namely, death in stages. The elder was going to transfer curses from his client to me, thereby cleansing the dude. This is exactly what they'd done to Gregory. Interesting. "Brother Theodosius, do you think he can handle this?" asked some other guy walking up to the elder. "Presumably. The Viscount is weak, but let's hope for the best." Ah, the Viscount. And here I thought they were worried about me. I was so wrong. Things got interesting when they began the procedure, with Theodosius establishing a channel between me and the client. I was astonished. I mean, was I lucky or what? What amazed me was they didn't seem to know what they were doing. What happened was that the elder had actually opened a channel up between all 3 of us. Were they that clueless? Didn't they know that now I could easily kill us all? All it would take was, say, a small blood clot or magical blockage, and we'd be goners. Of course, I wasn't about to do that. Anyway, I knew that they were going to try and overload me with foulness from their client, but I felt like living a while longer yet. so I wasn't going to just lie here and let that happen. Meanwhile, Theodosius puffed and strained like a wounded boar as he tried to grasp hold of the curse and shove it into me. I could hear the others whispering, and got the idea that this could go on for another 6 hours. Well then, time for a snack. As the connection between us was stable, I set about draining life forces from both Theodosius and the Viscount. Why not? As he'd embarked on this course, he was clearly prepared for death. In my world, any healer who turned to such methods had gone over to the dark side. Whenever my order got wind of covens who engaged in such practices, we'd hunt them down and seize control of them. No, we didn't kill them right off. Rather, we'd toss them into the cells and let them languish there for years on end before dying. In this way, before they were allowed to depart this world, they had plenty of time to reflect on the nature of torment they'd been inflicting on others. Cruel? Very. But then again, my order was far from humane. We had our own rules and our own truths. Theodosius continued to labor, the Viscount had passed out and was groaning, and I worked at draining their vitality and felt sad. I was sad that I, the former Grand Magister, was lying prone on this table, squeezing the energy out of these guys drop by drop, before I could have drained them without even touching them. I'm talking about sucking the vitality out of them so that only skin and bones remained. Now, though, I was trying to be subtle, and so taking care with them. I didn't want too much or too little, and right away I applied what I got to specific needs, and also set some aside as a reserve force in case I needed to flee. In fact, I felt like I was at the point where I actually could get up and go, but felt that now was not the time. This body was still too weak, and should I encounter enemies, that would be it. But really, how weak were the healers here? Theodosius was definitely a healer, but I wouldn't even take him on as a servant, tasked with handling my chamber pots. And yet this was an elder with as many as 12 minions helping him. As he was straining himself, they fluttered around him, mopping the sweat from his forehead and supplying him with bottles of water. Yes, by then I knew what a bottle was. I channeled some vitality energy into my head, and that cleared things up even more. One little punk offered me a sip, and that helped with my dry mouth. I had to give credit to Theodosius. He was a stubborn man. He was wheezing by now, grunting, and yet he persevered. He tried and tried to grasp onto the curse and shove it into my new body. Too bad. He wasn't about to succeed. No way. I'd placed a magical barrier in the channel to the Viscount that prevented anything coming through it. Theodosius didn't realize a thing. He saw nothing. As I lay there, the elder's assistants grew bored and started chit-chatting. This included discussing what was to become of me, but more about that later. What I found interesting right then was the Viscount's story and why he'd been cursed. In short, he'd been at a reception where a landless noblewoman caught his eye. She was there with her brother. The Viscount was with his friends, and on some pretext he challenged the brother to a duel, which the brother could not refuse, as he would be fighting for the honor of his sister. The brother was mortally wounded, and what happened next was classic. The brother's friends carried him to the chambers of the family's healer, and the girl ran after him, but was intercepted on the way. The Viscount tried to deprive her of her honor, but she desperately fought back. They viciously beat her, but were not able to rape her. Her fiancé, a baron, showed up with his retinue just in time. So where did the curse come in, you ask? It turned out that the girl's mother was a witch, and not a weak one, and it was she who levied the curse on the Viscount, but the latter's parents were rich with plenty of gold, or rather rubles. Rubles, an interesting form of currency, yes. Anyway, they turned to some dark connections that led to this insidious place. Had I not been the one to end up in this body, the Viscount could well have continued living his life of pleasure. Now, though, he was on a dead-end street. I loathed rapists. I really, really didn't like them at all, and neither did the Hierophants, to such an extent that we devised our own methods of castration, both magical and technology-based. I thought then of Magister Alina N. Harder, who was brilliant in employing herbology and potions. She'd created one such awesome potion for those who like to force themselves on women. This potion would turn their junk into a mummified appendage. It was so powerful that not even 2 archmagisters could undo the effect. Some 5 years after she'd concocted the potion, which she called Poof, it was labeled highly dangerous and banned from sale. "This is difficult," wheezed Theodosius. It was the first thing he'd said in quite a while. "The curse is too strong. It's like it doesn't fit into the channel. I need to make it wider." "What can we do to help?" His minions leaped up from their seats. "Not much, apparently." Nothing right now. But once I'm done, I'll be tired and dispirited. Find me a worthless slave to have fun with in the torture room." "Dude, for reals." Poor sod. So tired that he needed to torture someone. Sheesh. He knew nothing about real fatigue, did he? The slimy worm. I suddenly felt enraged. It was one thing to fight the Artina plague when you were in the middle of a dead city and you needed to find anyone left alive. That would be hard, along with having a student die on your watch right before achieving their new rank. But this guy took the cake. "I've got my eye on you, you son of a bitch. You just try grabbing onto a slither of the damned curse. Better still, shove it up your own dark hole." "As you wish," chorused his minions. I don't think so. Sorry, but today he wouldn't be wanting to do much else." Just then I made a decision that produced a wicked smile on my face. Good thing nobody was paying any attention to me. I draw strength from within myself from the bottom of my heart and begin to interfere with the structure of the channel. Good job on that channel, by the way. I mean, for a kindergartner playing with blocks. Too bad I have to make some changes to it. As he tried to expand the channel to the Viscount, I set about working on the sidelines. It was a piece of cake, really, as the elder had absolutely no protection, and so he was in for a surprise. I waited about 20 minutes for him to widen the channel. He simply couldn't manage it, though, and so I stepped in, and in a flash I quadrupled the width of the channel. The elder's eyes widened in surprise, and he smiled, but only briefly, because I grabbed onto the barbaric curse and threw it at Theodosius himself. Actually, not the entire thing. I left a piece of it inside the Viscount. It wasn't a big chunk of it, but the poor Viscount was so weak it would suffice. And I could also move the curse a little closer to the guy's main magical channels. It seemed that my plan was working. Nobody seemed to suspect me. But just then, Theodosius collapsed. The estate of the Davenant family. "Darling, I'm so distraught," a woman of about 35 said worriedly. "Are you sure this will work?" Valeri Davenant was also worried about his unfortunate son, but, unlike his wife, he managed to keep a grip on his emotions. "Everything will be fine," he said to his wife. "This order is known." He hesitated for a second. "In narrow circles, they are said to be miracle workers." "Poor Maxime, he didn't deserve this," the woman said, oblivious to her husband, and then she burst into tears. "He's an idiot, and that says it all," the man said, clearly disagreeing with his wife. "Why did he act in the presence of witnesses? He had to be the big shot. Our son is a moron. It didn't occur to him that someone at the reception would tell the Baron what was going on." He was furious with his son, but not for what he'd done, rather for getting caught. The Viscount always pounded one big lesson into his children's skulls. If you want to do it, go right ahead, but make sure you don't get caught, and that there wouldn't be any payback. His son, though, was rash and greedy, and now, because of him, there was trouble with the house of Baron Dubrov. Well, what if they can't help him? You saw how bad off the boy was. The Viscount had been comforting his wife for almost 2 hours now, and couldn't stand it anymore. If the boy can't handle the treatment, then he's a weakling. At least I have 2 other sons, he blurted out. I did everything in my power. I spent 70,000 to heal him. Hearing this, his wife began sobbing even more. He was too tired to even care anymore. And anyway, for the most part, what he'd said was nothing but the truth. He was prepared for the worst, and if Maxim died, then at least he had 2 more heirs in reserve. However, Tamara Davanova cried not only for her son, but for their entire situation. Only she, and a handful of others scattered around the Russian Empire, knew that the Viscount had not 3 heirs, but 1. Should Maxim die, her other sons would have to pass a kinship test, and it was this that scared her most of all. In fact, she was terrified. As I lay in the cell, I felt the death of the Viscount. This was inevitable in light of our brief relationship. Fortunately, I managed to shield myself from the energy emanating from his death in time. Literally 2 hours later, there was another such a burst, but this time from Theodosius. Well then, on this day, the Order, or whatever they had here, had lost a real VIP. Meanwhile, I was feeling just fine as I lay on my pallet eating a pear. I don't get it. You were taken to the ritual, and you returned without any injuries, and even with pears. Bolotov, who was also eating a pear with gusto, shook his head. I never was the greedy type, so I shared my bounty. Really, what healer worth his name could be greedy? Everybody knows that healers are the strongest and richest school. Everyone needs their services, as well as their strength. Who killed better than those who lived side by side with death? Yes, it was a real mess up there, I said, waving my hand. Theodosius wasn't doing too well. They all did their best to help him, which was when I stole the pears. They were in a basket in a corner of the room. They just let you get up like that and get the pears? Gregory looked at me incredulously. Not at all. It was when the Viscount was feeling particularly bad. I began to explain what had happened. They were dealing with him and were too busy to worry about me. And I got more than pears, by the way. Want an apple? I could tell from his response that yes, he did. It's not worth it, he said magnanimously. I don't have long left. A couple of days. That's it. Better pamper yourself, you're so skinny. Why should I? I didn't like his logic. I'll be out of here in a couple of days, and then I'll feast. These fruits are just the beginning. After hearing this, he began looking at me differently. He was as if appraising me, and yet dubious. I knew what that look meant. It meant that he had a proposal of some kind. I wondered what someone who was almost dead had to offer me. Chapter 3. The old man was still staring at me as he collected his thoughts. I, meanwhile, played with the apple in my hands. I didn't want to rush my cellmate. I couldn't help but wonder what it was I could do for a dying man. This apple, though, well, in my world, healers often relied only on their magic. They would try to pour as much mana as possible into it, and then measure who had the largest reserves. Few were those who realized the value of knowledge. You can't do much without it. And yet many don't want to spend much time studying biology and anatomy, though this is vital knowledge about the structure of the world. Actually, it's the kind of thing that distinguished an archimagister from a simple magister or healer. This apple plus a couple of pears would save me at least a couple of days when it came to restoring my organs. I ate them with relish, and in doing so got a dose of vitamins and nutrients that jump-started my body's recovery. You would think this would be common knowledge, but no, other healers were oblivious, and I couldn't understand why. Of course, magic has its place, but unless it's paired with knowledge, then it lacks power. In this world, there were even healers who didn't use magic at all, and yet they didn't wonder how they succeeded in their treatments. Of course, such healers only treated commoners, and they weren't always terribly effective. All of these thoughts made me realize that I was getting my memory back. Meanwhile, my cellmate looked like he was starting to nod off, and so I plunged deeper into my thoughts. I was appreciating the vitamins I'd just ingested, but my dawning awareness of the pathetic status of the healers in this world were troubling. "They're coming," hissed the old man, and I sped back to my pallet. I still wasn't ready to bust out of here. No reason to raise their suspicions just yet. And yes, the old man realized this, which is why he'd warned me. I heard footsteps and quarreling outside the door, and then the lock turned, and 2 minions in robes burst into the cell. They were weak, ungifted, pathetic. Wow, so they weren't here to see me. Looked like they had business with my cellmate this time. They weren't here to drain him, though. All they wanted was to ask him some questions. But first, one of them kicked him hard in the chest, while the second kicked him in the legs. "Hey, talking to your dead meat? You going to talk to us today?" sneered the first robed henchman, and then again slugged my cellmate in the chest. The old man just shielded his head with his hands, and silently stared at the bastard hitting him. That only spurred the bastard on, and a hail of blows rained down on him. Just yesterday, I'm sure, the old man would be able to handle this abuse, but now, the load of curses he was bearing had finally reached his power locus, so he was in trouble now. "Talk, or die. You'll die just the same," the second thug burst in. "Where is your heir? He can't hide forever. If you don't hand him over, he'll be the next one to die here. We'll make him suffer," added the other, trying to kick the old man in the face. But he just lay there, impassively watching them, and merely shuddering from the blows. I could tell that he had no fear of death. The odd thing was that he also didn't seem worried about his heir. Really? His own son? Or perhaps his son was an adult already, and stronger than his father. They beat him for another 20 minutes or so, trying to get him to talk. I was starting to tire of the entire scenario. Time to end this farce. The screaming was bothering me, and moreover, I couldn't finish eating my delicious apple. "Can't you hurry up and be done with this? I don't understand why you're not tired already," I said in a weak voice. They heard me, because they stopped hitting my cellmate right away. "Vashan, did I just hear this scumbag say something?" asked one of them, stunned. "Hey, Battery, know your place," he shouted, turning toward me. "Battery? Hey, I know what that is." Looked like my memory was mending ever faster. "Yeah, let's teach him some manners," said the other thug, heading over toward me. Gosh, why me? I was just lying here. The goon decided to kick me. I guess his hands were tired or something. But as this dude was ungifted, he couldn't hurt me with his kicks. However, I didn't want to disappoint him, so I made a point of grimacing in pain. Just yesterday, they could have crippled me, but I'd been working at unwinding my magical core, and now I had some magical processes on hand. I could actually kill them if I wanted. How boring, though, that approach. And so I kept on grimacing in pain, as if... Why? Well, for one, I didn't want them to grow suspicious, which would happen if I were to look too nonchalant, and yes, I was, of course, grabbing some energy from every kick. So I enjoyed pumping the vital energy out of the ungifted. They were so powerless to resist me. I could have drained them dry, but no, why be so obvious? Meanwhile, the goon kept on kicking me even after I felt I should stop draining him. I didn't want him to fall over, after all. I decided to move on to the other, get him over here. "Hey, isn't your girlfriend over there getting bored?" I sneered, nodding toward the now beet-red bastard. You son of a... he muttered, stomping over to me, after which he set about trying to break all my ribs. So very unimaginative. As the two of them tried to work me over, I took the opportunity to feed my skin and bones with their vitality. My muscles lacked sustenance, though, which was bad. These were the best defense against strong blows. In my last world, I could harden my muscles so much that swords would break should they try to pierce me. Fortunately, these holy simpletons weren't able to deliver any real damage. I was so bored by then, though, that I decided to teach them a lesson. The next blow they levied on me provided me the opening I needed to launch incipient bone destruction in their bodies. The way this worked was that the calcium in their leg bones would dissolve and move into their bloodstream. Yeah, you couldn't last long after that kind of thing. First the legs grow soft and then the calcium starts settling throughout the body. Before long, convulsions ensue. All of you healers are wretches. One of them hissed and delivered another blow to my ribs. You asked for it. I gift you with diarrhea. I was sick of both of them by then, but had to wait until they were tired. That took around another 15 minutes. I even pretended to pass out. Finally they left, shutting the door behind them, and then I opened my eyes and retrieved my apple. Thinking about the two minions, I had gleaned that they were none too happy about their superiors. As I understood it, all of the highest ranks of this order were healers, or something like it, but these two weren't. I bit into the apple. Crunch. You shouldn't have interfered, my cellmate wheezed. They're weak. Their blows no longer matter to me. They don't hurt me either, I said, sitting up and eating the apple. I couldn't decide if it was really that delicious, or if I was simply ravenous. Probably the latter. I simply felt like I had a void inside me that could only be filled with apples, or whatever I could find, the tastier the better. But you're not looking too good, friend, I said, looking him over. What had surprised me was what I heard one of the two henchmen say, namely that Gregory was only 45 years old. You couldn't tell that by looking at him. He looked at least 100 years old to me, or even 500. Not that many people in this world live that long. So, you're a healer, young old Gregory said incredulously. So what? Healers are far more powerful than any other magicians, I responded. I wasn't even bruised, while young old Gregory was a mess. He again stared at me as I consumed the apple, and then to better absorb the nutrients from the fruit, I plunged into a meditative state. You're definitely not from our world. The young old man shook his head as soon as I again opened my eyes. Here, the healer's gift is the weakest, lowliest of them all. Hearing this, I almost choked. What stupidity! Outrageous! The healers were the lowliest. If you said something like that in my past world, you'd qualify for the position of court jester at best, especially if you repeated that kind of tripe. Anyway, I was glad that my cellmate was finally ready for a chat. Although I'd started remembering what this world was about, I still had plenty of gaps in my knowledge. I needed help getting up to speed. And so I asked him what I needed to know, and listened carefully to what he said. It turned out that, indeed, the healers in this world were incompetent. They not only didn't know what they were doing, they were clueless, and essentially unable to do a whole hell of a lot. Those who were able to do much were few and far between, and this was simply incredible. So-called healers in this world couldn't hope to dream about fame and fortune here. And still more shocking, they also didn't know how to do any damage either. They were helpless, weak, and it seemed stupid as well. What was so hard about simply filling the right channels with energy to, say, reinforce a muscle group for a second or two, easy peasy. I'd learned how to do it at the academy. And then you can strike so that it hurts your target, but doesn't cost you much in the way of energy, and then after, the energy comes back to you, as it never fully leaves the body. And this was just one example of a little thing healers could do. There were thousands of others. A healer worth his salt could do whatever he wanted with not only his own, but with other people's bodies. But for that, they had to be from my world. Here, the healers didn't seem to know a damn thing. So why are you so sure they won't find your heir? I asked, recalling how unconcerned he'd been about this as they were beating him. Ha! He grinned. They'll never find him, even once I'm dead. He was that sure. I could find someone from a dead person if I needed to. It wasn't that it was easy, but it could be done. But hey, if he was so confident, why dispel that? It seemed that all that he had left was his daughter. They weren't going to touch her, but they were set on forcibly marrying her off, and in doing so taking his family for themselves. It seemed they could bend the laws as needed when it came to that kind of thing. I needed to investigate the laws around such actions, but right then I didn't feel like working that hard on boring legalese. And so, having learned some useful information, I again plunged into deep meditation. First, though, I asked my cellmate to alert me if he heard footsteps outside the door. I didn't want them to think I was dead. Or perhaps that would be an easy way out of this pathetic poorhouse. No, better to first kill off everyone here. My cellmate also drifted off to sleep, tired out from our chatting. But as he was a light sleeper, I felt I could rely on him. But how? How could this be? What happened? A grey-haired, obese man with a long beard, attired in a dirty white robe, paced back and forth across the dark room. All of them in just a day? Yes, my superior, said the novice, bowing his head to show his respect. First Brother Theodosius, and then these two? The superior was clearly confounded. But how? Accidents and carelessness. The man in the black robe spread his hands and bowed again. And indeed, on this day, strange things had transpired in the catacombs of the monastery. Of course, this wasn't the first accident, as the servants were not always able to cope with the curses that made up the monastery's business. But on this day, 3 at once had fallen to them. Perhaps we've been cursed, the abbot said, thoughtfully, as he exited his cramped room. He walked up and down the lengthy corridors but failed to find a curse. On the contrary, the aura surrounding the temple seemed to be cleaner. So he soon returned to his cell, where his novice was still stationed. He was cowering in the corner, humbly awaiting his master. How did they die? Tell me everything in detail, the abbot barked, sighing as he lowered his bulk into a chair. He'd worn himself out walking about the corridors and up and down the stairs. Theodosius took the curse upon himself and perished within an hour. He was in so much pain his heart gave out. And the client, at least he was saved? The abbot asked, but his novice shook his head. Damn! Did we get advance payment? Yes, master, of course. After waiting for his master's nod, the novice continued. Brother Vasily fell down the stairs and suffered a skull fracture, dying instantly. And Eustachius. He fell silent, as if choosing his words. What about Eustachius? Well? The abbot was impatient. Tell me, was he also cursed, or was he killed by a prisoner? He drowned in the shithole. He started choking, and then he felt sick to his stomach, and dashed off to the latrine, and then he cramped up and fell into the pit. We couldn't retrieve him, so... And the novice again spread his hands. What? How is this possible? He drowned in shit! The abbot grabbed his head and sat there thinking. Okay, listen up. From now on, no more drinking within these walls. Not a drop. Is that understood? We must put a stop to this chaos. It will be done, abbot. The novice bowed and left the room, leaving his despondent superior alone with his thoughts. I heard a tiny squeak and saw a clever little muzzle poking out of a hole. So much going on in this cell. Yet another gift. What with all of the death in this dungeon, the rat was gorged. This one was big enough to scare a cat and beat up a dog. Thus it was freely moving about from cell to cell like a landlord making the rounds of his estate. There was nothing to stop him. Most of the prisoners did nothing but lie about on their pallets here. The rat was riding the gravy train here, He could munch on one near corpse after another. Thus his belly was always full. This time he'd stumbled on a cell with only 2 people in it. One of them was old and dry and not even asleep yet. The other one was younger. And even if he lacked meat, the rat could always nibble at his nose or ear. All the guy was doing was lying there as if unconscious, his glassy eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. Eek! Squealed the rat as a hand shot out and grabbed his neck with a death grip. Well, what did you expect? You thought you could snack on me, didn't you? Grinned the body that just a second ago looked dead. Well, sorry, critter. Any other time I'd simply send you away, but right now I could use your energy. And the rat felt his strength rapidly ebbing out of him. His skin started peeling off, and his fat reserves dried up, and in a matter of seconds, the rat looked like a little mummy. That's animal energy, said Gregory, who was again awake. So what? It's not like there's much of a difference, I said, feeling refreshed, and I tossed the remains of the creature on the ground. If there is no fish, a rat will suffice. I shrugged, and to Gregory, I seemed to fall into a coma. Actually, I was meditating again. I had a great sleep, by the way. Deep meditation works wonders. In just a few hours, I had a great rest, restored a lot of damage, and refreshed my memory a little. As for the rat, it was a nice little snack. Once awake, I immediately noticed Gregory looking at me. He clearly wanted to propose something, but couldn't get himself to do it. He might as well not delay, though. After this last beating he'd suffered, his cursed body was declining even more swiftly, and he could die soon. That's how he looked anyway. I estimated that he had around a day left. What a shame, though. I mean, before, I could scan a sick person with one glance and tell when he would die within a minute. But now, I wasn't sure how many hours this guy had left. Your name was Mikhail Mironov, he suddenly said. Thanks for that. I hadn't known what my new name was. It's strange, really, that this body hadn't come with that much info even. Although chances were that if someone called me by that name, the memory of it would have been awakened. Thank you, I said, and I meant it. Am I at least an aristocrat? Were I to be a mere commoner, my path would be more difficult. Of course I could manage, but still. Yes, you're an aristocrat, but not high-ranking. And you're an orphan, without a family or titles. You were kidnapped on the street because no one would miss you or look for you, he croaked. An aristocrat, well, that's something. I can work with it, I shrugged. Thank you. At least I know that I have no relatives. That's not bad either. It would be difficult and tedious to explain matters to relatives, and yet I would have to do it. Just then my cellmate was suddenly racked with coughs, and the blood flowed from his mouth. Did I mention that his lungs were a mess? If you want to propose something, I suggest you get to it, I said to spur him on. If he were just to die, I'd be tormented by curiosity, and in order to satisfy it, his soul would have to be retrieved. I would find no peace otherwise. Yes, he nodded, wiping the blood from his lips with his sleeve. I want to conclude an agreement with you. You had agreements in your world, right? If you mean regarding magic, yes, of course. Vows, promises, any agreement we made would depend on what punishment would ensue were I to fail in fulfilling the terms, I said, scratching the back of my head as I thought about it. Any agreement we made would not require a promise. Rather, a mere handshake would suffice. And if we drew the agreement up properly, I'd feed it right away. So what is this all about? You could have a title and a family. You would become a Bulatov, he responded. I could tell by looking at him that he was serious. This would make my life here a lot easier. In one fell swoop, I would solve several problems at once, and I could continue to grow my skills. I could even, maybe, revive the Order. Yes, there were healers here, but they were impoverished, and there was yet another reason why his offer tempted me. I'm talking about status. Status certainly mattered in my former world, but here, well, it was essential. Of course, I could probably acquire it in around 20 years, but what would that entail? Service, perhaps. But it's not like I really knew how to serve others. I could pretend that I was serving without really doing it, I guess. Anyway, so were I to acquire status right away, I could start enacting the plans I was developing in my head. But in return, you must take care of my daughter. Ah, that complicated matters. I can care for her and ensure her safety. I can do that much, but I'm not omnipotent. Let's agree as follows. I promise to do whatever I can to ensure your daughter's well-being, but anything can happen, right? No. I know that you are an archmagister. The young old man shook his head. And that's worth something. Damn it, Gregory. What are you thinking? The only thing you know about being an archmagister is what you got from me. You're using my information against me. I spared no energy and poured it into my brain to speed it up, and then began to think. It took me a few minutes to weigh everything and evaluate it. If I were to acquire his status and custody over his daughter, I'd end up with many new enemies. That being said, the healers from my world did not know how to live without enemies. Okay, I laughed. He was an old goat, that's what. But damn, this was interesting. I'll do it. I promise that no one will harm your daughter and that your family will prosper. He lay there looking thoughtfully at me, and then he slowly took the birth ring off his finger and handed it to me. And then we shook hands, and both felt like the agreement was now valid. What would happen should I violate the terms? I wouldn't die, but I'd take a big hit to my strength. At least this body would suffer. But I didn't see a problem with that. The agreement was a solid one, just and fair, and most importantly, it was doable. The remarkable thing was that my cellmate, Bulatov, had spent almost 6 months in this place, and during all this time he did not give up, did not take off the ring, and no one else could do this, as what he'd given me was his ancestral ring, and he alone could remove it. The guards wanted to pull it off his corpse. Well, good luck with that now. I told Bulatov all about the various types of contracts I was aware of and how they could be constructed. He accepted one stipulation I made to our agreement, and I appreciated that he accepted it. Should his daughter die, nothing would happen to me as long as I followed the terms of the agreement. If I were to somehow forget about the agreement, or if I wasn't able to cure her should she fall ill, that would be another matter. In this case, my development would be rolled back by some 30 years. That's not all, Gregory continued as soon as we concluded the agreement. I'm not as weak as it seems. But yes, I'm going to die, and you need this more. I saw you drain a rat, as well as draw vitality from the bastards who serve this place. Do you want me to take all your life force? I asked, surprised. It's not like I couldn't use it, actually. But just the same, he didn't have much left. So were I to touch him, he'd die. The thing is, my family has one secret. I can draw strength from it and become stronger. Not for long, but still. It's just that because of the curse, our family's secret won't help me. That was interesting. Where did he get this strength from? I'd have to find out from the daughter. What an interesting feature. Yes, this was something I'd seen on my old world, but to make it happen, the family needed a certain artifact. But Bulatov wasn't lying. His eyes glowed a little, and I felt his body fill with energy. A light breeze blew, making the cell even cooler, and a second later the old man spoke again, but as if not in his own voice. Now, he said loudly and clearly, and I did as told. He really did have a lot of energy. I grabbed his hand and quickly took it for myself, distributing it among my channels. All internal injuries immediately began to heal, and my memory finally fully woke up, because I completely restored all the damage in my head. Okay, now I had tools to work with. But why? Why didn't you take everything? Asked Bulatov in surprise, as I released his hand and headed towards the door. Don't you want to see what happens for yourself? I smiled, banging on the door and shouting for the guards. Somewhere in the corridor we heard stomping. Then 6 bastards in robes burst into our cell. I just stood in the middle, and they froze, looking at me in bewilderment. "Yes, I do, thanks," said Bulatov, smiling and relaxing as he watched us. "You still have too much juice in you, creature," barked one of the brutes. "We'll do something about that right now." And he stepped toward me as he extracted a baton from his belt, and then he tried to bash me in the head. All in vain, though. My reactions had always been fast, and now I had plenty of energy reserves. Moreover, here were 6 new hefty guys to provide me with reserves. Thus I dodged his blow and slapped him across the face, jumping back afterwards. "What gives? Is that the best you can do?" The guard's face was now a bloody mess, but he was still standing. "Now it's your turn." I flashed my signature smile from the past at the others. That smile used to make rulers soil themselves. The guards all recoiled, clearly shaken. They probably were sorry they'd come here at all. But by now, it was too late. Chapter 4. Really, I should have been more efficient. I'd expended too much energy on the first guy, but he could serve as a good lesson for the others. They were looking warily at me as they glanced at their comrade. He'd been ever so arrogant. He'd lunged at me, thinking I was some loser they'd drained. But it was now his vitality that would be lost. Yes, the wound looked terrible on the surface, but in reality it was far worse than the way it looked. There are many vessels in the face, both blood and magical. All I'd done was launch a process in which these vessels would burst, and the blood wouldn't clot. That's all. Internal bleeding was slated to begin in a minute or 2, and death would ensue. In the meantime, the rest gathered up their courage and decided to teach me a lesson. Thus far, they didn't know that their comrade was dying. What they thought was that if they didn't get help on the double, he might be in trouble, so they had to act. I noticed that they had one who was gifted in their ranks. I wasn't going to kill him quite yet. If he had more power, that means I'd best simply neutralize him and then feed off his vital energy. I could just dispense with the others whilst testing what I could do with this new body. It still had its limits after all. And so while I could use my standard techniques, I had to watch my energy use. These pathetic underlings were perfect for allowing me to see where I was at in my abilities. 2 of them rushed at me. The plan was to pin me to the floor and stomp on me. But why should I wait for that? I deftly slid out of their way once they were near, in doing so slamming the ribs of one of them with all my might. I aimed for a tender spot, but it didn't seem to faze him. He was a big lug and didn't even feel my fist. I decided then that until I myself buffed up more, I might as well not get into fisticuffs with these goons. Instead, I needed to consume more and get this frail body up to speed. Thus, I readied myself for my next blow by channeling a lot of energy into my right arm, as well as into my chest and back muscles. This time, I was pleased with the results. The thug doubled over in pain while his companion froze, stunned. Yep, I'm full of surprises. And this was just the start. There's almost nothing better than that sensation of energy spreading throughout the body, from the arms to the legs, and then to the chest, and back to the arms. Every time I touched the goons, that's what it was like. Later, I could even get around to filling my muscles to capacity and nourishing my skin and bones. And then I'd move on to enhancing my vision and hearing. But for now, my reserves left something to be desired, and my channels weren't set up for those operations. I guess I'd just have fun winging it with what I had. I hit the second goon in the throat. All I did was slap him with my palm, and I didn't put everything I had into the blow. I poured some energy into it, though, and this was enough to cause his tissues to swell. Okay, he was done for. In just a few seconds, he'd be finding it hard to breathe, and within a minute, he'd be dead. Now there were only 3 assailants left, one of them gifted. It was that one who proceeded to pull a dagger from his belt with the aim of plunging it in my side, but he wasn't fast enough. I grabbed his hand and made his weapon mine. The gifted simply let go of it when his hand cramped up. I'd used up a fair amount to make this happen, but I'd make up for it later. Acquiring a weapon was worth it, so much easier to kill with one. And in a flash, I employed the dagger, plunging the blade into the stomach of one of the three. The pathetic loser actually tried to land his baton on my head. I now possessed Mikhail Mironov's memory, and so I knew that the healers in this world weren't trained much in hand-to-hand combat and fencing. They were tasked with healing, not with wielding a sword. What stupidity! So then I proceeded to attack the second one. All I did was make a couple of small cuts with the dagger, but that was enough. I can't emphasize enough how helpful an understanding of anatomy is. Damage to the femoral artery inevitably results in death within 2 minutes. I'd cut him twice, though, so his death would be even swifter. All I had left now was the last one. Although only one of the other 5 was dead by then, the others were doomed. Even if they didn't know it. Each one was facing his own crisis, and they were already wondering what they were doing here. They lay about, trying to breathe, hoping against hope that their leader could dispatch with me and get them some help. But of course, sadly, it didn't look like he was about to rally to the challenge. "You'll answer for this," he hissed as he slowly backed away towards the door. What? Was he really thinking he could run off like that? I don't think so. I hadn't skimped before, and it wasn't only his hand that had cramps in it. Should he put too much of a strain on his legs, they'd be cramping up too. It wasn't easy to manipulate the gifted, but I'd managed to inflict enough damage. "Oh, really?" I sneered, slowly drawing near. "Actually, you have a choice. If you opt to lie down and give up, your death will be painless." Ah, well, I guess he wanted to die in pain. Too bad. I'd have preferred to simply put him to sleep and gone about my business with him, but he spun on his heels and rushed toward the door, except that his legs gave out and he stumbled, falling on his face. Yep, leg cramp. As he lay there, I swiftly cut through his tendons. Now there was no way he could run off, and I could drain him in peace. "You know the saying, hard to heal, easy to damage?" I said to my immobilized adversary as I sat right on top of him. And placing my palm on his head, I began to slowly pump energy out of him, distributing it evenly throughout my body. Yes, I'd spent a lot of energy fighting these goons, but I was pleased with the results. All I needed to do now was take my time to properly drain this one, and I'd acquire enough to end up in the black. Meanwhile, Bulatov watched me, clearly enjoying the show. I was a little surprised, thinking he'd be dead by now. But he was stronger than I thought. He couldn't speak anymore but was lingering on so as not to miss a thing. In about 30 minutes, all that was left of my victim was skin and bones. He was desiccated, just like the rat. I got everything out of him, and he was alive throughout the entire process, and wanted to scream but couldn't. I'd cut his vocal cords right away. I didn't need to hear him. Next, I had to decide what to do with the bodies. Were I to leave them here in this cell, that meant that I'd be launching my escape right away. I wasn't ready for that just yet, though, as I still had one item to attend to. I needed to take the time to assimilate the energy I'd just ingested and prepare. Thus, after absorbing the gifted bastard, I set off to explore the corridor outside the cell. Of course, I'd seen it before, but that was when they were dragging me along to the torture room. I passed by many doors like mine, behind some of which languished more poor guys. Some of the doors had small windows, and I peered through them to see what lay within. I saw a well in one of the cells. I looked down it and realized it was for trash disposal. All sorts of rubbish was down there, and nobody seemed to realize that someday they'd have to empty this pit. Okay, I guess I'd be crazy not to employ this garbage disposal to get rid of the goons I'd killed. Only my body was still weak, and so it wasn't capable of lugging heavy carcasses along. And so first I touched all the bodies to launch the mummification process in them, I needed to dry these corpses out, expel all of the excess fluids so that they'd be much lighter. In half an hour or so, I was done, and started dragging off the first body and tossing it down the chute, and then I got rid of the others as well. I saw a lot of blood and other remains of the fight on the floor of the cell I shared with Bulatov, and so I found where they stored the straw they used for our pallets and grabbed an armful of it. This is what they used to avoid cleaning out the cells. They'd simply toss more hay down to cover up the mess. I decided to follow suit. Why not? Now nobody would notice a thing, even if they were looking for trouble. I see that I made the right choice, crowed Gregory quietly as soon as I sat down again on my pallet. I'd thrown more hay on it too, and it was far more comfy now. Yes, you did, and I shall fulfill my side of our bargain, not because we've entered into an agreement, but because I am a man of my word. That was the plain truth. Integrity was fundamental to our order. Be authentic and honest. It didn't matter if you were an archmagister or a simple servant. Integrity was expected of everyone, regardless of status. But now, I needed more information, as much as possible. I asked Bulatov several questions, and he, despite his weakness, responded in detail. I was mainly interested in his affairs, that is, what was now my family. But this turned out to be more complicated than I expected. His family was in deep trouble. At least this was the case some 6 months ago, when the old man was still free. Things could have changed since then, although it was hardly likely that matters had improved. The family had many influential enemies. Much of their land had been plundered and their forces were dead, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. The one good thing was that when Bulatov had been abducted, his castle was still intact, and it would be difficult for outsiders to seize control over it. And that was where, theoretically, his daughter resided. Bulatov gave me detailed instructions on how to make my way to his castle. It was a long way to go, of course. In fact, Bulatov didn't know how far away it was. Also, there were a lot of other details he had to share with me. This included what lands had been plundered, who were the guilty parties at play here, and how I might use the local laws to get the lands back. What should I begin with? How should I go about things? If not the need for all this intel, I could have up and left by now. I'd absorbed a lot of energy and was ready for anything. Why even bother anymore with Bulatov, a dying man, you ask? Yes, I lacked important information, but I could potentially elicit it elsewhere. The thing was, though, that Gregory Bulatov was worthy, strong, and I didn't want him to die alone in a dirty cell. He knew that I was an Archmagister healer, and yet he'd never asked me to use my powers to get him back on his feet. No, all he wanted was that I take care of his daughter. And I had a lot of respect for people like that. What a pity that I couldn't heal him. But I wasn't omnipotent. Not yet, anyway. As we were talking, we heard steps outside, so I again lay listlessly on my pallet. Good thing I'd locked the door and tossed the other keys down that garbage pit. The only one I'd left out was the one to our lock. I hid it in the corner of the cell under some straw. 2 guards busted into the room, scouring the corners as they looked for something. I simply lay there trying to look innocuous. "You," said one of the guards, poking me in the shoulder. He was gifted, and better still, he also had a sword. But I didn't want to risk it, and just let them go about their searching. In response to his query, I opened my eyes and pretended to be surprised. "Did you hear anything suspicious?" he asked. "No," I shrugged. What did he expect? It's not like I'd want to help him. Although... "Get up," he barked, pulling me off my pallet. Oops, I had that dagger under my back. Looks like I had to improvise something. "There's a corpse under my pallet," I blurted out. If that didn't work, I'd have to bust another move. It wouldn't be easy, but I could handle it. Hearing my outburst, the men drew back, exchanged a look, and one of them got down on all fours to look. What he found was the dead rat. "You're a funny guy, aren't you?" It didn't occur to him to wonder how I knew they were looking for corpses. Just out of habit, though, they kicked me in the ribs a couple of times before leaving. They wouldn't get very far, as the first one would be coming down with a fever soon. I'd ensured that the wound on his leg would start festering. As for the second, I gifted him with constipation, which was a fun malady to share. He'd suffer for not more than a week, I guess. I didn't have anything worse to send his way. Monastery of the Black Heart. Chambers of the Father Superior. "Father Superior!" exclaimed the novice as he bowed to the waist. "Speak!" answered the corpulent man, lounging in a comfortable chair as he stared intently into the fireplace. "I hope you come with good news, because I'm in a foul mood already." "6 of our men are missing," said the black-robed novice, and he bowed even lower as he readied himself for a blow. It was to be expected that the abbot would lash out at whomever when he was in a bad mood. In response to the novice's words, though, he said and did nothing. Dressed in white robes, the abbot simply sat and stared fixedly at the fire. He was wondering what he had done wrong. After all, until recently, this place had functioned like clockwork. They had plenty of clients, and every day his account was replenished with new earnings that more than satisfied his needs. But then, all these strange events started happening. "Have you looked for them in the shithole?" The abbot's voice was surprisingly calm, although his hands were trembling. "What?" asked the novice, surprised. "What I am saying is that maybe the 6 missing persons drowned in their own feces. Maybe they all held hands and dived down the hole," he said, shrugging. "I wouldn't at all be surprised if that's what's happened." No, they just disappeared," said the novice, totally perplexed, and unable to say anything more. Thus he cowered in the corner, hoping that the abbot wouldn't kill him for delivering such news. "Then go off and look. Dive down there yourself if necessary." Barely restraining his growing anger, the abbot said calmly, "Hop to it." "Get up! Today you have to double your output." I just lay there meditating. 4 of the gifted had just entered our cell. I guess they aimed to drain me, which is why they brought 2 crystals with them. As usual, I pretended that I couldn't sit up. Fortunately, 2 of them were there to prop me up. As they roused me, the other 2 started extracting the crystals. I'd have to end up filling them somehow. I'd work at taking my time doing so, just like last time. To make it more interesting, after I filled the first one, I started lightly convulsing. This way I got the other 2 to help hold me down. That was all I needed. In the end, I spent a lot less on crystals than I got out of those bastards. And as a parting gift, I left them with something for later. Each got their own special treat. This was more because I needed to experiment with what I could do. I expected that in 2 or 3 hours they would all end up in the infirmary. Right now, though, they all simply felt a little tired. That was no surprise in light of all the vitality I'd poured out of them. I'd had to spend half of it right away. All 4 of them were gifted. Moreover, 2 of them even showed promise. And the stronger the gifted are, the more difficult it is for me to interfere with their organisms. I had to waste more mana, and the risks for failure were greater. To make anything at all happen, I needed contact. The first to grab me would come down with diarrhea, another favorite. The second was doomed to develop kidney stones. I'm talking about within the next half hour. He'd be experiencing incredible pain. The third would be eaten by worms in his intestines. There were some already there to start with. I simply held them along. As for the last one, I didn't envy him a bit. But let's leave it at that. As soon as they'd left and the footsteps could no longer be heard, I jumped up, opened the door to my cell and took another walk. I needed to upset the local order as much as possible. I didn't want the ones who ran this place to enjoy the fruits of their labors, because they didn't deserve to. After exploring the dungeon a little, I found several rooms where the guards lived. They slept in one of them, and even now there were 4 people lying on bunks. I saw no point in attacking them, as that would make enough noise to attract a crowd. Just the same, these four were not destined to ever waken. Too bad, though. Men like this didn't deserve to simply die in their sleep, but I wasn't in a position to be picky about things like that right now. It goes without saying that when there isn't enough sugar in the blood, a person falls into a coma. So true that they'd come out of the coma only if someone were to say, "Give them honey." I chanced across several people in the corridor. As they weren't expecting to see me wandering about, I dispatched each one of them with a dagger to the chest. After that, I simply dragged them to the garbage disposal and threw hay about as needed. In this way, I got to know the catacombs well, after which I was tired. Overexerting myself would be a waste of energy, and I'd found a lot of normal food in the guards' quarters, so I returned to my cell with plenty to eat. Chambers of the Father Superior. What do you mean, 12? How? What happened? Who did this? Coincidences like this aren't possible. Nothing remained of the abbot's office. It looked like bulls had charged through it, rather charged into the room and then ran about it. He had himself rushed about the room, smashing on the floor whatever hadn't yet been destroyed. This time, several novices had banded together to tell the abbot about the latest events, and some of them now lay under this pile of rubble. But he had no intention of stopping. Every now and then he threw whatever he could at the remaining novices, and they simply stood with their heads bowed, taking blow after blow in silence. 12. All of a sudden they all disappeared. Nobody's seen them, the abbot asked, finally calming down a little. No, master. No one has seen them. They just disappeared. The last novice remaining on his feet quietly answered. He bowed his head even more, prepared for a blow. But were he to fall, the abbot would have no one left to talk to. Okay, we need to get to the bottom of this. What else happened while I was occupied? He really had been busy, as several slaves had recently been brought to the monastery, and he'd been employing torture to set them on the right path. 4 were taken to the infirmary. What's wrong with them? Wait. He raised his finger. Let me guess. Cramps in their legs? They fell down the stairs? They dove headfirst into shit? It's different for everyone. The novice spread his hands. One is writhing in pain from his back. The second can't stray from the toilet. The third is racked with abdominal pain. And the fourth... Well, what about the fourth? The abbot was impatient. Well, it's everything. The novice was pale now, and he shook his head. So what you're saying is that everyone else is doing well? The abbot muttered, scratching his beard. Okay. I'll allot 2 crystals to them. But there are 4 of them. The novice was surprised. Well, use them on the 2 who are the most useful to us. That's enough. Leave me. The abbot waved his hand and the servant hurried to leave the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Once the novice was gone, the abbot broke out in furious swearing. Autos. Again, I wasn't allowed to meditate, but this time it was my cellmate who'd woken up and started talking again. I didn't tell you about the interfaces. I know, I reassured him. It's a new phenomenon in your world. Portals open and off-worlders emerge from them. Our world has undergone this type of thing 4 times already. I see. Bulatov smiled. His strength was waning, but he was still hanging on because he wanted to tell me as much as possible. But I myself knew much more about these interfaces than he did, and unlike the locals, I myself had personally gone through the portals more than once, and I was glad that, thanks to this, I could regain my strength much faster. But more about that later. The old man could barely move his lips by now. I shared a couple of drops of wine with him. It was lousy wine, but better than nothing. He smiled then, and again fell asleep. And I went back to meditating. I had one bit of unfinished business, and before I set about escaping, I felt I should deal with it. A couple of times over the course of the night, armed thugs had burst into our cell trying to find out what was going on, but I'd simply remained silent, pretending I was close to dead. They finally believed my act, and didn't bother us anymore. In the morning, I woke up to hear Gregory Bulutov's painfully labored breathing. I couldn't mistake it. The sounds of death drawing near, and I knew that a good man's life was ending, that of the first person I'd met in this world. It was also the only one I could trust. My cellmate took his last breath, and now silence reigned. Okay, I could leave now. My conscience was clear. I'd clarified everything with him already. Wait, I failed to ask him the most important thing. How old was this daughter of his? Chapter 5. The girl sat in a battered but still comfortable chair and looked at the crackling firewood in the large fireplace. She was completely absorbed in her thoughts, oblivious to her surrounding, her gaze fixed on one point. The huge hall with its high ceiling was now merely a reminder of her family's former greatness. Now this was all in the past. The floor was starting to rot, the furniture was falling apart, and there were holes in the curtains. It was a miracle that the massive metal chandelier hadn't yet come crashing down. Right now, the girl simply sat, staring at the flames. She was thinking about how that very night her castle had undergone yet another insidious attack by the enemies of her family. They were lowlives, and she'd personally strangled 4 of them. But the rest had succeeded in setting fire to the barn in which tools for the villagers were stored. Filth, muttered the girl, clenching her fists and feeling powerless and frustrated. What could she do, though? She was now all alone. Her father had been tricked into leaving the castle, and then he'd been abducted. That was half a year ago now. She heard no news of him since then. Her faithful warriors had held back the enemies, but the attacks had eventually killed them off. The others had fled like rats from a sinking ship. Thus it was that the girl was thinking about the future. She had no money, and had to dismiss the servants as she couldn't even feed them. And so even if she could somehow put a stop to the attacks, she wouldn't be able to go back to farming and livestock. Now, she didn't even have the equipment required to till the land. The tools had all gone up in flames, and she lacked the funds to replace what she needed, nor did she expect any new funds. She was at a loss, and yet she was still dead set against selling herself and her ancient family to some dirtbag merchants. She would rather die, and she meant it. "Mistress Victoria, let me treat your wounds." One of the few servants who remained loyal to the family entered the hall. This was an elderly man who'd been serving as their butler since his youth. He and the cook, who was around 40 years old, flatly refused to leave. The cook had nowhere else to go, and she'd come to think of the castle as her home over her years of service. Neither one was put off by the attacks, and both decided that they would serve the Bulutovs until their death. "What, this little thing? Calm down, Gleb." The girl waved him off, glancing briefly at the deep cut on her arm. In addition to the cut, she bore a number of scars. In fact, her entire body was covered in mementos from the many fights she'd been in. Even her face sported a scar, although only one. It was from the last time she'd seen her father. "Once upon a time there was not a single scar on me," she said quietly, looking thoughtfully at the fire. "Well, let us begin then," I said, wrapping up my meditation. I'd kept one eye open as I'd slept, but just the same had a great rest and now was starting to feel hungry. All the food I'd scored the previous day had served its purpose already. My healing body had absorbed it, and now was demanding more building materials. While I was meditating, I didn't waste any time and inscribed 3 runes on the bones in my right forearm. They were quite simple, but it hadn't been easy to do. My new body's channels hadn't ever undergone any development, thus it wasn't easy to generate magic. And it's not just the difficulty, which wasn't a problem for me. I also had to make sure I didn't overextend them, which was very easy to do and could lead to injury. Any magical injuries took time to heal, so then it paid off to take baby steps in the beginning. Like the runes I'd just inscribed on my bones, Modis, Sonalis, Pulis. Together they formed an extremely useful chain, which in my world was called a heartbeat. This chain would enable me to sense life through barriers without expending much energy to do so. That is, if someone was behind a wall, I could immediately feel it, as long as they were alive. And then if I needed to, I could kill them. Or on the contrary, help them. I tested the runes right away and found out that in addition to me, there were another 63 people in the dungeon. Moreover, above us were many more. Another 200 people there. I wouldn't be killing all of them. That would take too long, and it would be difficult and risky. Moreover, there'd be no point to it. I could clearly feel the auras of the ones among them who were strongly gifted ones. I could return later and remind them about myself when I was better set up for this. Before leaving, I decided to meditate a little more, finalize the runes, and make a couple of preparations for the future. I sat there for a few more hours, and then activated the decomposition of Bulatov's body. I couldn't just leave him lying there. That would not be showing respect to the dead, and this had been a good man. I knew the body was just his shell, but still, I knew that he would be pleased if he knew about it. The corpse shriveled up and then disintegrated into dust. Why hadn't I done this to the bastards I threw down the well? It was too costly. I had the energy to do it for my friend and cellmate, and soon I expected to have even more. With these thoughts, I rose from my pallet and, with a firm step, exited the cell and headed towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. On the way, I stopped by to see the guards. 2 were sleeping, and 1 was sitting there half drunk as he stared before him. I plunged my dagger into his neck and paralyzed the ones who were sleeping. Then I drained the life out of them. After that, I ran into a duo on patrol. 2 blockheads were walking down the corridor, animatedly discussing the new prisoners. They were especially pleased with the abundance of girls among them. Okay, boys, time for you to push up the daisies. One of them was gifted, and so I took him out first. He also had a pistol hanging from his belt. We didn't have guns in my world, but if memory served me right, I wasn't ready to get shot just yet. Also, as a weapon, they were loud, and I didn't need to draw a crowd. Before the second one could draw his sword from the sheath, I struck him such that he collapsed. I knew exactly where to hit him. As people are, people in every world in which they exist. This applied not just to people, actually. Orcs, too, had the same vulnerabilities, and they feared pain, although they rarely had occasion to experience it. I drained the 2 as much as I could before I heard steps from the direction of the stairs. I needed to hide, but first I quickly dragged the corpses out of sight. Igorian, is it just me or is that blood I see? I was hiding in an empty cell watching the trio of novices through a small barred window. One of them stopped and stared at the floor and even shined a flashlight at it. The other 2 nervously looked around. I wanted to let them go, but I had to change my mind. I could tell they were about to run upstairs to call the elder, and I knew that no elder was about to come down here all by himself, and so I emerged from the cell. "Hey, who are—" began one of them, right before I drove the sword into his chest, and then moved on to the other 2. They didn't even have time to shout, but it cost me a lot of energy to use that kind of speed. I was so tired now that the sword felt heavy, and what I needed was to be in the condition to spin and strike using my standard, proven techniques. Really, in my past life, I could have cut a Dargon knight in half with one blow with the same amount of energy. Okay, so it was harder here. That just made it more interesting. In any case, I dealt with them quite quickly, and very soon they all ended up in the nearest cell. And I was about to make my way upstairs, but I stopped myself just in time. You see, During my meditation, I'd launched several recovery processes at once. That was all good, but there was just one problem. All of them required energy and building materials. My body would then become stronger, healthier, and more resilient. I needed this to escape from this place. There were a lot of people upstairs, and no way could I avoid them all. And so I decided to make my way through the dungeon first. I'd seen many rooms down here with all sorts of useful things, and I decided to use what I could. I found something useful in almost every single room. First, I picked up a backpack. I packed some canned food and a couple of sausage sticks in it. Actually, I had a bite of the sausage right away. Then I noticed a robe such as seemed to be in high fashion around here. My first impulse was to pass it by, as the locals attired thusly were all beneath contempt, but then I stashed it in my backpack. Who knows? I might need to disguise myself as a novice at some point. Finally, I found a cafeteria. There might be a lot more space upstairs, but it seems that the minions all ate down here. Maybe one way of showing displeasure was to make them eat in the dungeon. Whatever, who cared? What mattered was that there were only 2 people on guard in the cafeteria. All they were doing, it seemed, was warming food up for the others on duty. As they didn't expect to see me, it wasn't hard to deal with them. Then I could eat my fill of normal hot food. I could have easily consumed the entire pot of soup, but time was running out, and I had to move on. Finally, I ascended the stairs, which ended at a massive door. It was also under guard. All I had to do was knock on the door, and when they asked, "Who's there?" answer, "A guard." Then the lock clicked, and the door creaked open. "What you want?" asked a novice in a rude voice, but I didn't answer. I didn't answer with words, rather I let my sword do the talking. I thrust it into his eye. That got the point across. Pun intended. I didn't plant it too deeply, what with not wanting to waste my strength extracting it. Really, the less energy I expended on these attacks, the better. Of course, the more enemies I encountered, the more reserves I accumulated. Not everyone perished at once, and so I usually managed to take something for myself, or even use it to treat a wound or two. The upper floor turned out to be much more interesting. It was no longer dark, damp, and cold up here, and the rooms were richly furnished. I checked them out, but no longer encountered any novices. This was good, as any bloodshed up here would draw the notice of others, making it more difficult for me to escape. But was there anything to stop me from ruining the lives of those who were now fast asleep? No, there wasn't. The chain of runes on my bones allowed me not only to feel life, I could also feel the beating of hearts. I had to be close enough, but within, say, 16 feet, I could tell if someone was sleeping or awake. Yes, there was room for error in this, but I'm nobody's fool, and always listen first before walking into a room. Now, everybody I encountered and did not kill in this monastery would instead lose their mobility. It all came down to something called the sciatic nerve. That would be near your butt. Should you damage it, you'd lose the ability to walk. Of course, I had to be close enough to my target's magical channels. These are in the area of the sacrum, which made it impossible to employ this trick in battle. However, it was easily done if the victim-to-be was splayed out in sleep. Also, the sleeping are docile by default, and so it didn't cost mana to attack them. On the good side, I managed to pick up some money. Maybe it was a lot of money, I didn't know. I'd have to learn more about currency here. In any event, I now had a small stack of $1,000 bills stashed in my backpack. Better still, though, I found a map in one of the rooms. Moreover, someone had even marked the monastery in red, and I was ever so grateful to whoever it was who'd done that. It would have taken me a while to find it if I'd had to. In thanks, I only disabled one of the map owner's legs. I also managed to change clothes. Otherwise, I'd have gone about in tattered rags soaked in blood. Not a good look for the outside world. And then I looked out the window. It was beautiful out there. A blanket of white covered the ground, and there were huge snowdrifts on the roofs. A blizzard was howling. Ugh. I must keep in mind that I needed a supply of energy to heat my body. As luck would have it, I couldn't find a suitable jacket. I could have taken something worn by the monks, of course, but I knew that once I'd left, they'd be looking for me. This place was secret, and so if even one prisoner was to bust free, that would be potentially catastrophic for these guys. I wasn't expected to ever leave this place, of course, and in the same vein, anyone in a novice jacket would attract the attention of the first person he met. It would certainly make it easier to find me. I saw that dawn would soon be breaking, and that meant that soon the monks and novices would begin waking up. In fact, this was the only reason I couldn't clear out all the other rooms in this building. Given the opportunity, I'd pick through this entire place. Ugh! I exclaimed as soon as I walked outside. It was cold out there after the warmth inside. The biting wind chilled me to the bones. This was good training, though. All I had to do was reduce my thermal output as much as possible, and then I felt just fine. And anyway, I did have some outerwear, though it was out of season. There weren't many people outside, but that was no surprise. Far better to be at home, hunkering by the stove in this kind of weather. Also, many were still sound asleep. I, on the other hand, had managed to check out the terrain. I'd seen on the map that there were several small villages scattered around the monastery. I even knew which direction I needed to go, but the monastery was located on a high hill, and the view was stunning. If not for the snowstorm, I would have seen much more. Still, I could make out the outlines of the villages. There didn't seem to be much in the way of roads here. There were just a couple, with the nearest major highway located around 25 miles west of here. I decided to proceed as the crow flies through the forest, mainly because they'd be looking for me on the roads. I met the last novice at the very gate. The monastery itself was surrounded by a massive stone wall with several entrances. I could tell by the tracks in the snow that vehicles traveled about here, although rarely. Such monasteries weren't strange in this world. Although this wasn't just a monastery, it was disguised as such to prevent others from asking inconvenient questions. The novice I came across was fast asleep. Its only task was to open doors to those who needed to enter and not open them to others. However, I wasn't proud. I could let myself out. Now the novice would die in terrible torment. I cursed him with the hiccups. Terribly cruel of me. They'd be starting in a couple of hours, once I was miles and miles from here, and they wouldn't stop until he was dead. Once I'd exited the monastery, I took off running, not willy-nilly as they say, but in the right direction, stopping to check the map and looking for landmarks. It was a detailed map, and so I didn't have any problem finding my way. On the way I caught a hare. It wasn't easy at all, but I managed to prevail. I still needed to replenish my resources, as whatever I consumed was expended in a matter of seconds. Thus, I'd ran out of supplies halfway through the journey. I'd been eating on the fly, you see. I was in a hurry, because I wanted to take advantage of the snowstorm, when the elements themselves eliminated my tracks. After 2 hours of flight, I felt like I could slow down a bit and relax a little. But I didn't stop. I knew I couldn't make it to the nearest major road in a day, but I wanted to, at the very least, make it there in 1.5 to 2 days. Generally speaking, it was interesting to run like this. I'd caught that hare, and then I almost ran into a bear. We had similar animals in my world, and were I to awaken one such bear, it wouldn't be very so bad, which is what I almost did. What saved me was that I was able to detect his barely beating heart in advance. I ran until nightfall. I stopped only when I realized that I didn't have enough energy to keep on going. This is when the robe I'd taken from the monastery came in handy. I spread it out on the snow, lay back on it and rested a bit. Then I made a fire and roasted the hare. Afterward, I plunged into deep meditation. You could call this my energy-saving mode. But I couldn't rest for long. First in the distance, and then closer and closer. I began to feel the beating of many hearts. At first they just drew nearer, but then they began to disperse, surrounding me. And as soon as the ring closed, they moved in on me. I knew what these animals were. They were called wolves in this world. And as they approached, I felt the magic in them more and more clearly. A difficult opponent, but how much energy could be extracted from them? Chapter 6. From the very beginning, Abbot Philaret had a lousy day. He'd arrived back at the monastery after a long journey, only to be told at the entrance the stunning news that a prisoner had escaped. He could hardly contain his anger, as he immediately sent several groups of novices after the escapee, allotting them 2 off-road vehicles. These vehicles were housed in the basement of the temple, where they were safe from prying eyes. A humble monastery, after all, wasn't likely to have the funds for such pricey rides. Of course, in contrast to an ordinary monastery, this one had additional income sources. In fact, the abbot's need to swiftly embark on his journey was connected with this additional income source. Thus, he himself wasn't able to participate in the hunt for the fugitive, nor did the men assigned to do so have it easy, as the snowstorm was gaining momentum and there was no trace of the prisoner. For this reason, the abbot told the hunters to head straight for the main roads, and once there, they were to slow down and interrogate everyone they encountered. They were to search every vehicle. Meanwhile, the son of the richest local merchant now lay in the back seat of the abbot's car. They had to get him to the treatment room right away, or else he'd soon be dead. Actually, he ought to be dead already. What kept him alive were special artifacts. That was the only thing keeping his body riddled with bullets from perishing, and by now only one of the artifacts was still functioning, and even it was running out of juice. Soon it would crumble to dust, and then the client would die within a minute. And this client was very, very important. Should he perish, then there would be big problems for the entire monastery. But should he survive, just the advance payment was enough for the abbot to retire to the country somewhere where he could live in peace and quiet, and that was just the down payment. "Here are 3 crystals," said Philaret, handing them to the supreme healers assembled in his office. "Don't hold anything back. Do whatever you can." 3? And so big, exclaimed the elder, looking them over as if they were incredibly valuable. And indeed, as they were filled with vital energy, the crystals were real treasures. Energy, after all, was life. What this meant was that those who'd filled the crystals had sacrificed years of life, health. There were few who would voluntarily sign up for a deal like that. Thus, the creation and employment of crystals was simply illegal. Of course, that meant little to the aristocrats, who routinely spit on the laws when it came to their own well-being. The abbot issued all the orders and then leaned back wearily in his chair. He didn't even want to think about the recent news about the escape, all the more so as this was right after the news about the massive attack. That's what the novices, who'd found multiple bodies hidden in different parts of the monastery, assumed had transpired. Next, they discovered that some of the brothers could not get out of bed. They all complained about something wrong with their legs. Phew. The fat abbot exhaled and started rearranging the papers on his desk. Why? He didn't know, except that he needed to somehow distract himself. By now the client was at the healing center and laid out on the stone table. After carefully removing the spent artifact, they'd quickly set up the healing process. The abbot figured that 3 large crystals should be enough. In fact, 2 would do the trick, but the abbot wanted to be sure. In any case, he could bill any extra energy used to the client. The extra expenses column often brought in more revenue than the primary bill itself, and the abbot knew that the lad's father had enough money. Good thing, because the artifacts to keep the kid alive thus far cost 40 to 50,000 each. He could even charge a tenner for the discharged artifact, and the abbot decided to do just that. In fact, 10K itself was a tidy sum of money, but just as the abbot was starting to relax, he heard a loud explosion. The walls briefly trembled, and a little plaster fell from the ceiling. And shortly thereafter, there was a knock at his door. "Enter!" the abbot barked as he glared at the novice who walked in. "What was that?" he asked, rising to his feet and walking over to the door. "An explosion." "Where?" roared Filare. "The healing center." The robed youth was almost whining as his head sunk into his shoulders. The abbot said nothing. He had a bad feeling that his troubles were just beginning. He didn't run over to see for himself what had happened, because he could hear stomping in the distance, and then witnesses showed up to tell him what had happened. "All 3 died," wheezed the novice, completely covered in blood and wounds. His robe was in tatters, and his body had fragments all over it. "What 3 perished, idiot? Who?" The abbot had an idea, but he wanted to hear it for himself. And he was right. 3 of the supreme healers were now dead, and they weren't the only ones. They told him that the client was now minced meat. The crystal filled with energy had exploded. Long ago, Filare had heard of something like this occurring. It was a skilled fire mage who could fill the crystals in such a way that when used, they would explode. But this was lore, the existence of such a mage. Who, in reality, could exert that kind of control over their energy flow, especially when it was energy containing vitality? It was impossible to cause it to explode, even if that was the aim. "Get your things together," the abbot croaked, flopping into a chair, as one after another they came to report on the death of several more novices and more damage to the healing center. About that. Apparently, after the explosion, the walls of the building had cracked, and as they were trying to save their wounded brethren, they'd collapsed like a house of cards. "Get what?" asked the novice in surprise. "Pack up and get ready to go. We're leaving," nodded Filare. The merchant wasn't about to accept what had happened to his son, and it was too risky to butt heads with him. "And put these crystals up for sale," he said, indicating the carved wooden box on the desk in front of him. "Time to unload the contraband." It turned out that the wolves were trying to approach unnoticed. Nice try, beasties, but sorry, not going to work. Indeed, I had to wait some time for them. They were trying very hard, and I could tell that they were astonished that I'd noticed them. I gripped the pistol in my left hand. I finally recalled how useful such a weapon was. Of course, it was best used against the weak. To a powerful mage, the bullets were like mere pellets. That was more intel from this world which I'd just recalled. In my right hand, I held my sword. I didn't carry much in the way of weaponry with me. Such items were heavy and inconvenient. Moreover, I didn't require many weapons. It would be a shame to kill them. There were 20 wolves altogether, beautiful and stately, the pack's breadwinners. Only this time they'd targeted the wrong victim. We made a mistake. It happens. The ring gradually tightened, and I was in no hurry to attack them. I felt it was worth it to give them a chance. "Okay, let's do this." I unfurled a magical field around us. Then I began exerting pressure on them. I couldn't maintain this for long as I wasn't yet strong enough, but the wolves all paused and stared at me in surprise. And then I began generating a sphere of healing in front of me. It shimmered and flickered with a greenish light, and gradually grew. When I was done, the sphere was about the size of a tangerine. "I want to offer you my services, and in return you will allow me to calmly walk through your territory," I said, pointing to the sphere. These were magical animals and clearly not stupid, so they had to feel what it and understand what I was offering. One of them, though, simply didn't understand. He was the wolf closest to me, and hearing me speak, he rushed forward. He leaped, snapping at my throat. All he got for his efforts was a kick in the ribs. That cost me energy, the force of that kick. With a pathetic whine, the grey beast slunk off into the bushes. But that wasn't the only attempt at attacking me. I could tell from my runes that 2 others were coming at me from behind. They too received well-placed kicks. I didn't want to fire at them yet, nor did I see the need to employ my sword. I still hoped for a more diplomatic solution. I didn't want to leave their pack without breadwinners. Ow! I heard the sharp howl, and all of the attacks immediately ceased. I felt in advance that someone big and strong was approaching us. He had a powerful heartbeat. After the howl, the entire pack froze, as if rooted to the spot, and I understood that their leader had come, a leader who commanded respect. And then he appeared. This was indeed a leader. He was as big as a bull, and knotted with muscles, and he oozed magic. I could feel the strength in him, and the considerable reserves of energy, though I wasn't close to him. He would be difficult to defeat. Fortunately, he didn't want to engage in that kind of nonsense. He emerged from the forest and slowly approached me, and then he sniffed the sphere I had created. Next, he lifted his muzzle and again howled. He was signaling that he agreed to the deal. A couple of minutes later, I felt the approach of 2 wolves, and I saw a she-wolf walking with a wounded cub. He apparently fell into a trap and was now dragging his bloody paw behind him. Poor guy. It was child's play treating a wound like that, though. After about 20 minutes, the wolf cub was back to normal. He licked my face in gratitude and then trotted off after his mother. For some time, the leader looked intently into my eyes, and then he nodded lightly, and turning sharply, he disappeared into the forest. The rest of the pack soundlessly followed suit. Well, off to catch a hare, or what? I guess every critter about would be terrified by them. I might as well sleep some more before heading off again. I needed to replenish my energy reserves already. That required food, but yet again my sleep was interrupted. As soon as I again lay down, I sensed several more animals approaching me. The wolves, again. Only this time with gifts. They brought me a roe deer. It was still warm, and they'd caught it and strangled it especially for me. The grey ones carefully laid it right at my feet and immediately ran off, but I felt they were nearby. There were quite a few of them. Almost half of the entire pack was nearby. They were shifting around a lot, but not drawing near. They were guarding me. Honest, noble animals. Actually, from time to time I had to negotiate with animals. Different situations would require it. Fighting was often not the best recourse. Like now, for example. And animals are much more honest than people. They knew firsthand what gratitude was all about. It was easy to deal with the wolves. In contrast, I recalled how hard it had been to cut a deal with the misty dragon. That had taken time and finesse. Yes, he was a dragon, but he was as stubborn as a flock of sheep. In the end, I slept like a baby, and I was glad that I'd thought to bring with me salt and spices from the monastery. Thanks to this, I enjoyed the roe deer. I ate almost the entire carcass over the course of the night. The pack leader understood how important it was to eat well after employing magic. In this world, many of the people were clueless in this regard, while animals were far more clever. So this roe deer more than compensated for the energy spent on the wolf cub. In the morning, I continued on my way. I had yet to come across anyone, and the wolf pack accompanying me gradually fell behind. I was drawing close to the road, and the wolves were loath to approach it. I exited the woods onto the road at a small, out-of-the-way travel center. I was aiming for it because I expected that the monks would be staking out all of the major crossroads. This out-of-the-way center would be neglected, though. I might also be able to flag down a ride to the city here, or barring that, catch up on more sleep to further restore my strength. I expected I had the funds for this, and in fact there were several trucks and smaller cars parked in the lot. All of them were huddled around a hole in the wall diner. I didn't deign to enter it just yet. I'd satiated myself on the roe deer, which was a magical animal to boot, although not the strongest such. My first stop was at a clothing store. It's not like there was a large selection, but at least I wouldn't have to walk around in just a jacket. I also bought other items that looked like they'd fit me. Nothing fancy, but it was nice to change clothes. I also traded in my large bills for smaller. I guess I'd stolen a nice amount of money from the monastery. Then I checked out the other stores. It's not like I needed anything, but I wanted to trade in more bills. Really, it made sense to lay low and not flash around big money all over the place. It was one thing to raise suspicions in this back hole, and quite another to draw attention in the city. Finally, I headed for the diner. It was just a cheap eatery with disgusting food and tattered chairs and tables. Surprisingly, there were quite a few people in the place. They all sat quietly at their tables and no one paid attention to me. Why should they? This was a transit place, really, with people always simply passing through. Why should any of these people get to know each other? I didn't come here for dinner, but to find out if any of them were heading for the city. The waiter, who was also a part-time cook, bartender, security guard, and the only employee of this establishment, simply nodded towards one of the tables. He also muttered instinctively that everyone except them was going in the opposite direction. Convenient I didn't have to interview everyone. This guy knew what was what. At the table sat a plump guy who looked to be around 40 years old, along with his young wife who was apparently in the early stages of pregnancy. I didn't beat around the bush and asked him straight off. "To the city, you say?" the man said thoughtfully, looking me up and down. "Okay, I'll take you. No charge either. I'm happy to give you a ride. We all need a helping hand now and then." He smiled. "But we're not leaving until tomorrow, so that's the deal." It turned out that this man was an entrepreneur. Apparently, he was quite wealthy. He was here on a business trip, so he was traveling with a retinue of 3 cars. He told me all of this and much more over the course of a minute. I was already thinking about whether or not I'd be better off striking out on foot. This guy was quite the talker. And, in fact, he flatly refused to accept payment. "No, don't. You look like you need help. We all do. It happens. I can tell you're a regular bloke who landed in some hot water," he said as I got up to leave. "Seriously, don't worry about it, really." He winked at me. I smiled in response, and then walked outside. I saw a hotel not far away, or a motel. I don't know the difference. It was a shabby place, but I just needed one night of sleep. Tomorrow I'd be hitching a ride in the company of a very talkative, cheerful businessman. It was already getting dark outside, and after my long run I was tired, and I wanted to sleep. Why was there no shower in my world? It was awesome. I sat in the shower stall for a good hour and a half. They'd given me the president's suite, even though I wanted a regular room. But the desk clerk told me this was the only room open. Actually, the only difference was that this suite was 4 times the size of a regular room. That being said, it was 10 times the price. I didn't bother arguing with the clerk. Why waste my time? I didn't care about the money. There was more where that came from. But the clerk would be suffering from the acne on her ass for some time to come. It was particularly itchy stuff to boot. I made sure of that. Okay, after the shower, I began meditating. It was like sleeping, but with benefits. In doing so, I was gradually restoring my magical channels so that this body would start to automatically restore itself. And I also added another rune to the bones of the forearm before initiating restoration. Why not? Just in case. "Yes, I'm sure," the woman said quietly to the group of several young men. They crowded around the reception desk and looked at their friend in disbelief, or rather, their informant. This wasn't their first mark, but this time the target had arrived on foot instead of in an expensive car. "He looks like a pauper." "Yes, but he paid for the president's suite without blinking an eye," the woman exclaimed. She didn't manage to see how much money he actually had, but he'd given her a large bill, and didn't complain about paying 3 times the price for the room. "Go on, get him!" She sent them upstairs. "Just do it!" She had a reason to hurry them up. She was itching like crazy and needed to scratch her butt. She couldn't do it while they were all standing there. Finally, the guys took off. She'd given them the key, so it was easy for them to silently enter the suite. It was a large suite with 4 rooms, but it was easy to find their victim. They could hear the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, and the door was open, so one of the thugs pulled the handle towards himself with an evil grin. Only he didn't have time to open it all the way. Strange sounds were heard behind him, and when he turned around, one of his comrades already had the tip of a sword sticking out of his chest. Behind him stood a stranger with a devilish smile, and then the stranger swiftly extracted the sword and plunged it into him. I'll never get used to the local weapons. I didn't expect these little punks to have a gun. I didn't use my own gun because of the noise, and also I didn't have many cartridges. Anyway, I took out 3 of them with the sword, but the last one managed to fire 1 shot. It hit me in the stomach, but, to the surprise of my adversary, I just laughed. It was impossible not to at seeing his expression. He was expecting me to die right then and there, or at least to stop attacking him. In fact, I decided not to kill him. I mean, not right away. I decided that first I'd drain him to the last drop. I could opt to destroy his soul, even, but we had strict prohibitions against this in our order. The Charter categorically prohibits touching the soul under any circumstances. I swiftly expelled the bullet from my stomach, further astonishing my would-be assailant, and then I grabbed him by the throat, causing his body to go limp. Next, I significantly replenished the energy spent on him and his gang of thugs. I even took a little more off the top. Then I searched the corpses and collected some weapons and money. Finally, I launched the decay process in their bodies. By morning, they'd all turn into powder, and this way they wouldn't stink. The maid would have to deal with the rest. Good thing I'd known they were coming. This was thanks to the new rune. It was sort of like an automatic alarm clock. Now I would wake up whenever a living creature was approaching me, or I'd cease meditating, which is close to the same thing. I'd spent a lot of energy on the rune, and food, of course. I restored my energy a little by absorbing the powers of the punks who'd wanted to do me in, but the food was another matter. I had to order it delivered to my room, and at the same time added a couple of ailments to the elderly clerk who brought it. She, of course, was surprised that I was alive and well, and kept trying to peer inside my room. I could tell she'd been the one to send the 4 bastards to rob me. Moreover, they'd had keys to get inside. Well, okay then. Now there were 4 fewer bastards in the world, and this lovely lady would have a mustache for the rest of her life. You see, after all the excitement, I'd roused myself to go downstairs and ask for some extra towels. The clerk was surprised, but she gave them to me. That is when I touched her, and now she'd find that the mustache would flourish on her face. Bright and early the next morning, the plump entrepreneur approached me as soon as I left the motel. He was already about to set off, and he urged me over with a wave of his hand. "Have a seat," he said, indicating the door of his car. I had to admit that it clearly wasn't a cheap vehicle. "I can ride in another car," I said, indicating the truck and the escort vehicle. I wasn't proud, and all I wanted was to get out of this backwater. I'd have been happy to ride a donkey even. By the way, donkeys. The thought of these animals always made me smile. I remember a story when one brother from my order was late for a battle and arrived there on his donkey. Everyone laughed at him then, but when he entered the battle, no one found it funny anymore. The donkey also participated in the battle, as he was no ordinary beast. He was the only donkey in the world who managed to blacken the eye of an evil dragon. "Oh, enough already," he gestured dismissively. "There's no room, and you'd be squeezed in." I gave in. He was sincerely okay with me riding in his car after all. He loved to blather on, but at least he wasn't too inquisitive. We quickly set off, but in half an hour or so we had to stop. We were at a major intersection, and some people had set up a roadblock. They seemed to be some local bastards. Apparently they were looking for me. Most likely the monks had hired them to stop all of the cars and search them before letting them travel on. Okay then. I immediately told my traveling companion what was going on. It would have been unseemly to involve him in my problems after he kindly offered to give me a ride, and it was a good tactic to pay kindness back with kindness. "Oh, don't worry about it," he said, waving his hand in his usual way. "We'll deal with it." One of the entrepreneur's escorts walked up to us. After quickly talking with his boss, he wandered over to the band of thugs, while I simply sat in the back and watched them and... "And you were worried," chuckled the entrepreneur. These guys? Ha! The fight took a matter of seconds. It turned out that my traveling companion's retinue included at least 2 strongly gifted men. I'd assessed them beforehand, but I didn't think they would be such skilled fighters, by the standards of this world, of course. One of the gifted approached the thug, stopping everybody, and started talking to him about something. The conversation gradually turned into a brawl. The thug tried to grab a weapon, but it was swept away by a powerful wave of fire. Then the second of the entrepreneur's guys ran up and finished what the first one started, also using attack magic. Only he struck with lightning, a totally different element. All of the other bastards took off running. Until that moment, I'd suspected that the entrepreneur was maybe setting me up. Instead, he took me into the city and dropped me off exactly where I wanted to go. He didn't ask me for a penny even. On the contrary, he refused to take payment. "Don't think twice about that guy," he smiled, extending his hand to me when I got out of the car. "Believe in the good. Everything will work out." I leaned forwards and told him something in private. It was something that made his eyes nearly pop out of his head. "Good luck." I was smiling this time, but he said nothing. He was lost in thought as he digested what I'd told him. That was fine. He'd come to his senses soon. The main thing was that he'd paid heed to what I'd told him. I remained alone on the street. I was surrounded by throngs of people who didn't care about me. All of them were scurrying about on their own affairs. What, I wondered, did this city have to offer me? Chapter 7. As the car pulled off, I stood there surveying the beauty of the city in the evening light. I had to give it to this world. They really didn't have any problems with lighting. Gone were the torches and fires. Normal illumination was what I saw in the city. I'd assumed that these lights were run by magic, but the memory of the former inhabitant of this body, Mikhail Mironov, informed me that this was not the case. What I saw here was electricity, another type of magic. Back in my world, we used magic to generate electricity, although the only electricity we produced was in the form of lightning to be used against adversaries. I don't know how long I was standing there, but then the cold reminded me that I needed to move. People were rushing about. Cars were roaring past, and despite the late hour, life here was in full swing. It was even a little over the top. So then, what next for me? I expected that it would take me at least 2 weeks to make it this far, but I'd done it in a little over 2 days. So now I was at a loss as to where to go and what to do first. My memory was coming back, but still wasn't complete. And as soon as I arrived here in the big city, I realized how much I missed having memories. I simply couldn't assimilate everything that was going on around me. The first thing that caught my eye was that everyone here was dressed differently from me. I looked different. Compared to them, I looked down and out, and I needed to do something about that right away. I didn't need to stand out from the crowd. Then I needed to find the Countess. Tell her about her father and the promise I'd made. That was going to be an interesting conversation. She could release me from my promise. She might simply send me away, say she didn't need my help, and then I'd have to leave and forget about her. Her father and I didn't intend to force her to accept my help. It'd be ironic, wouldn't it, were I to find that she was happily married, living a life of luxury. Her new husband may have already tried on the status of the head of the family, and then I show up. After all, I have a ring that cannot be stolen, or worn if it wasn't freely given away. On the other hand, she could be 6 years old and unable to make an adult decision. In that case, I'd have to take care of her, even if she didn't want me to. A stream of water knocked me out of my thoughts. A car drove through a puddle and doused a crowd of people passing by with dirty water. Everyone cussed him out, but all they could do was shake off what they could and move on. Fortunately, I'd managed to hide behind one of the passers-by, but by way of paying him back, I swiftly cured his chronic runny nose. No matter that he had no idea how he'd helped me. True, I noticed a lot of sidelong glances cast my way. I elicited disgust, and they didn't bother hiding it. It was odd that my clothes were those of a poor man, but they were clean. I'd recently purchased them. But okay, time to do something about it. Excuse me, could you point me in the direction of a clothing store? I asked the next person I saw, but the middle-aged man simply walked by, pretending that I didn't exist. This happened with the next person I asked. In 10 minutes of asking, only one person paid me any mind, and that was to rudely tell me to take a hike. I gifted him with diarrhea, but I got the message. Right now I look like a beggar. Oh, the police. I think that's what they call the security personnel here. I noticed 2 guys dressed in uniforms and immediately approached them. In my world, guards always helped those who needed it. They didn't just step in when a crime was going on, they could also provide directions. I hope this was the case here, in this world. Good evening. Can you help me? I asked them as politely as possible. In general, being polite was not just good manners. This habit made it much easier to negotiate with everyone, and it could save you money even. What is it? One of them, a red-haired man who looked about 30, asked dryly. He had a nice uniform, black with gold buttons. In the belt was a pistol on one hip and a baton on the other. The baton was strange, with 2 needles in the tip and a crystal in the handle. I need to buy some new clothes, but I don't know where to find a store. I don't know this city well, and I don't have a map, I said with a shrug. I did have a map, of course, but it was for the region. Shops weren't marked on it. I lost my luggage on the trip. Fortunately, kind people helped me out, I explained. Are you an aristocrat? The red-haired man was surprised, while the other policeman, who was dark-haired and a little younger, shook his head warily. You've got to be kidding, he's no aristocrat. He wants to rob some expensive store, it's so obvious, he exclaimed. We know the type. Yes, I'm a street thief with an ancestral ring on my finger, of course. I smiled, showing off Bulatov's gift. Not just anybody can wear something like this, as everybody knows. And it can't be stolen. I apologize for my colleague. The red-haired man bowed briefly. How much do you want to spend? I need to know so that we know where to send you. What was surprising was that the dark-haired policeman was still unmoved, and said that even aristocrats could be less than honest. What if the family was on the verge of bankruptcy? So I also had to show him my money. The police wouldn't rob me right in the middle of the street. After that, despite the indignation of his colleague, the red-haired man immediately invited me to follow him, and quickly led me to a quite good clothing store. Of course, eating appealed to me more than did switching out my attire right then, but right now I really did need to change my look. I couldn't even walk into a normal establishment in the clothes I was in, and it didn't take me long to select new clothes. I bought the kind of thing I saw everyone else wearing, so as to blend into the crowd, and paid only around 400 rubles for it. I've seen what happens. The red-haired man grinned, nodding briefly towards the store where the ragged aristocrat had recently disappeared. It's just bad luck, that's all. He shook his head. No, I feel like this was a setup. It's all too strange. And you helped him commit some crime. Good job, said his partner, shaking his head. You can't be such a simpleton. Cut it out. You need to learn to quit seeing a criminal and a thief in everyone. Normal people are, well, the norm. And did you see his backpack? It's full of his family treasures. They walked along, engaged in their discussion, not noticing when they made it back to the station. It was only a 5-minute walk. Their shift was ending, so after finishing their reports, they both headed for the exit. Did you forget your pills? The dark-haired man reminded his colleague. You usually take them at the end of your shift. Actually, the red-haired man said in surprise, my tooth doesn't hurt anymore. The pain is gone. And I don't think I even need to go to the dentist, which is great, as I hate them. He'd had a terrible toothache for a week now, and without his pain meds it hurt him so much that he felt like howling at the moon. But now the pain was gone, and he hadn't even noticed. He'd looked in the mirror in the bathroom and couldn't believe what he'd seen. The rotten tooth looked like new now, and that was impossible. Do you know what? I'm off to the bar to celebrate. My wife is on a business trip, and we can live it up until morning, smiled the red-haired man as he left the restroom. Oh, damn, he swore as he stepped into a puddle. It was just water, but anyway, he wasn't happy. The dark-haired man was standing there in a dark mood, thinking intensely about something. He didn't even laugh at his partner's clumsiness, which was unusual for him. Normally, he'd seize the opportunity to tease him for the next week. "No, I can't make it today," he said, shaking his head and making his way to the exit. "I've got urgent business," he said, waving goodbye, and then he walked outside and headed back to the clothing store. "Stop right there," I heard a familiar voice. However, I expected something like this when I noticed that one of the policemen was tailing me. I saw him as soon as I exited the store, although he didn't know that. Right then, all I wanted was to find somewhere to eat something nice and then catch some sleep. Ideally, I could meet both these needs in one place, because otherwise I'd have to take more time to find two separate places. But as soon as I turned into a dark alley, the dark-haired cop decided to make his move. He quickly moved in close, forcing me to take off my backpack, and then he felt in my pockets, pulled out a wad of money, but that was all he could come up with. I just stood there and tried to maintain physical contact with him for as long as possible. "Excuse me, do you think I stole something?" Chatting was the best way to stall for time. "I'm positive that you're up to something." "Right, you just took all my money, and you're telling me that I'm up to something. Maybe you should let this go. I haven't done anything wrong. Let me go." You let me go, dude, but I'll hang on to you as long as I can. Although, as Mikhail Mironov, I was around 20 years old, I must have looked to be around 16 or so. I had to do something about that. I was too easy a mark. And then the dirty cop searched me yet again, glancing again and again at the backpack. Did he think that there was something valuable in there? All it held was the robe and all sorts of odds and ends. However, he wasn't about to find out. No way. The downside was the weapon. I could be arrested for having it in my possession. No, fighting with a policeman, even in a dark alley, was nasty business. He was really strong, gifted, plus armed and ready for something like this, but if I was to kill him, they'd be looking for me. My memory told me that there were a lot of cameras in the city, and they recorded everything that happened on the streets. Thus, they'd figure out who the culprit was, no way around it. But I could always pump his vital energy out. There was always that. I could always use more no matter how much I took. But I couldn't do it quickly, as he was full of vitality, so it would take at least 20 minutes. So I just stood there, pretending to be quaking in my shoes as I drained him. "Where are the artifacts?" The policeman distracted me from my thoughts. "I don't have any." I shrugged. Too bad. I'd only managed to drain half of his vitality, and he'd just moved a couple of steps away. "Come on, empty your backpack." The dark-haired man pointed to my bag. Maybe I ought to just kill him. I didn't want to have to pick everything up again. He noticed that I was not going to carry out his order and began to slowly pull out the strange club with thin metal spikes at the end. And then I saw the discharge of electricity between the spikes and realized what it was for. "I suggest you let this go." I was no longer pleading with him. After all, he might decide to come to his senses. But no, he wasn't about to. "If you don't put up a fight, I won't hurt you. You won't feel anything at all." He made an offer that, unfortunately, I had to refuse. Clearly, he didn't want any witnesses. "Well, you made your choice. Of course, I won't kill you, but I can cause trouble." I now had enough energy to do what I wanted, so before he could strike me, I quickly closed the distance between us and grabbed him by the hand, instantly pouring in half of what I'd managed to pull out of him. And I directed the energy to alter his intracranial pressure. It wasn't a pretty solution, but this was the easiest way to knock his consciousness out of him. Anyway, he already had head problems. I'd not only been draining him, I'd also carried out a quick diagnosis. His body went limp, and taking a quick look around, I scattered garbage all over him. I found some cardboard boxes lying nearby that I used for the purpose, and then I set about draining him some more. He had plenty of vitality left. Meanwhile, I quickly searched his pockets. Apart from my wad of bills, he had no money at all. Just the same, his perfidy warranted punishment. I didn't touch his weapon as I had my own, but I did mess with his phone. Fortunately, I remembered how to use one. What I found to be of greatest interest was the map. The one in the phone was extremely detailed. I found the nearest place to stay for the night, where I could also eat. Of course, I read the reviews and looked at the ratings. There were several options, and I chose the best one. It was a little more expensive, but according to the reviews, the food was delicious. I love dining well. I also found the castle. It would take me some time to get there on foot, as it was located on the outskirts of the city, but it was too soon to head there, as first I had to get myself in order. If I was to show up looking so skinny, they'd send me packing. Meanwhile, the policeman I was draining was beginning to dry out, and so I had to stop. I didn't want him to die. That wouldn't do me any good. I'd already retrieved my money and I put the phone back in place. It was my understanding that it was easy to track it, and so I threw a few more boxes over the guy and took off. And I didn't have far to go. The place I'd selected was just a couple of blocks away. As a parting gift, I gave the policeman urinary incontinence. It was a small thing, but nice. Two drunks left the cheap bar and, swaying, wandered homeward. There they were, a pair of soused buddies. Were they to separate, they'd each fall down at once, so for the time being, they supported each other. "Vasha! Listen, Vasha!" one of them slurred. "Let's go that way." He pointed to the dark alley. "It's the beer in me. Ugh! I need to take a leak now." "Yep, guy. You're smart, you is. You says what you mean, and I respect you," his buddy mumbled, and they turned into the alley out of the sight of onlookers. One of them stood against the wall while the other headed for the pile of boxes. Both having found a spot to their liking, in no time streams of hot piss were flowing. One of the streams was suddenly cut short. "Hey, yo, listen, Van. What's that?" the stunned drunk called out to his friend. "What's up? You done pissing?" "Ah!" he exclaimed. "In short, that I'm pissing on a cop." And both fell silent, but then they again proceeded to relieve themselves. In the morning, Lieutenant Prokhorov was incredibly surprised. He didn't remember what happened, but the smells spoke for themselves. Not only were his pants soaked, his expensive uniform was also covered in urine. He didn't want to even think about what happened. What was the point? Some matters were better left unexplored. Fortunately, his weapon, documents, and work phone were all in order, so he struggled to his feet and walked home, staggering along the way, trying not to be seen by the rare passers-by. The inn, of course, was of average quality, but it was far better than the last place I'd stayed. Really, why complain even? The first thing I did was discuss what to eat with the man at the front desk. To his surprise, I ordered almost everything on the menu and had it sent to my room and was about to leave when the ladies distracted me. They were surprised that I'd paid for an entire week in advance and ordered the most expensive dishes to boot. Thus the ladies of easy virtue flocked around me. "Won't you be lonely all by yourself in that big room?" said a blonde, whispering in my ear. Her competitors were right behind her. They offered to help me relax for a reasonable fee, displaying their charms as best they could. As for me, well, what was I to do? I wasn't made of steel, and the girls were really beautiful. I really wouldn't mind relaxing a little. I'd felt nothing but tension since landing here. It's just, I looked at them and understood that I simply didn't have the energy I needed to heal myself from the presence that each of them would end up bequeathing me. They each had touched me, and my quick diagnosis was all it took to reveal to me what I'd get were I to engage in close contact with any of them. And though I be an archmage, I'd have a hard time recovering from being with the most beautiful of them. I might not be able to pull through even. What? Did she ply her trade all over the country? An active lady indeed. As was I, only I engaged in business of another nature. Thus it was that I regretfully turned the ladies down and headed off to my room. This was an interesting world. It had technology, a complex society, and no normal healers. How did I conclude this? Take these girls, for example. In my world, everyone who engaged in the oldest of professions received regular treatment, and thus any issues were immediately nipped in the bud. But these girls were never treated. Why not? Was the society not ashamed of such a lapse? As I was pondering what I'd learned, the food arrived. I guess I'd been too greedy. I'd ordered a lot of food indeed, and all of the dishes were different, and it was delicious food. So for at least an hour I shut down all unnecessary processes in the body, concentrating my available energy only on my intestines. I used my right hand to throw one morsel after another into my mouth. Then I sunk into a deep meditation to distribute the resulting building materials throughout my body. Then I slept for a couple of hours to digest it all. I couldn't eat everything. Plus, not sleeping after a hearty dinner is a great sin. I'd even considered making it mandatory to sleep after eating in my order's charter. After I'd rested, I again ate, consuming what was left. I switched on the TV as well. It was conveniently hanging right in front of the bed, and before I knew it, 2 hours slipped by. My memory told me how to operate the television, but I also recalled how it ate away my brain cells. At least there were those who said so. I agreed with them in principle, but didn't think it applied to me. Thanks to the telly, I learned a lot more about this world. Much of what I'd learned was common knowledge, but not for me. I watched a lot of programs, learned some bits of history, and studied the news. The news was of the most interest. They reported that a portal had opened somewhere not far away. It was discovered in time, and so troops were ready in place to repel the attackers. The next event with a portal was less fortuitous. It opened on the outskirts of Novosibirsk, and the off-worlders managed to take many ordinary people into slavery, and they killed anyone who fought back. The Prince of Novgorod declared war on the Prince of Vladimir. Looks like they had a lot of fun in this world. Not a day without incident. The aristocrats were constantly starting fights, and as for the neighboring countries, it wasn't any better. According to the anchor, the Normans once again tried to invade the country, and even razed a couple of villages. In the south, bands of Mongols were raging. Generally speaking, everyone seemed to be fed up with each other. There was an explosion at the power plant. Some aristocrat was kidnapped and killed. Duels, wars, natural disasters, more interfaces here and there. This world seemed to be consumed by violence. Of course, I liked it here more and more. So many events, so much new information, but my memory was still not yet complete. A lot of this new knowledge was meshed now with Miranov's personal memories, and now it was all irretrievably entangled. There was a bang outside the window, followed by frightened screams. Should I go and have a look? No, they'll figure it out on their own. Again, I'd had too much to eat. Plus, I needed to focus on my memory. It warranted some serious work. Of course, I used to have a perfect memory. I'm a collector, and I've been collecting knowledge all my life. I found knowledge to be irresistible, and this world opened up before me a huge new realm of knowledge. There was only one thing that was a pity. The book scene here was a complete disaster, and this so-called internet was completely under the control of the state and noble families. Yes, you could correspond with others, leave comments, write articles, but should you publish an entire book, the punishment was execution. And the price of books, well, they were expensive, very costly, especially books about magic. Again I realized that no, it was not yet the time to find the Countess. No way. Even the man at the front desk still looked askance at me. I didn't want her to do likewise. So I first needed to finish buffing up my body, and that required a lot of energy and food. And yes, my memory needed the most attention. Having digested such a large intake of food, I then plunged into meditation. I was no idiot hero, nor even a knight, although in my world knights made up a special class of idiots. I thought then about the dragon catcher, Ul-Mizharski, who took upon himself the feat of battling the misty dragon, and on top of this, in order to ensure the feat was both colorful and legendary, he left behind his squad. However, he didn't even make it to the dragon's cave. In fact, it was his squad who'd been killing the dragons all along, while he simply watched from a safe distance and firmly believed that all of their victories were his. Somehow I'd let my mind wander. Returning to meditation, I began to correct damaged magical channels, speed up thought processes, and develop those parts of the brain where information would be stored. I can't say I was done with the matter, but this was a start at least. I sat in meditation for more than an hour, but it was worth it, as after this I'd find it easier to cope. My memory was already better, and I had money, so I went downstairs to see the innkeeper. Television was one thing, but the information derived from it was superficial and incomplete. Good. I started to greet him but glanced out the window and didn't understand anything. Was it morning or night? It looked like it was just starting to get light. "Hello there." "Back at you," smiled the sleepy innkeeper, a bearded man of indeterminate age. He looked like he was 40-something. "Do you have a delivery service, or can I send a message off?" "But of course, I can send Valoron for you," he said. "It will cost you 5 rubles. That's the cost for expedited service." "I want some books." I listed all of the books I required, and his eyes grew wider and wider. All I wanted were textbooks on history, geography, and natural science. The books were published by the state and so weren't costly. The price ranged from 1 to 5 rubles. But had I asked for books on magic, the price would have been significantly more. I also asked for materials on the art of healing, but the innkeeper immediately warned me that such books didn't come cheap. Fire magic might cost you something like 300 rubles, but healers were even more costly to train, and they were also the most useless. I just gave him 5,000 rubles and told him to find me something. What was worth noting is that only the nobility were allowed to write and sell books on magic, and it was the families who set the price for these books. The state didn't like this because the population couldn't develop thusly, but it couldn't do anything about it. All state-printed books on magic simply disappeared from the shelves. The aristocrats didn't want any competitors. What idiocy! It left me speechless. It occurred to me that I could purchase a stolen electronic version on the black market, but I simply dismissed the thought. First, I'd find out what I could learn from the local sages. Instead of Valoron, the innkeeper called 2 bouncers. They were weakly gifted, but they both looked like bears. I doubted that anybody would mess with these 2. They headed off to the bookstore. Meanwhile, I sat at a table and ordered some tea. It wasn't anything special, but it was still nice. And as I sipped it, I looked out the window. The view of the awakening city was beautiful. Outside, the street lights were gradually flickering out. The street cleaners were shuffling down the pavement pushing their brooms, and the rare passers-by not fully awake were going about their business. But I was not allowed to enjoy the peace for long. Within half an hour, the 2 brutes were back and walked up to me, where they hoisted a hefty stack of books onto the table. Next to it, they set a carved wooden box. "What's this?" I asked in surprise, indicated the box. Such boxes were usually used for valuables. "This is a book about the healing art from Emmanuel. You know, he taught it." One of the bouncers was unable to pronounce the author's name and stared at his buddy with a pleading look. He, though, looked equally clueless and avoided my gaze by staring at the wall. Like this was the best that we could find. The author, they say, is already 107 years old, which means he is the strongest healer in the country. The book has been translated into 9 languages, so there you go," he said, having repeated what the bookseller had told him. Meanwhile, I opened the box and began to look at the book. On the last page I found a photo of this Emmanuel of Kaunas, the first professor of the foremost, largest European academy of healing. "What do you mean, this guy?" I pointed at the photo of what looked like a half-dead man. "Is he really just 107 years old? Maybe they forgot to add a 0 at the end." Damn divino," shrugged the big bull, and spinning on his heel, he left to get back to his warm bed. The photograph revealed an ancient, old man. How was it he looked so aged at such a young age? No, commoners rarely lived that long, but a healer, I looked much better at 300. And even after 1,000 years, I would hardly have declined so much. I decided to open this book later, but already I had doubts about what I could learn from Emmanuel. And returning to my room, I dove right into the other books: world history, jurisprudence, foreign languages. The only way to improve my memory was to fill it with as much knowledge as possible, and to do this regularly. I sat there all day, sometimes ordering more food from room service, and I couldn't tear myself away, because there was even more interesting stuff in this world than I could have imagined. What was this book called Young Electronics all about? It was incredible, and I was filled with pleasure until I reached the most expensive book. It had cost me 1,500 rupees, and this was a considerable amount. Imagine my disappointment as soon as I opened the first page. Within half an hour I could hardly contain my anger. Yes, this dude Emmanuel should be burned at the stake, along with his books, set them on fire. How could he write such tripe? I mean, he was responsible for the fragile minds of young healers who listened to him and respected him. What a loser, though. Not a professor at all, just an idiot with a staff, a total minus. His research could only perpetrate harm, and no one reading this book could learn to become a healer from it. What's this he had to say about magic channels? Had he ever even tried to apply his knowledge? If he had, he might as well call it administering last aid. No other way to put it. Just for fun, I flipped to the middle of the book and read a bit of his thinking, suggesting that studying anatomy would only harm the professional qualities of a healer. Then I simply threw his vile book into the fireplace. I sat there for another 10 minutes until I'd calmed down a little. Okay, I still had a slew of interesting books, and so there was no point in sitting here seething. But before reading still more, I went downstairs and again asked the innkeeper for a favor. "A telephone. It's not cheap," said the man, after hearing my request. "And as all the shops are closed, we'll have to wait until tomorrow." In this world, phones were not uncommon, but I'd still call them a luxury item. That policeman had an official one that belonged to the state, and an ordinary person was unlikely to be able to afford such equipment. I ordered a simpler one, but it would still cost me around 800 rupees. On the other hand, it was a far better investment than buying that book on the healing arts. I guess I could have resold the book, but then I couldn't live with myself. In fact, I should ensure that all other copies were destroyed, to prevent any others from being exposed to such heresy. Anyway, I went back to studying literature, and then meditation, restoration of the body and mind, and so on in a circle. I needed to grow stronger. Being weak was an unaffordable luxury, no matter which world I was in. I also kept on replenishing my energy reserves. Food is good, sleep is good too, but there are other ways to extract energy much faster. So sometimes at night I'd leave the inn and wander the streets. From time to time, ungifted thugs tried to rob me, and I managed to steal some vitality from these types. I did my best not to kill any of them, but once I failed. I'd gone overboard. The robber had a knife, and I appeared just as he raised his weapon over a man who was screaming at the top of his lungs. Skinny, puny, and clearly weak. And as the robber's knife was caked in blood, clearly this wasn't his first violent act. He was also gifted, although not very. I drained him to the last drop, but first I put his victim to sleep. I didn't need witnesses. Anyway, in just a couple of days I collected enough supplies to produce what I'd been preparing for so long. I'd intended to save some money, but after another of my outings I realized my funds were running low. I only had enough left for a few days more, and then I'd have to find a new source of income. Not that this was a problem. I'd learned a lot about this new world, and that included how to make money. That's what I planned on doing tomorrow. Chapter 8. Estate of Professor Emmanuel, First Physician and Minister of Health of the Principality of Lithuania. Hic. So old that he looked like he was on his last legs. He was awakened by his own hiccups in the middle of the night. "Sebastian!" he yelled, rising from the bed. His hands were shaking so hard that he could hardly lift the glass of water to his mouth. But then another hiccup caused him to spill water all over the bed. "Damnation!" swore the old man, as he set about stripping his pajamas off. He didn't have to wait long for assistance. A disheveled servant ran into the bedroom to help his master. Professor Emmanuel tried drinking water, holding his breath, and he even tried employing his healing abilities. But his magic wasn't up to the task, as it was too weak. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the hiccups. The night flew by unnoticed as he went on hiccuping, and this was followed by the day. He had to cancel all lectures and appointments, and towards evening all of the luminaries of the medicinal arts, including a handful of geniuses, convened in his residence. Even so, their combined efforts did nothing more than slightly lessen the severity of the attack. They lasted for 3 entire days, and it was only when the old man was about to die from exhaustion they suddenly stopped on their own. And yet Emmanuel had no idea how this affliction had beset him in the first place, and what was to be done about them next time. It seemed like he had better stop publishing books on the art of healing. Looks like I've got everything I need. I looked at the food laid out on plates. A lot of plates, actually. So many. But that's what was required for the process of rapidly overhauling the body. I had to have enough fuel. It had taken me several days to prepare for this. I was now close to being totally out of money, but I was confident that everything would work out. I'd also accumulated a lot of energy. I'd spent the past 2 nights walking through dark alleys attracting the notice of the unsavory. All sorts of creeps wanted a piece of the skinny boy walking all alone around unlit streets. Oh, how infuriated I was by my weakness. I was well aware of the fact that time was slipping through my fingers, but I couldn't do anything about it. But it was high time that I made my way to the Countess, claimed my rights, and took custody of her. And yet I couldn't do that just yet. I had to be strong enough, and since I wasn't, it was time to do something about that. And I mean on the double. Hopefully all I needed was another week. We'll see. Anyway, it's not like I promised old Bulatov I'd make a beeline for the castle. He too realized I needed to be stronger, and he wasn't even sure his daughter was even alive. And if she was and all was well with her, then a couple of weeks or a month wouldn't make any difference. So then, as Bulatov himself had given me time, I might as well take full advantage of it. Breathe in, breathe out, and let's begin. Most important of all, I had to stay focused. Thus, before shutting down my hearing and also, in part, my vision, I started shoveling food into my mouth. I didn't even bother chewing it. It's not like I was going to choke. In just a couple of minutes, I'd already inhaled several pounds of meat, some kind of fish, and a big loaf of bread. As for the veggies, of course I didn't neglect them. I'd planned what to order in advance. I knew what I needed down to the micro-element, and also in what quantity, to overhaul my body. And only when I didn't think I could fit any more calories in me did I launch the process. The energy spread throughout my body, creating heat, and every cell was pierced by severe pain. I would have loved to manage the pain, but I lacked the resources to do that. And it's not like I didn't know what I was getting into. In truth, I could take a lot of pain, and so didn't need to manage it. It is, after all, part of life, a feeling we all have. Really, if you hurt, that means you're not dead yet. My bones were crunching and my muscles began stretching and tearing my skin. I paid it no mind, though, and kept on absorbing the food I'd consumed. It took some work to digest it all so quickly, but it had to be done. If I didn't have enough building materials all at once, then to add more later after the process was completed would be problematic. In theory, the process of overhauling the body should have taken half an hour, but instead it took an hour and a half, and then finally my body began to look like that of a normal person. No more did I look like a skinny little runt. Now, when I looked in the mirror, I saw a well-fed, strong young man. Oh, and I had a full head of hair again. Better do something about that. Before, I had thin, listless hair, and even some bald spots. Now I needed a trim. And yes, I'd better shave. Good thing I had some energy reserves for this. A wave of warmth swept through my body, my muscles filled with strength, and I made my way to the bathroom to groom myself. Phew! I exhaled as I exited a cold shower. I felt good. Now I had a body I could work with. It was a laborious process, overhauling one's physique, but it had to be done. I changed my muscle structure, reset some bones and ligaments, increased my mass, slightly corrected the functioning of my internal organs, and most importantly, I'd adjusted the positioning of my magical channels. They were a mess before, all twisted and tangled, and this interfered with their functioning. Now, it was better, although still far from ideal. All in all, I still had work to do. This included further developing my muscles. They were bigger now, and yes, I was looking pretty good, but it's not like I was seriously buff now, as if I'd been pumping iron. Anyway, moderation in everything. But I was still lacking in strength, and my network of capillaries wasn't yet properly developed, nor was my overall structure itself ideal. But all of that was fixable, at least. All I needed was vital energy, delicious food, and, yes, time. The food for sure had to be tasty. I didn't come to this world to suffer and eat slop. I'd ordered new clothes in advance. I knew roughly what size I would need, and was aware I'd have to throw away my old clothes. No way I could squeeze into them now, even if I wanted to. And so now that I'd put myself together, I checked myself out of my room. It was the dead of night now, and the desk clerk was sleeping in his back room. I didn't see any reason to awaken him. I wanted to leave this place without witnesses, because otherwise the dramatic changes in my appearance would draw notice. Right now, stealth was of the essence. No need to attract attention. I'd paid for the room in advance. Skipping out on debts was not part of my code, and in fact, the Order's charter prohibited doing so, which is why we were respected in every corner of my former world. Once I was outside, I looked at my phone. I'd located the place in advance, but it was pretty far away, and so I kept referring to the map as I made my way there. I needed to find a cheaper inn, as all I had left was around 200 rubles, along with a few kopecks. And it's not like I could go crazy with that amount. I didn't even stop along the way. I'd already cleared this area, so there wasn't anyone around to pester me. Many of the vagrants were still sleeping, and others were in the refuse bins, since I'd made ashes out of them. I went to a rather poor neighborhood near the docks. Despite the late hour, people were bustling about. I saw some drunken fights and brawls here and there, and heard swearing and screaming from all about. A black cat ran across the road, meowing angrily. In our world, this was a good omen. It meant that a successful deal lay ahead, or something like that. I, of course, didn't believe in superstitions, but the commoners were fond of omens. I collected them just for fun. For example, if a dragon was circling over the city, it meant rain was in the forecast. Fiery rain, of course, but this was only if the dragon was fiery. Yes, there was such an omen. Indeed. Hey, bro, got a little to spare? Gimme 50 kopecks, what say? A kid who looked like he was 12 or so tugged at my sleeve. I won't fucking forget it. What do you need it for? I paused and looked at him. What a little rascal. He'd interrupted my thoughts. For booze and women, what else? Sheesh! He burst out laughing and I moved on. Just kidding. I want to eat. I'm hungry. My guts are cramping from hunger. I didn't even waste time on diagnostics. I just opened my backpack, fished out 2 sandwiches and handed them to him. Oh! He was surprised but accepted the sandwiches. Surely he'd have to work a week for sandwiches like that. But I need money, he sputtered, but then collected his thoughts. Wait, I need textbooks on the history of our great ruler. Yeah, that's it. Well, here you go. I shrugged, and this time I fished out the very textbook the guy was looking for. I'd already read it from cover to cover and remembered everything. I didn't plan on reading it again. Holy shit! The boy scratched his head but still accepted my gift, and I was finally able to continue on my way. What if I asked him for a whore? Would he pull her out of his backpack too? He muttered, staring after me in surprise. And again I thought about how much I still had to study and get accomplished. My knowledge of history, for example, was at the middle school level, but there were many other countries around this world, and I should also know as much as possible about them. Although clearly most of the other nations were enemies of the one I was in, and even those who weren't out-and-out enemies bore this country ill will on the sly. Why was that? Well, anyway, this is where I'd ended up, and so this was now my country. Simple as that. Initially, I decided to stay at a cheap inn with a tavern. There were sailors everywhere here, and not adverse to drinking too much and robbing whomever, or starting a few fights for their own amusement, even if only with other sailors. No matter the world, there are places like this, and they are always located on the outskirts of large cities. Here, too, the port district was overrun by thieves and other bandits. And even despite the transformation, I still looked somewhat lacking. Yes, I had muscles, but I wasn't cut, and although I was tall enough, I was of average height. Anyway, at least I had given myself an okay haircut, but just the same, I might as well let a professional barber do his thing at some point. I felt like a black crow. While walking, I did not encounter a single aristocrat, not even one down on his luck. They were barred from coming here. Their appearance would immediately attract unnecessary attention, leading to aggression. But like I mentioned already, I needed a lot of energy, a whole lot, and there was more than enough of it here. The fast way for me to get it was to take it, pull it out of a still living body, absorb it, and apply it to my own needs. But I wasn't some kind of maniac. It would be much easier to walk through dark gateways and catch innocent victims, but no, my order's charter, even if it didn't really apply here, would never allow me to do this, nor would my core principles. But I had no problem with draining the life out of anyone who thought they had the right to kill. If you specialize in robbing and slaying others, then that means you yourself are ready to die. So that meant open hunting season to me. If you're living by the law of the jungle where might makes right, then do me a favor, don't complain. Fuck! Roared a hunk of meat that flew out of the door of the inn. Anyway, looks like I'd found it, but the sign wasn't much help. I was just walking up to the entrance when I had to jump aside. Just then another drunken body came sailing out the door, thudding on the ground and rolling down the wooden steps, only to plow into the dirty snowbank. Good evening! I greeted the proprietor as I walked in. I had to raise my voice so that he could hear me, as it was surprisingly noisy inside. 50 sailors were braying as if competing for the attention of the entire room. They were seated at wide tables, each in their own little group. I guess even hardcore types like this had cliques. Hello, sir," he said, throwing me a look and pausing before placing special emphasis on the word sir. "What brings you here?" He was a big guy, really, around 6.5 feet tall, and his girth was triple mine, probably. I could tell that the clientele here respected him, or even feared him. I'm guessing that this was the dude who'd sent those drunks flying out the door. I want to rent a room, and I need to order some food. I need a pound of meat and half a pound of vegetables. I'd figured out what I needed to maintain my newly overhauled body. I had no reserves left as was. Come to think of it, I could also use some calcium. I'd like that meat to be on the bone, if possible. I'd have to somehow eat the bone on the sly. Didn't want to stand out. I didn't plan on ordering room service. Instead, I wanted to start hunting right away, and so I simply threw my things into the room while the food was being prepared and immediately went back downstairs. There was only one free table, it seemed, and that's where I sat. Opposite me, closer to the center of the room, was a group of morose sailors. They were sitting there, silently drinking and ordering new rounds as needed. What caught my eye, though, was a table occupied by 5 men near the window. They were a noisy group, swearing and drinking and then pledging allegiance to each other, and then all singing mournful songs together. My food arrived, and I dove into it, glancing up now and then to survey the scene. Then I crossed glances with one of the group, who enthusiastically gestured as if to say, "Join us." Sure. Looked like fun. Of course, everyone in this joint was a sailor. Such was the case in the neighboring establishment as well. Likewise with the pedestrians walking about outside. I was in the realm of ships, and those who saw them as works of art. I read in a history book what they were like before, and what they'd turned into after the interfaces started. Before, they were simple wooden boats. Now, though, they were massive steel vessels. I had no idea, even, how many people it took to make those monstrous hunks of metal move. 1,000? 2,000? Quite a few hands, in any case. In truth, that's why there were so many sailors, captains and cabin boys, and who knows who else running about the port area was part of their personnel. I'd yet to figure out the ranking system. Of course, sailors were far from saints. Not many joined the Navy if they're walking the straight and narrow, after all. In fact, many were fleeing from the arm of the law. Most, in fact. How could they be brought to justice when they were off at sea en route to who knows where? Once on shore, they'd be free to rob some aristocrat in an alien land bordering the port, and then they'd again make their getaway over the ocean. They also adhered to a code that prohibited them from touching their ship's cargo. Should you be caught violating that particular prohibition, you'd be executed. So as long as nothing happened to the valuable cargo, sailors were free to do what they wanted elsewhere. Of course, there was no guarantee that once at sea they'd reach their destination. After the interfaces, the seas became an anomalous zone. Even if a route was well known, suddenly a new coral reef might appear, or a huge iceberg. Sea creatures were also addicted to magic, and they might attack ships that were adrift in the vast expanses of the ocean. And yes, it was easy to get lost out at sea. On the water, navigation tools didn't really work. Actually, this is why planes didn't fly between continents, as only about 1 out of 5 of them ever reached their destination. The rest disappear without a trace, somewhere along the way. "Hey, don't you see me, huh?" The drunk sailor was indignant now because for the past 2 minutes he'd been waving me over. But I just looked through him and pretended that I didn't give a damn. In fact, I didn't. Give a damn, that is. Really, why was he waving at me? Let him then. I wasn't finished eating yet. I still had a little bit left. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he again shouted. "Get your butt over here." I shrugged and popped the last morsel into my mouth. Okay, now it was showtime. "I have no time for scum like you and your friends." They all stood up at once, as if this was all that they'd been waiting for. Then they all swayed towards me. I also stood up. They were barely gifted, but a bit taller than me and definitely heftier. Also, there were 5 of them and 1 of me. This was just what I needed to further my physical overhaul. I swiftly checked the status of the conductivity of my channels, the functioning of my muscles, and how my ligaments were doing. I didn't want to end up miscalculating what I could do, and if I found myself later fighting a serious opponent, it could come back to bite me. "I'm gonna show you, scum, bitch." I didn't let him finish. I poured energy into my right hand and quickly punched him in the gut. I might have killed him. I almost went too far. But when my fist made contact, I'd drawn some strength from him, and this compensated for the cost of the blow. Their blathering idiot was now doubled over and silenced. and the rest rushed at me. 2 sailors and 2 ship security officers. I could tell by their uniforms, but since the holsters of their security officers were empty, they were clearly off duty. However, although firearms weren't allowed on shore, it was a different matter when it came to blades. As soon as they flashed their daggers, though, the barman gave them a hard look. He briefly shook his head and then lowered his hand under the counter as if to say, "Don't be stupid." Really, though, that ship had already sailed. Stupid was when they decided to mess with me. As the security professionals hesitated, I checked out my reach, aiming at the regular sailors. And I confess it was less than ideal. I needed to make a point of practicing some of these moves. I still managed to hit one of them in the chest, giving him bronchitis in a matter of seconds. So what? He'd get some rest and heal up. Anyway, his lungs were a mess, and now, well, things were about to get worse. Meanwhile, the second one tried to land his fist in my face. Gosh, I wasn't here to show off. And so I turned my right cheek toward him after swiftly reinforcing the bones. I wasn't about to lie down and die, but I let him land the blow, and a nasty smile spread over the bastard's face. I spat a couple of teeth out and answered him in kind, driving my fist into his jaw. Bam! There was a crunching sound, and he crumpled to the floor like a rag doll. With the 2 security henchmen, things were more difficult. They were trained for altercations, after all, and had probably been in a lot more fights. Not that it made any difference. I juggled my energy output, all the while tuning into my body, and I struck blow after blow whilst pumping out as much vitality as I could from them. And the longer we grappled, the worse they looked. In the end, they themselves lay down on the floor like a couple of wet rags. They were virtually totally drained of energy. I was doing great, though. Thanks to these would-be bruisers, I'd managed to conduct a full diagnostic and identify a couple of weak points that warranted eliminating. Okay, that was fun. Now that I was done with adults, I sat back down and took a sip of wine. It tasted terrible, but I needed to show that I, too, was a drunk. It was all part of the show, and I was expelling the wine as soon as I drank it. Not that it could hurt me, rather it was awful stuff that I didn't want in me. To my surprise, all 5 bruisers were swiftly ejected from the tavern. The bartender grabbed each one by the scruff of the neck and sent them flying, just like the 2 previous drunks. What a shame. Yet I wasn't about to interfere with him. I'd already taken my things to my room and didn't want to move again. Then he again stationed himself behind the bar. "How much do I owe?" I approached him once I'd finished my glass of wine. "2.30, the innkeeper answered calmly. No complaints about the fight. Of course, he'd seen who started it. "Oh, but," he muttered when I pulled out my 200-ruble bill. That was all I had left, actually. I mean, it was essentially pocket change, but it was more than I needed to display. I was sure I didn't have more to wave about, but this would do. I figure I'd attracted enough notice. I saw out of the corner of my eye that several glances were cast our way. "By the way, did those losers pay up?" I nodded towards the exit as the bartender was giving me my change. "It's okay. I know who needs to pay in advance." He shrugged. "I've been at this a while." And yes, he looked like nobody's fool. I made a point of paying for the room right then. "The room is over there," he yelled after me as I headed toward the exit. "I know. I want to clear my head. Your wine is very strong." I barely restrained myself from saying something else, like, "Your wine tastes like troll sweat." "I wouldn't recommend it." He shook his head. "But it's your life," he said, looking like he thought he was seeing me for the last time. "No worries, friend." I'd flashed my wealth on purpose, and now I was about to draw energy from low-lives who merited it. I walked along the embankment, looked down a couple of dark alleys, and strolled along the main street. I was about to head back to the inn when I encountered him. All of this time, a guy from the tavern had been tracking me. He was sure I didn't notice him, and so he wasn't focused on being stealthy. But I'd have noticed him even if I'd been blindfolded. He stank to high heaven. I didn't need to diagnose him or waste my energy. He clearly had kidney problems. That was the kind of thing that produced a special odor. "Stop right there." A small group of sailors emerged. and one of them came forward. Was it an officer or a captain? What have we here? We had a higher rank before us. I could tell by the uniform and shoulder straps. He faced up with me while his cohorts blocked the narrow street. Not that I had any intention of running away. If you need directions, the sea is that way. I pointed towards the embankment. Looks like you're lost or something. Aren't you the funny one? The captain bared his teeth. Sailors always know where the sea is. We just delivered some valuable cargo for the crown, and now we're tired. We risked our lives, that's what. Don't you want to treat a group of brave sailors to some liquid refreshment? Do you always ask for handouts with a weapon in your hands? I smiled, indicating the short cutlasses in the hands of his crew. They'd drawn them in advance, while their captain was in no hurry. We feel less anxious with our weapons at hand. One of the sailors laughed. It's the best way to inspire generosity. And over the cash and your stuff as well. I don't have time to fool around with your kind. The captain said, snarling now, and also reaching for his weapon. I don't have much money, almost nothing, I shrugged. I saw him, waving banknotes in the tavern. The one who'd been tailing me cut in. He was still behind me to cut off any attempt to flee. Thinks he's a big shot, and he's also an aristocrat. Look at the ring on his finger. Well, if you know that I'm an aristocrat. I smiled again, activating the magic. I simply concentrated the energy of my palm and colored it red. Even in my world, not everyone could do this. As for this place, it was even more of a rarity. Red represented fire, and green, healing. Next, the fire energy began swirling like a tiny whirlwind, but I didn't release the energy. That would be too costly. Anyway, they were impressed. I told you. I said we needed Ignat. I knew it. Good thing we brung him in, muttered one of the sailors, looking hopefully at the captain. Now, boy, you will find out what your aristocratic tender ass is worth against the captain of the 5th rank of His Majesty's North Sea Fleet. And with these words, Ignat drew his blade, which instantly acquired a greenish, or rather, even an acidic glow. That meant poison magic. It was totally different from the energy of the healer, a very rare gift, and one of the most vile. He could even kill a much stronger opponent. One scratch and your adversary would be dead, regardless of his strength, regalia, and other qualities. There'd be nothing to help him. At least, almost nothing. We commenced fighting. All I could do was dodge his lightning attacks. Meanwhile, no one else jumped into the fray. All they did was surround us and chatter about how Ignat was going to take me down because Ignat was awesome. I was unarmed. Thus, I had nothing with which to strike him, and so all I could do was jump out of the way as needed and try to break through his defenses. I could at least weaken him, reduce his vision, cause muscle cramps. But he was strong, and my energy reserves weren't the best. I didn't have much juice left, and needed to conserve. Then the battle ended as quickly as it began. The poisoned blade lightly flicked me on the cheek, and the captain stepped back and sheathed his sword. Then he turned his back to me, heading for the others. My cheek began festering around the cut, and theoretically I should have been screaming in pain, but his imprudence took my breath away. That's it. He's a dead man. When he falls, take everything you find from him, half to me, the rest for you. That's the deal, the bastard was saying, and that's when I snapped to. I mean, really? Did he really turn his back on me right in the middle of a fight? Did he really sheath his sword? Was he really thinking he'd brought me to my knees? Gosh, I needed to show him what humiliation looks like. To the astonishment of the onlookers, I took 2 big leaps toward the captain and kicked him hard in the balls. Wham! Bam! Just like that. A deathly silence ensued, and everyone heard a resounding crack and crunch. Then the mage of poison groaned and slid to the ground. Ah, yes, that's what a full-force strike was worth. I'd poured a lot of energy into my muscles, and I even tore a couple of them, but his wanton assholeness could not go unpunished. And they'll remember that kick, yes they would. Some childhood memories suddenly came flooding back. There was a popular game in our courtyard called Cocho Ball. The goal was to kick the ball so that it flew upwards as high as possible. And not to brag, I never lost. My record back then was 160 feet. I would guess that the velocity at which I'd hit this bastard's ball would equal at least 300 feet. The sailors had not yet come out of their stupor, but I grabbed the bastard captain by the hair, and dragging him to the wall, I slammed his head into the stonework over and over again. I did it calmly, taking care not to kill him. I still needed to drain him. What the hell is that racket? The shutters were thrown open right above us, and a portly woman leaned out. She was holding a pail in her hands, and apparently was about to dump it out on us. Oh! She squeaked, and immediately drew back, seeing the captain's face looking like raw meat, and me smiling from ear to ear. Was that someone knocking at the window? But here you are, and... You're okay then, son? Okay then, later. The woman muttered quietly, and she ducked back behind the shutters. What are you standing around for? I turned to the sailors, frozen in a daze. Finally, they started coming to their senses. First two of them shouted something and rushed at me, followed by the others. I enjoyed the look on their faces when the wound on my neck healed in just a couple of seconds. To make this happen, I'd had to pump out some strength from the first attacker. But these guys, well, they weren't all even weakly gifted. Only about half of them were, and even then, well, they possessed no more than a few granules of strength. This was child's play. I snatched the captain's cutlass and made short work of each one in turn. Then I ensured none of them died from blood loss and threw them all in a pile. If I were to drain them to the last drop one by one, I'd be here until morning. So I decided to create a chain of unity. To this end, I drew certain runes on them and sat down next to them. I generated a nice flow of energy from the pile then, no more than what my channels could take. Were I to exceed what I needed, I could end up injuring myself, and that would be stupid. Of course, I had to spend some of the energy on the runes, but doing it this way was a big time saver. Excuse me, I heard the voice of the matronly woman addressing me again as I sat on the mound of bodies. I really do need to empty this bucket. Can I do it right here? She indicated the ditch near the house. I won't get in your way. I'll be quick. It's nothing foul, just water. My drain is clogged and I don't know what to do. No problem. Go right ahead. I gestured toward the ditch and again plunged into my thoughts. While sitting atop my heap of enemies, thoughts were plentiful. I didn't even notice her after that. What was remarkable, though, was how she kept her head down, not even looking at me at all. Good girl. She knew how to mind her own business. In another half hour, the bodies were all dried up like mummies, and soon they would disintegrate into dust. I quickly rummaged through their pockets and collected some money. I left the weapons behind, though. I read that by law, captains in the Imperial fleet cannot be killed. That is, not unless they started the fight, but how to prove this? Oh. I stood up with a heavy sigh. I'd overeaten. I'd taken in so much strength that now I could launch the next body overhaul, or else I could simply increase my current repository. Time to do something about it, I think. Right now, that's what needed the most work. Perhaps I should adjust the membranes. The channels needed serious attention as well. I wanted to do it all. There was so much that needed attention. These were my thoughts as I slowly headed back to my room at the inn above the tavern. I was glad it wasn't too far away. I planned my walk so that I wouldn't have to drag myself across half this city later on. Help! Help me, somebody! Please! Here we go again, I exclaimed when I heard a woman scream. She wasn't far away, down the next alley even. I could just keep on going. It's not like this wasn't business as usual around here. But the girl kept on screaming, and I was overcome by curiosity. I couldn't help it. That's my way. I soon came across an interesting scene. I had no regrets about showing up for it. A portal had opened right in the middle of the slums, and two ragamuffins in simple cotton clothes were strutting about. They looked like peasants from the Middle Ages or something. I read about such types in a history textbook. One was huge and wielded a giant broadsword. It looked incredibly heavy. In his other hand he was clasping a writhing girl. The other peasant was smaller, armed with a crossbow. He also had a small knife on his belt suitable for, say, lopping off a hunk of bread. In short, the first one looked like a hunter, and the second more like, say, a woodcutter. Surprisingly, I could feel the magic in them. More precisely, on them. Quite quickly, I realized that this magic was contained in a small pendant around the crossbowman's neck. An artifact, that is. The crossbowman was looking about for other potential prisoners, peering around every corner, but as luck would have it, he hadn't spotted me yet. That being said, there were less than 100 yards separating us. They were also quarreling and seemed to be in a hurry. They didn't want to have to close the portal so soon, and it seemed like they had to. Okay, it would be stupid and dangerous to attack this twosome. I couldn't tell what their artifacts could do from where I was. I should, in fact, move on before they noticed me. Would I do that? Just leave? Of course not. This was the first interface I'd come across. I needed to study it. Hey, lowlives! I waved at the duo, and their mouths fell open in surprise. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. They said nothing in response. The crossbowman sneered at me, and then I heard a click. The bolt headed straight for my chest. Chapter 9. Personal study in the mansion of the entrepreneur, Smaroidonov. He opened yet another bottle of expensive cognac and filled his glass. For hours now he'd been on edge. The past few days had been especially trying. First, there was that strange guy he decided to help by giving him a lift to the city, simply out of the kindness of his heart. No strings attached, just like that. We all need a helping hand when life throws a curveball. Smaroidonov knew this firsthand. Once a stranger had helped him, and ever since, Smaroidonov had helped out whenever he'd seen someone in need. Sure, on the way into the city, some creeps had tried to attack them, but they didn't pose a threat to the cargo that he was transporting from his factory. The Imperial Guard accompanying them was responsible for security, since the merchandise was intended for the army. Subsequently, it was loaded onto a ship, after which hundreds of thousands of enhanced missiles were en route over the sea to somewhere in the Far East. Actually, that's why they'd killed those creeps who'd attacked them, and then the guards had cleared out their lair so that any others would be discouraged. It had been amusing, even, watching how those arrogant, weakly gifted thugs thought that they could get past two strong masters. Clink. Several pieces of ice fell to the bottom of the glass, and Smaroidonov poured more cognac. Of course, before he could take a sip, he needed to calm down some more, because the stress of what he'd undergone with his darling wife was such that his hands were still shaking, and it was all because of what that strange young man had said. As soon as Smaroidonov dropped him off in the city center, the guy asked if he could whisper something in his ear. Smaroidonov assumed he was going to ask for money, or at least a loan. But he decided to humor him because the young man's eyes were surprisingly wise. They were the eyes of an adult, or even an old man. And what the old young man told him had turned the entrepreneur's world upside down in a flash. Your wife has a tumor right above the fetus. He quietly repeated the boy's words and his hands started shaking even more. And then the guy had said that it would all go away on its own, but that his wife needed to refrain from using her gift for the next couple of days. Of course, Smaroidonov hadn't believed the strange young man, but since he loved his wife with all his heart, he decided, just in case, to play it safe. He immediately took her to the best clinic in the city for a full examination. This tumor is incurable, he recalled the doctor's words, and the doc went on, adding a lot of incomprehensible detail. He said that the tumor was tied to magical channels and created some kind of cyclicity in them, and that for whatever reason there was no medical solution, but that they'd have to remove the fetus, and then she'd no longer be able to get pregnant. Unless they did as the doctor recommended, she would die, and they couldn't be sure that the child would be saved. But the Smaroidonov's wife flatly refused to let them touch her or her baby. No amount of exhortations or persuasion would change her mind. She did, however, refrain from using her gift. And that is why Smaroidonov was sitting by the fireplace, in a comfortable chair, drinking cognac. His hands were still shaking, but gradually the storm of emotions was beginning to subside. This was because the latest examination showed that his wife's health was fine, and even better than before the pregnancy. There was no longer any tumor at all, and the doctors said that most likely they'd erred in thinking there had been one. This happens, although very rarely. It turns out that it wasn't I who helped you. Rather, the man smiled, looking somewhere into space. And if our paths cross again, and for some reason I am sure they will, then I'll repay my debt to you. What a wonderful and kind world it was, though. I'd felt this right away, as soon as I arrived here. Take right now, the crossbowman was smiling at me, and I, in turn, was smiling at the crossbowman, and then the crossbow itself smiled, and a moment later the bolt was sticking out of my right shoulder. By the way, it wasn't much of a bolt. Poor quality. It was clearly not created by a master of the craft, and the quality of the materials was also lacking. But still, these materials differed from what could be found locally in terms of magical conductivity and their reaction to energy. These were my thoughts, although, I admit, I'm no expert. The crossbowman shouted joyfully then, and ran towards me, and I smiled again. In fact, I understood what he was saying, which was to be expected. I learned long ago what interfaces were, and what characterized them. One of their features was that everyone could understand the off-worlders who emerged from the portals. Were I to jump into the portal now, I could speak their language. The smiling crossbowman ran up to me because he assumed that he could capture me while I was still warm. But the bolt with a hunk of my flesh still on it, which I'd moments ago ripped from my breast, was now smiling from his backside. It was firmly lodged in his butt. One thing about these interfaces is that traditionally the goal had been to capture and enslave the locals. Slaves had been, and to some extent still are, a high-value commodity, but eventually there were so many slaves out there that their value dropped, and over time more and more knowledge about neighboring worlds was accrued, such that everyone came to understand that there were no other things of value to be stolen. This led to wars that went beyond simple search expeditions. Just the same, slaving was still at the top of the agenda. Now the crossbowman was no longer smiling. Now he was screaming and clutching his head in his hands. Well, what did you expect? Yes, his vision was cut off, but only for half an hour. I mean, what would be the point of blinding him forever? That would be a waste of energy. He no longer posed a threat and couldn't even run very far. And now I could take a closer look at the artifact he wore. It was some beast's fang inscribed with flickering runes that hung on a string around his neck. So I'd guessed right in thinking this was a protective artifact. It reflected any physical attacks from the outside, and this included bullets and even swords, and although it wasn't a large artifact, it was fully charged. A useful thing. I was glad I'd shown up. Having dealt with the crossbowman, and after quickly healing the wound on my chest, I turned my attention to the big guy. He was just standing there, frowning at me. Seeing that I'd quickly dealt with my chest wound, he shook his head. Then he threw the girl off his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and made his way towards me. And no, this guy wasn't smiling. The girl, meanwhile, started crawling off, and once she was far enough away from the both of us, she got up and ran. I wondered what the odds were that she'd send some help my way. For whatever reason, I didn't think they were great. The big man was still frowning, slowly stomping towards me. I decided not to waste any time, and so I knocked the crossbowman down and picked up his weapon. Then I took the quiver from him and extracted a bolt. My opponent had that huge sword of his, and he himself was a monster. He was gigantic, and judging by how easily he held that outsized broadsword, he was incredibly strong. I'd have a hard time tangling with him, and it would sap a lot of my energy to mess with his carcass. But that would make me a total idiot were I to opt to engage him in close combat. But I did know how to use a crossbow, and it would be hard to miss a target like him at 90 feet, and so I aimed at his head while he grunted in surprise. "You're an interesting off-worlder," the big man growled. You did notice the protective artifact he was wearing, right? And he pointed the tip of his sword at the blinded crossbowman. I'm wearing one just like it on my chest. Do you think you're going to get around that with his crossbow? And he nodded at the now cocked weapon I had aimed right at him. I just shrugged. No way I could fight him hand to hand. Okay, risk it. Shoot once, he growled, spreading his arms wide as he urged me to pull the trigger. And then I'll cut you in half. Sheesh. Idiot. The crossbow clicked dully, and with a short whistle the bolt flew into his forehead. The tip passed through and froze, extending from the back of his head. There wasn't even any blood, a clear shot, exactly in the center of his skull. And a second later, the amazed giant collapsed onto the paving stones with a thunderous crash. I tried to tell you, idiot. I walked up to him and lightly kicked him to see if maybe he'd survived. But no, you just had to die, even though I'd fired a bolt into your friend's ass. So then, have you figured out how your protection failed you? It's folly to rely solely on protective amulets. Really, artifacts in general are not fail-safe. The main thing is personal strength, and everything else is icing on the cake. And if you're facing off against a healer, just forget about artifacts altogether. Ideally, of course, you should turn and run, without looking back, showering the healer with apologies as you flee. Make sure you're sincere. Then you can maybe get away. But still, be ready for the consequences, at the very least, some nasty sores. In my world, this is common knowledge from ages past, and healers are treated with respect, and sometimes they are feared. It was child's play for me to bypass the protection provided by the artifact. All I had to do was charge the crossbow bolt with healing power, and that was all it took to cancel out the defenses provided by the artifact. Who in their right mind would block a healer's energy? So my weapon was recognized as an attempt to heal wounds. In effect, a weapon endowed with a soft tissue restoration spell can't be beat. Now he didn't even have blood flowing from his ass, just the tail of the bolt protruding from it, and this made it easier for me to blind him. My energy penetrated into his body far more easily through the wound, and thus I didn't have to use as much. Too bad this didn't work as well with bullets, not unless you could create them with otherworldly materials. Just the same, it wouldn't be worth it. They weigh too little and fly too fast, and due to overheating, part, or even all of the energy would simply burn out and dissipate. At the same time, somewhere in a dark corner of the slums, the girl sat pressed against the wall, shaking all over. She hid behind a refuse bin, but the stench didn't bother her. She shrank into the dark, listening to every little sound, but there was nothing going on in her immediate environment. So she could get up and summon help. She didn't even need to get up even. She was right by a busy street with masses of drunken sailors, and she wouldn't have to worry about them hurting her. If these sailors heard about the interface, they'd rush to get whatever valuables they could from it. When the huge off-worlder grabbed her, at first she thought she could fight back. Or, if a savior were to appear, she could at least help him out. That's what she thought. But once she was free, she decided that actually it was every man for himself. So she sat behind the refuge bin until the morning, and then went home, circling in a wide arc, the place where, not long ago, she was almost dragged into another world. 5 minutes later, still the same dark alley. Well, why do you need this? I calmly repeated my question, but my captive continued to yell something incomprehensible. About his eyes, about his ass, and about how he wanted to go home. Enough already! Again about home! I got it! But why did you come here? The off-worlder was still alive, and I'd already filled up with energy. Alien energy, yes, but that made it no less pleasant. I'd say it made it even better, as this thin, short little man contained so much energy that I was almost overflowing. My magical channels and my repositories simply weren't equipped to deal with the volume. I had to constantly control the force of the flow from the crossbowman, and this was a rather boring and dreary process. All I could do really was relieve the boredom by talking with him. You come here all the time, but people from this world don't bother you. On the contrary, they are trying to close the interfaces. True, I got all this info from the internet and television. It is possible that it was all crapola provided by the authorities for mass consumption, while they themselves weren't really opposed to these interfaces. Although I'd watched the news just yesterday, an interface had occurred on the estate of a noble aristocrat, and many of his servants had perished. "Ah, ah, ah!" yelled the crossbowman, trying to fight the paralysis. Yes, I could have simply tied him up, but I had more than enough energy right then. I didn't even know what to do with it all. But my greed would not allow me to leave a single granule behind. I didn't damage his vocal cords, hoping for a constructive dialogue, and I hoped until the last. Yes, I too am from another world if you want to know, and so I've gone through 4 interfaces and I know quite a bit about them. I carried out countless experiments and they led me to a conclusion. Do you want to hear it? I gave my captive a playful kick, but he said nothing. He was dead. I was wondering why the flow of energy had stopped. Well, okay, I already had more than enough. Any more and it would do more damage than good. And anyway, better not linger. Someone might look down this alley to see what was going on. Time to remove all traces and then disappear. First, I searched the pockets of the 2 off-worlders. I took out a handful of various coins and tossed them into my bag. Of course, that's also where I stashed the 2 artifacts. My plan was to study them first and then sell them, and also the crossbow. I didn't know what it was worth, but in any event it might come in handy. I didn't touch the clothes, though. Next, I tossed both bodies back into the portal. True, the big guy was quite the chore, but somehow I managed. I threw my back into it. And that was that. All traces gone. The portal closed as soon as the last off-worlder passed through, and nothing remained here. There wasn't even any blood. The crossbow bolts had healed their wounds. Nor did I see any cameras in this area. Any that had been here were either already sold, or they'd sailed away on one of the ships. In addition to coins and artifacts, a knife also went into the bag, but none of the other weapons could be so easily hidden, and so I tossed the crossbow over my shoulder, and as for the huge broadsword, well, I had to drag it. It was heavy, the bastard. It had also clanged on the paving stones all the way down the street. But okay, I wasn't going far. I'd make it to the inn somehow. As soon as I left the alley, a noisy company appeared in the distance. About 10 people, half of them brave sailors, the rest were girls. They were sauntering down the street, and some of them were even singing, while one guy strummed an instrument. I guess it was a guitar. I should paralyze his fingers to make him stop. His music hurt my ears. The sword methodically rang against every pebble, and I calmly made my way back to the tavern with the inn. I wondered if they'd try to pester me. I glanced at my weapons and figured it wasn't likely. "Oh, look, there's someone else out and about," I heard the magician's cheerful voice. Okay then, someone did notice me. "And what else do I hear? An ice cream cart, is that it? Hey, ice cream man, come here!" Everybody sped up and we met right under a lonely streetlight. More precisely, they stopped and their faces suddenly changed. Gone was the frivolity, especially when I poured a good portion of energy into my right hand and raised the sword as if it was a feather. "Are you going to let me pass?" I turned to face them, as they were still blocking my way. They seemed to have forgotten how to move, or maybe they were upset that I wasn't an ice cream vendor. The sword really had sounded like a creaking cart. "Oh, yes, mister, of course. Please, get on your way." They all started talking at once and parted to let me pass. As soon as they were behind me, I heard them taking off running. For whatever reason, they were fleeing. Strange. A few minutes later, in the tavern below the inn. The good times were in full swing. Of course, an old seasoned sailor turned 40 years old today, and as sailors never lived that long, he was regaled as a lucky bastard, an extremely successful sea wolf. Toasts were raised one after another, and with each passing hour the fun only gained momentum. More and more visitors, in various states of inebriation, flocked to the cramped tavern in response to the sounds emanating from inside. Everyone joined in the fun, shouting and clapping, and buying shots for the birthday boy. "Let's drink until the old sea devil passes out. It's on me," Drink! Drink! That was the birthday boy's best friend, and everyone shouted in delight. The bartender brought out a bottle of something strong. The screams became even louder because the sailor was guzzling it all. The cheering of the gathered crowd intensified as he swayed on his feet. His eyes rolled back in his head, and the men sat him down at the table, laughing and shouting their congratulations. Clank. Suddenly there was silence. Dead quiet. Such that this tavern had not heard since its opening. A guy walked inside with a massive crossbow on his shoulder, and with his other hand he was dragging a giant broadsword along the floor. Moreover, the tip left a clear groove behind itself, digging deeply into the wooden floor. But the bartender did not pay any attention to this. He didn't even say anything when the sword carved grooves into the stairs. Soon the unexpected guest disappeared on the second floor, and everyone exhaled at once when the sound of the door to his room closing was heard. "Grenadich, this is," the birthday boy said. "Pour me another one, please. Somehow I sobered up." Once I was in my room, I locked the door, and only then exhaled. But then, 5 minutes later, I again stood up, broke the wooden chair, and then clenched a slab of wood beneath my teeth. I didn't want to do any damage to my dental work. I'd decided once and for all to increase the capacity of my repository. It was overflowing right now, and I needed to distribute some of the energy throughout my body. But it was potentially harmful, and not something to do too often. I was facing a very painful process. Very painful. And I wouldn't be able to extinguish the pain, no matter how much energy I spent trying to. I just had to endure it. Before I launched the process, I listened to what was going on outside the door. Complete silence. Only occasionally could I hear a whisper from down below. None of the men were concerned with me. It seemed they liked my sword. Then I looked out the window and saw swaying rows of sailors leaving the tavern. They were also looking all around, whispering to each other. Okay, time to start this thing. Right from the beginning, I felt hellish pain. That was surprising. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. My body needed work, for sure, and that's what this was about. I don't know how long I lay there, suffering. My entire body was convulsing, and blood flowed from my eyes and ears. I felt acute pain with every breath, and I lay there wheezing so loudly I felt like it could be heard out on the street. And then, at some point, I simply passed out. Chapter 10. Well, that was weird, I groaned, getting out of bed. I was wet, and on the pillow was the chair slat, and a couple of my teeth. The pain was spread throughout my body, when all I'd really wanted was to increase the source a little. Candidly, I knew this process well, as it was one I'd used regularly in my past life to strengthen myself. But okay, now I should be able to replenish energy much more quickly, and also store it better. Just the same, I didn't think it would be so torturous. Seriously, I'd suffered, even, every single millimeter of me. And we're talking about me, an entity who knew firsthand what real pain was. On the good side, I was now at least a little stronger. There was almost nothing left of yesterday's supplies, but it was worth it. Of course, now I was ravenously hungry, but that wasn't a problem. I had the money from the sailors. That would suffice. Downstairs there was quite the crowd. Apparently, during the day, the tavern was a decent establishment that served a decent breakfast to patrons on the way to work. It was so popular that there were 6 people lined up at the counter. Of course, I didn't have to wait. "What you have, mister?" The bartender turned to me, ignoring the first guy in line. "What the hell, we were here first," complained someone, but they shut him up first. "Hey, drop it, dude," hissed the first in line. "Did you see that sword he had yesterday?" "Interesting. Maybe I should lug that sword around more often. It would save me a lot of time." Of course, I wouldn't usually cut in line, not being an arrogant jerk. Not even because I was an aristocrat and they weren't. Yes, many establishments served aristocrats first as a matter of policy, but this wasn't that sort of place. and I hadn't been planning on abusing my status. Oh well. I ordered a couple of roasted suckling pigs and had them sent to my room, and that was that. Nobody objected, and everybody silently waited for their turn. Back upstairs, as I enjoyed the tender pork, I realized that I still needed to acquire some funds. I didn't want to stay here in this place forever, and sooner or later I'd be strong enough to head to the Countess at her castle. I didn't want to show up with empty pockets. Moreover, she was most likely in dire circumstances, and the least I could do was help her out. In fact, I had some valuables in my bag. I knew that in this world, artifacts were rare, as they weren't produced here, and so they were worth a lot. Of course, these were simple artifacts, but I could always find better ones. Or else I could make my own, but this was a long, tedious process. I'd rather pass through a portal and rob an entire kingdom. And so, as I ate, I took the time to inscribe a new chain of runes on my collarbone. Yes, just another temporary fix, but as soon as I was done restoring my channels, so that they were in divine shape, I'll link them all together. This chain was much simpler than the previous one. I'd saved the amount of energy I needed to draw it from what I'd recently acquired, so that wasn't a problem. Now I could sense the appearance of new interfaces within a half-a-mile radius or so. I didn't think I needed any more upgrades to my runes just yet, though. As needed, I'd redo or add to them. Can you tell me where I can sell specialized items around here? I asked the bartender. How convenient for me that he was always around. I guess he managed this place, including the inn, and he always looked the same. And I also need to buy a couple of things, books and such. Right away he rattled off a couple of places and showed me where they were on a map, and in 10 minutes I was on my way to an antique dealer. It was the only one around, so that's where I decided to go. I could also find an artifact I might want to pick up whilst there. If not for the bartender, I would have never found this place. There was nothing to identify it, so it was anybody's guess what went on inside. It looked like a dilapidated old building. The doors were creaky, just like they were in every other establishment in this neighborhood. That would be the high humidity and salt from the ocean, which meant rusty metal. I'd recently read about this. Yes, I needed more books. In this world, science was far more advanced than in my old world. We used magic for every little thing, so didn't need to worry about science much. But we'd ended up missing out on so many interesting things because of this.
Good day, young man.
As soon as I walked in, a bent old man greeted me with a smile.
Unless you're a healer, look after your back while you're still young. I tell everybody this, and will continue to do so, but I'll be quiet now.
Greetings. Can I buy artifacts from you?
My goodness, no. Whatever made you think you could? We've sold out of everything already. Moreover, there's a long wait list for anything new,
he said as he looked me over. A wait list. That's good. I nodded. Then I have something of interest. How long do you think this artifact will stay on the shelves? And I handed him the fang with the runes all over it. Right away he switched to business mode, putting on his glasses and picking up the alien object, then carefully examining it. For some reason he even licked it. I suspected that there were savages in this world, and I guess I was right. Next he told me all about the properties of such artifacts, and complained that as this was just a small protective item, it wasn't what he needed, as he only had orders for larger artifacts. This type of trinket wasn't what people were looking for. But of course, I wanted to heal his back, but I guess that was off now. And if he kept on talking trash about my artifact for sale, I'd throw in a couple of hernias. I was sad that the urinary incontinence was off the table, though, as, anyway, he'd been living with that inconvenience for some time now. Of course, I already knew the fang's properties, but I feigned surprise as I listened to the shopkeeper. With this fang, a person could withstand 2 shots from a machine gun, or 5 sword attacks from someone who was weakly gifted. All of this was approximate info, and freely available from textbooks on the subject.
And so, young man, I'm only able to offer you 12,000 rubles for it, not a ruble more,
he said sadly. Did I hear you correctly? 15,000? That's a fair price. Deal. I smiled. Of course, he was trying to pull one over on me, but I was too lazy to spend much time bargaining with him. He gave up on wearing me down in about 5 minutes and counted out 15,000, although he was obviously unhappy about it. I, in turn, knew that the fang was worth more, but right now time was of the essence. I could spend a week looking for an honest dealer, but even then I might not find one, and I also sold him the coins, ending up with a total of 20,000 rubles. After we'd concluded our deal, the old man was feeling loquacious and began talking about various artifacts. He even brought out a book with pictures of some, thinking that I might have a lot more goodies in my backpack. I listened, but not because I wanted to know their properties. I already knew all this from my past world, but learning what these items were worth was useful info. For example, the average protective artifact usually came in the form of a figurine and could withstand 120 pistol shots. That being said, one healer's bolt would easily pierce the figurine without encountering any resistance. For half an hour he loaded me with information, but at some point he realized that I had nothing more, and then he clammed up and disappeared behind the back door with a scowl on his face. I got the hint. It was time for me to go. What a rude old man, though. But he'd have time to come to that realization himself. I enhanced the growth of hair in his ears. By tomorrow, smooth, silky tufts of white would stick out of them. Did I have to punish him? Well, yes, and he deserved still more. And as soon as I left the shop, 2 inconspicuous guys started tailing me. The old antique dealer was sure I had a warehouse full of artifacts somewhere and wanted them to track me. All right then, I'll deal with these 2 and yes, have a little fun with them. Anyway, I wanted to take a walk. The bartender had marked quite a few places on my map, and my plan was to stop by them all before they closed. Mostly I wanted to check out the bookstores. Knowledge. I wanted more knowledge, the most detailed information about this world. I ended up spending a lot of money, about half of what I'd just earned. However, I now had books on medicine, and another on the art of healing. Surely not all of the healers in this world were idiots. Maybe I was simply unlucky with the last one. The rest of the literature was cheaper but no less interesting. I picked up geography, the history of neighboring states, information about interfaces, plus chemistry, physics, and more. I had enough reading for a week or more. Then I dropped by a clothing store, picked up a spare outfit, and also a nice, rather expensive backpack. I could feel interfaces now, and so I'd soon be filling it up with artifacts. I couldn't pass by a seafood restaurant. My body's iodine reserves needed replenishing, and that wasn't all. Yes, it was an expensive place, especially for this neighborhood. But then, what was I saying? The port district at night differed greatly from the same region during the day. Now it was quiet and calm. Cormorants were flying overhead uttering their calls, and quite decent people were walking along the streets. "Damn, you feathered bitch!" exclaimed an elegant man, and then he shot a fireball into the sky from his hands. A bird's charred carcass plopped right onto the embankment near him. Then the man extracted a handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe the bird shit from his coat. Right, this was a fun place. I needed to keep an eye overhead whilst traipsing about. The birds here were treacherous. After a light lunch, I went to the next place on my agenda, which was a weapons store. It was tricky business carrying firearms in this city. Few people were allowed to walk around with them. I needed to get a better handle on the laws, so it was best that I not take any risks at present. But cold weapons were another matter. I spent 2,000 rubles on a fine-looking dagger, and right away I attached it to my belt. Next on the list was a store specializing in medicines. It looked, unlike the antique shop, expensive, even chic. I could tell before even walking in that it wasn't going to be cheap. They sold healing potions, both factory-made and also generic products from elsewhere. The selection was dizzying, as was the packaging. The containers were so elaborate. It was like the manufacturers were competing for a prize. Morons. What mattered was what was inside these packages. I picked up 3 different potions for the price of 1,500 rubles, and that wasn't even the top-of-the-line stuff. But I didn't need to open any of the bottles to know that what this shop really specialized in was defective goods. Just the same, I wanted to study them to gain an understanding of how the local healers had gone so wrong. The potion that interested me most of all was supposed to contain vital energy, but the bottle reeked of necrotics. The seller, who proudly called himself a pharmacist, recommended this potion as a cure for serious injuries and bleeding, but he failed to mention that 1 dose would seriously damage your liver. Okay, leave him be. He himself probably didn't know any better. But this stuff, well, maybe I could put a drop on a wart, but even then it might not help. I bought a lot of books. They were to be delivered to the inn and left at the tavern with the bartender. Then I headed back to my room to read. But on the way, I was roped in by an incredibly polite barker luring people into a bright and colorful cafe. I had no idea even how he'd managed to escort me inside and seat me at a table. Actually, the thing is, the sign caught my eye, and I wanted to see what was inside. It was so cheerful in this place, and I confess to loving pastries and cakes. I was known for this in my world. It is a great honor for me to serve such an important guest. The waiter flew up to me and gave me a little bow. What can I offer you? An endless stream of words and flattery flowed from his mouth, but none of it was actually over the top. Obviously, this waiter knew his job well, including how to not overdo it. He actually helped me select some baked treats for myself, and also suggested that I try their specialty coffee. Coffee? This would be a first for me, as it wasn't a beverage found in my last world. And so I ordered it, as well as my usual aromatic green tea. What if I didn't like the coffee? And in mere minutes I was surrounded by a smorgasbord of tasty cakes and pastries. And the coffee was nice too. A strange, but very pleasant drink. Oh, what was this? Outside the huge cafe window stood a girl of about 10, staring with an unblinking gaze at the cakes and pastries on my table. Yes, I'd ordered a lot. The desserts in this world were far better than the ones in my old world. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Were they unhealthy? Yes, but not for me. I could afford the caloric intake, unlike the fatso on the next table. It's time for him to quit, or better yet, go for a run before diabetes caught up with him. Ding! I snapped on the window pane right in front of the girl's nose, but she didn't even blink, continuing to look at the sweet treats in fascination. I waved again and knocked, but no reaction. Even the wave of energy I released into the glass failed to distract her. She was just standing there watching, although she wasn't actually drooling. That being said, she was close to doing so. "Excuse me, sir. I'll drive the ragamuffin off right now." The waiter rushed toward the door like a bullet. "Wait!" I barked, and he froze in his tracks. "Bring her here." The waiter was astonished, but didn't show it, and after a moment's hesitation, he carried out the order. True, the girl was scared, frozen in fear. Now, though, she was seated at my table and looking at me instead of the cakes, and she was trembling all over. I tried to talk to her, but in vain. She was simply silent, fearfully stealing looks at me. "Bring her the same thing you brought me, but no, leave out the coffee, it's bad for children." The waiter delivered the treats, but the girl sat there, not paying any attention to them. I ended up picking up a fork and putting a bite of what I'd thought was the most delectable item into her mouth. After that, she could no longer resist. The abundance of sweets immediately melted her rock-hard soul, and she went at them with full force. We never did manage to talk, but in the end she had a blissful smile on her face. I got it. I too ended up with that same smile of utter contentment. I don't even know where she put all that food in her not-so-big frame. Just in case, I spent a little energy to ensure that her stomach wouldn't hurt. "Sorry," she whispered, stopping at the last cake. "Mister, can I take this with me?" "Bring her some more." I nodded to the waiter. "And pack it to go?" "Why not? It wasn't very expensive. and I could tell that it had been a long time since she'd enjoyed sweets. But keep in mind, I turned to her, don't take gifts like this from anyone else. This world is dangerous and cruel, and next time you may not be so lucky. I see that you understand me. The girl nodded and took the bags with the cakes from the waiter's hands and rushed away after quickly thanking me, and the waiter too. Somewhere in the slums, a couple of minutes later, Marina ran like a bullet up the stairs to the 3rd floor, completely forgetting about her limp. It was as if it never existed, although after the fracture the doctor said that it would last her life, and no one could cure her. Right now, though, it didn't bother her at all. She hadn't eaten sweets for 2 whole years, and now she'd had too many of the yummy cakes, more than she'd ever eaten in her life. "Grandfather!" she screamed as soon as she burst through the door. A groan was heard from inside, and she ran to the bedroom where the old man was lying down. "Grandfather, look what I brought you." The girl showed him the bags with the pastries and cakes. "What? What is that?" asked the old man, looking disgruntled and cross. He couldn't get up, not since the accident, which had damaged his legs. "Didn't I tell you that not all people are bad? But no, you didn't believe me," the girl shouted, pulling out all of the goodies and laying them on the table before her only family member. The grandfather was happy for his granddaughter, but also terribly angry at her for not listening to him, and also at himself for his weakness. A little later, in his room at the inn. Books. What a pleasure it is to add new knowledge to your collection every day. Who would have thought that there was still room in my skull for more? Although in the previous world I'd studied almost everything. Anyway, that's what it seemed like to me. But now I realized I still had a lot more to learn. I sat there until it was dark, flipping through page after page. Then I decided to switch gears and picked up the phone. I wanted to find out as much as I could about my new family and the Countess, but there wasn't much about them. I could read about any other family until morning, but as regards the Bulutovs, there was almost nothing out there. Not in the news, nor in the archives, just a couple of pieces on an unofficial news resource. I saw an old article about an attack on their estate, but no details were provided. Strange, that. Well, I'd be finding out what was going on soon enough, but right now I decided I ought to meditate before smoothly transitioning into sleep. I had to assimilate the knowledge and energy I acquired that day and deposit it in the right places. I almost forgot to open the window. It was winter now, but I'd started to cleanse the upper membranes of my main magical channels, which meant my body would significantly heat up as I slept, and I needed to cool it down. Then I switched the light off and fell asleep. Soon I awoke with a start. 2 hours had passed, and I felt the beating of 2 hearts drawing near. The runes worked as they should, forcing me to come to my senses, despite the processes I had set into gear. Well done, runes! In a flash, I flew off the bed right before 2 crossbow bolts slammed into where I'd been lying. "Bingo! Looks like I hit him," I heard a quiet voice from outside the window. "Looks like don't mean nothin'. Go make sure, moron." "Looks like my ass," said the second voice, clearly not happy. "Yes, you hit him. Indeed you did. As did your friend. Bingo is right, because one of the bolts pierced my new phone. Score for one of them. The 2 idiots thought they'd killed me, and also struck gold or something. It had taken me about an hour to sort out all the energy from the various bodies I'd drained, and ensure that none of it went to waste, that it would be useful for years to come. I had in my head thousands of spells and techniques I wanted to develop, but it's not like I could use most of them. For example, I would like to activate a certain diamond armor spell in my arsenal, and then I could laugh at whatever firearms were used against me. But were I to do so, my body would die. My channels would be torn apart and so on. But if I were to use an energy storage device rather than my own source, then the spell could work. But just the same, I'd die. The first shot in my direction would activate the passive protection that would consume more energy than I had in my body, and this would negatively impact my life force. Yes, I could withstand several shots, but then I'd fall down dead. Not a good option for me. Nope. I was instead making other preparations. What a shame, though, that I didn't have more time to devote to them. It all came down to time, which I lacked. But every new spell required it, and that was just the spells. I needed a minimum of several chains of runes as well, and this was a matter of serious, hard, long-term work. Thinking thusly, I'd been drifting off to sleep, which I needed to merge all my energy, but no, this was not to be. Are you kidding me? I jumped out of bed when I sensed the two heartbeats edging towards my window. Do I have a sign saying Freeloaders Welcome above my window? Why on earth do you bastards keep on bothering me? It would be a different matter if I had the resources of the Order of the Hierophants here, but no, I don't have jack to spare here. I wasn't going to be nice to them this time. I ran to the wall and grabbed my already cocked crossbow, and then I waited. I didn't have to wait long. As soon as my window opened, I fired a bolt. Ah! The man shouted. I'm wounded. No, you're already dead. You just don't know it yet. This bolt is from a world where there is far more energy and mana than here. Yes, and that bolt is a great emissary for that mana. You see, I sealed a blood-clotting spell in it. To speed things up, I rushed to the window to intercept the other bastard. What kind of idiotic strategy was it that compelled these morons to always come in twos? Bang! A shot rang out, followed by two more. It was my other nocturnal guest. After the death of his friend, he freaked out and was firing at random. Damn, that was loud. I disliked these local weapons. And what kind of idiots rely on these firearms to get the job done? Crossbows were favored by my past guests. By the way, the local laws frowned on the use of firearms. If the police were to catch this guy, he'd be incarcerated for a very long time. Here you have to buy a license and renew it every month to carry. It was my understanding that only aristocrats were allowed to own guns without a license, but they generally didn't like them, if only because firearms rarely inflicted much damage on off-worlders, and in other worlds they didn't work at all. I read an article about this in which a scientist theorized that the density of energy in neighboring worlds was such that gunpowder just couldn't stay dry. Of course, the scientist didn't put forth any evidence to back up her claims. Some of what they said made sense, but not everything. For example, we had similar weapons in my old world that worked just fine. Not that anyone thought they were worth much. Who needs gunpowder when fire rain was freely available and functioned better? Okay, gunpowder was useful for, say, mining a castle wall with the aim of blowing it up. And yet, instead of gunpowder, you could throw a dozen artifacts that weigh less than 3 pounds under the wall. That's more bang for your buck, no doubt about that. But such thoughts were amusing, although not worth much. Only an idiot would build a castle without fortifying the walls with magical pentagrams and more. And if this wasn't some poor baron building the wall, but a solid clan of strong warriors, we, for example, strengthened our walls, and then poured more than 7,000 barrels of liquid hardener over them, which costs as much as 6 gold pieces for the bottle. Yes, my order had the means to do this. All these thoughts were running through my head while I ran across the rooftops after the last surviving guest, who'd fled when he realized that he had missed. Yes, he'd missed because my night vision was awesome, and so as soon as I spotted the gun he was pointing at me, I'd stepped aside. He was still turning and firing from time to time, but his aim sucked because he was running. That is, until he crashed into a door on the roof of a building. What? It's closed, is it? I smiled. He said nothing. He simply sighed and pointed his gun at me. How lame. Very, very lame. But I was essentially prepared for this. Shoot me then, I smiled. And he fired. The moment I saw his forefinger press the trigger, I activated all of my reflexes to their top speed, and then I threw a pitiful semblance of a canopy over myself. In doing so, I activated a thin layer of green aura around my body. Yes, it was thin, but I imbued it with maximum density. His first shot was to my leg. The bullet penetrated my canopy and even hit me above the knee, but it didn't even reach bone. The next shot didn't hit me anywhere because I didn't simply wait around for it. He saw that I wasn't about to give up, and so this time he aimed for my head. I shielded my head with my hand, but now I had the bullet lodged in it. My hand, that is. I directed my energy at extracting the bullet, which I then held up to show him. "Kudos to you," I said to him, "but if I was up to full strength, you wouldn't even be able to scratch me with your toy." Hearing this, my would-be assailant grabbed a blade from his belt and began spreading energy across it. Okay, I knew this game. If I were to miss my blow, then his nourished blade would demolish this canopy. But this was still child's play, really. Was I really going to let him touch me? He had his blade, and I didn't. Exactly 3 seconds later, the situation was reversed. And I'd also deprived him of his vision, his hearing, and his ability to speak. It then took me half an hour to find out who he was and where he came from. He was from a completely different gang. It wasn't even a gang, rather it was a ganglet, it was so small. When I was attacked by a gang of 12 people, well, that hurt my pride. But now, look at this. I guess next time they'd be sending children or invalids to take me out, right? It's pathetic. Perhaps I ought to drop in on them and explain to them the errors of their ways. If they wanted to keep on attacking me, they should at least send some worthy opponents, rather than riffraff like this. Chapter 11. Surprisingly, when I got back to the inn, I found that nobody was concerned by the gunshots earlier. They had to have heard them, so how to explain this? What if I'd been killed? Then what? But then, that's why they had a policy of collecting advance payments. I'd selected an interesting little place to stay in, but then again, it's not like this part of town didn't have anything other than an unsavory reputation. In fact, that's why I'd come here. I no longer felt like sleeping, and so I began ruminating on what I'd learned. I started getting together what I needed, and also gathering my thoughts. Regular people no doubt had different routines to prepare for major endeavors, such as checking over their weapons and artifacts, and perhaps praying to their gods. For healers, it was different. I'd just conducted a full body scan to see how it was doing. The treatment I'd given myself after I was wounded had gone well, and I hoped my body wouldn't let me down. For healers, maintaining checks on the body was very important. In the heat of battle, a mere microsecond could make or break the outcome. For example, let's say someone cuts off your leg or slashes your tendon. Child's play. That is, as long as you can instantly restore your injuries. But that's only possible if you honed your body so that it functions like a clock, such that any incoming damage doesn't affect other processes. I also ran a check over the runes on my bones. All was fine, but of course it was. After all, I'm a professional, not a blundering student. I recalled how a certain healer I knew decided to become an adventurer, and he fashioned his body into a kind of fortress. He painted chains of runes all over every single bone. He'd devised the chains himself, and considering his level, I'd have to give him credit. It was impressive. True, later on it didn't go well for him. A single error cost him and his squad their lives. There is a diverse array of rune spells, not all of which are safe. The ones he'd inscribed on his wrist were the most active, but his hand and part of his forearm were then cut off in battle, and this broke the connection with that chain, which was bursting with energy. Once the connection with the chain was broken, the runes on the wrist should have been deactivated, but the wrist was the most powerful rune, and thus it remained active. By then, out of the guy's 20 runes, only 8 remained, and these all morphed into something else altogether. The result was an explosion, and the only one to survive was the shield master. It was thanks to him that news of what happened made the rounds. In short, the healer was an amateur. He could have cast an indestructibility spell on the bundle of runes. Then any change that occurred to the runes would have disabled them. In any case, the moral of the story is to check your runes, like I do. From time to time, make sure everything's in order. Otherwise, you might just find that a mere bullet could inflict damage on them. Runes are, generally speaking, a most interesting topic. I once met a guy who could apply them onto his soul. That would be real power, but it was out of the reach of most. Were you to try, even the slightest mistake would not only kill you, it would cause you to cease existing. One's soul is not to be trifled with. As I checked what condition my runes were in, I reviewed what I'd found out thus far. My guest assailants were from a gang that was regarded as a big fish in the local pond. They had some 200 or so members, and basically owned this part of town. The one I'd interrogated said that I would be finished if I didn't let him go, and then later he broke down in tears and swore that they'd mistakenly gone to the wrong window. The other group wasn't even a gang, really, just a group of like-minded thugs who favored easy money. It was comprised of former sailors and local residents. I wasn't going to do anything about the first group yet, but I decided I could have some fun with the ganglet. I made a point of finding out where their hideout was and what else they were all about. Unless the lackey I'd interrogated was lying, there wouldn't be anything of value to be found there. All earnings were immediately spent on women and booze, and they only had 2 guns in the gang. They used them for work. Oh, and by the way, I'd thrown that pistol away. I didn't need any guns quite yet. Not until I knew all of the ramifications. I didn't want to end up enslaved again. As they say, if you don't know the laws, then even if you're a saint, you can still be incarcerated. They called it prison here, but it was slavery, no different from enslavement anywhere else. I left through my window, which lately had seen more use than the door, and I thought about where to go next. My phone would have helped, but it had perished heroically. I had to improvise. "Hey, guys!" I hailed the first people that caught my eye. "What do you want, a smoke, eh? Ha ha!" Why was that so funny? I didn't understand. But I saw that they seemed to be on a smoke break, and the fumes they were emitting were such as to kill small mammals. "Maybe he wants to throw some money at us," said a bald man of about 40. They were drunk, 3 sheets to the wind, as they say. "Sure, I'll throw some at you right now." I realized that at the rate this conversation was going, I wasn't going to get anywhere with them, and so I moved into confrontation mode. I sped toward them to cover the distance between us, and immediately saw a fist about to slam into my face. Impressive. Though they be drunk, there was nothing wrong with their reflexes. I simply dodged and grabbed the wrist attached to the fist. I didn't mess around with him. I simply carried out a quick diagnosis and expelled all of the booze from his body. I did all this so quickly that he had a hard time dealing with it. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed onto the ground. "Gifted!" His friends were indignant. "That's right. Now I'll gift you guys too." "No way, hey dude. It's how bad," they said quickly, and they raised their hands up. How cowardly, however. Just before this, as if by chance, they surrounded me so that I couldn't run off. Of course, it took guts to attack a lone guy with all your buddies at your back. "I have a couple of questions for you," I said, deciding not to waste my efforts here. "You answer them, and you can pick your friend up here." I nodded at the prone man. "If you refuse my offer, I'll have to come down on you." And for effect, I raised a hand palm up and produced a glowing green ball. "Phew, what a joke," one of them spat. "A healer, is that it? What do you think? You own the place?" He was clearly emboldened. "I do," I nodded, delivering a sharp blow to his throat. Of course, I damaged him with my blow, but I also launched a small clot of energy that would heal him. I specially set the spell for the trachea. "Now he is unable to drink for 2 days," I said, pointing at him as he clutched his throat and gasped. "And he'll sober up within an hour." Horror appeared on the face of the last man standing on his feet. By now the first man down was already coming to his senses and was whining about how sober he was now. This made an impression on the survivor, who was now willing to talk. Thus, I found out where the Street of Three Mutts is. It runs parallel to the Streets of Three Sluts, near the Street of Queen Victoria. The problem with such places was that the streets are often given names by the locals. And so there I was, a man with a crossbow on his back and a blade on his belt, moving stealthily through the dirty alleys of the city at night. I felt like an escapee from the 18th century, which I knew about, by the way, from a history book. I'd learned a lot. I wasn't yet clear, though, on how everything had become so mixed up with the weaponry here. I mean, crossbows, swords, and firearms were all the norm these days. But I'd liked that about this world. The way it hadn't rejected any of the above and used all of them. Of course, they were still rubes when it came to artifacts, but give them another century to adjust, and they'd be up to speed with them too. After all, they currently had an interface now with the magical world. I lost my way multiple times, but I always managed to get back on track. I so missed my spell for extracting minor memories. That would be a great thing, but I wasn't yet ready to use it. If I could, then all I'd have to do is ask for the address and then copy it in my head. This is possible only for minor memories, and didn't apply to anything that the one you're interrogating maintains at an instinctual level. Too bad, that, because it'd be nice to extract, for example, a magic formula this way. Not possible, but at least back in my world you could purchase guide spheres. These were useful for when you were headed for an unfamiliar place and wanted to explore all its attractions. I still had so much to accomplish. The place I sought was essentially a hovel. It was situated in the most miserable place in this part of town, and it smelled like it too. The smell of fish was so strong that I had to turn off most of the receptors in my nose. The small, rickety house, 2 stories high, had not seen the hand of a caretaker for a long time. Not only all of the windows, but the doors as well, were boarded up. The gang members went in and out through a secret doorway. In the back of the house were these boards that could easily be shifted about. I activated my heartbeat detector and knew how many were inside right now and even who they were. That's all I needed. Why wait? I went inside and took in the surroundings. I found myself in a room that was filled with all sorts of boxes and bags. These were all of the stolen goods, it seemed. The first box I looked inside contained used fishing nets. In other words, nothing of interest to me. I found wooden blanks in the next box. I didn't even know what they were for. The third box was empty. That would be 3 strikes now. Maybe it had contained something of value which had been sold already. Okay, it seemed like there was nothing to profit from here. But I should have realized this myself. I didn't think it was a good idea to randomly open drawers up and dig around in what else this room contained. The floorboards creaked treacherously, and someone was already headed my way. Yep, someone wanted to check out the noise. He held a flashlight, which was already on. Strangely, it wasn't a torch, unlike what the monks back in the dungeon employed. "Who are you?" he asked, clearly dumbfounded. He looked sleepy and unshaven, and his dirty beard hung down to his waist. "Who am I?" "Nobody," I answered and raised my crossbow. His dead body fell onto the dirty boards with a thud, but no one else was heading toward me. Well then, I guess I had to take the party to them. Wait, first I'd better just scout out the scene on the sly. It was far less convenient to fight at the ones upstairs, as there were 8 of them sitting around up there. Taking great care, I somehow managed to climb the staircase without creaking and discovered some people sitting about arguing. 2 of them, it's true, were silent. One was sleeping, and the other was wounded. His stomach was wrapped in dirty rags with bloodstains. All I needed was one glance to remember everything down to the smallest detail. What marred the scene was the gun on the table. Not all of them looked weak, and at least 2 of them were gifted. I couldn't tell which, though. I needed to move in closer. What to do? I needed an action plan. Of course, the hardcore thing to do would be to rush in and kill them all. But I'd rather not empty my arsenal just like that. I'm not the type to take risks like that, count on lucky breaks, and that's why the situation with the Countess in many ways frustrated me. It simply didn't give me peace. Okay though, let's experiment a little. I wandered about the house and found what I needed. On the ground floor they had kerosene lamps hanging on the walls, which could be removed if necessary. So I took one of them, and then I found a canister of kerosene. I then filled the lantern all the way up and poured more kerosene all over the stairs. That done, it was time for the easy part. Hey, is anyone here? I stood at the bottom of the stairs, shouting. Their hearts began beating faster, and to approach the landing to look down the stairs. Oh, I see you now. I smiled at them, illuminating my face with the flashlight. I came here to find out why the hell you sent two dolts to snuff me at the inn. By the way, I killed them. Right away they comprehended who I was, as did the others, and they rushed out the door onto the landing. I made as if to run away. Of course, not all 8 of them rushed to get me. 5 of the most eager were first. Get him! I heard someone, probably the leader. I waited until they were about halfway down the steps. Then I raised my crossbow and pulled the trigger. The bolt didn't hit any of them. Rather, it struck the kerosene lamp hanging conveniently above the staircase. It was mostly glass, and when the glass broke, they were doused with kerosene, and then it was all over. I focused my energy and generated the greatest fire spell known to every healer out there from any neutral school of magic. One spark. It was thanks to this that healers all over my world could light a fire whenever. And just like that, no need for an artifact. Ah! They screamed as if they were on fire. And indeed, they were. Did I feel sorry for them? No. They wanted to kill me. Where I came from, it wasn't our custom to leave alive anyone who wishes you dead. Highway robbers, for example, were always summarily hanged or executed without a second thought. As the hovel itself was rotten, the fire quickly spread, and now the second floor was engulfed. I didn't want to let the remaining 2 go, and so I went outside and waited. Ah, here was the first of them. He was ripping the boards off the windows so that he could crawl out. I shot a bolt his way. Bullseye! I quickly reloaded the crossbow and waited for the second one. He too tried to break out of the place, but right away I fired my crossbow. This time I didn't hit him, because he managed to dodge, but it didn't take me long to bring him down. But of course, he'd done his best. As it happened, though, the gifted one had been the first to rush to battle and burn to death. And so here is where the story of this gang ended. No, I received no new energy from this escapade, but nor did I spend any either, and I felt totally satisfied by the entire affair. Once, long ago, my mentor remarked that he who offers his cheek to be hit will always succeed in receiving a blow. In my old world, I never knuckled under to anybody, and here I had no intention of doing so. Magic is magic, but experience cannot be cast to the wind. On my way back to the inn, I no longer hid in the shadows. Rather, I made myself known to all passers-by. Whenever I heard a heartbeat, I made my way over to them and tried to cross paths. In doing so 3 times, others tried to stop me. Lucky me. I got to drain some energy from each one of them. Back in my room, I distributed it to the necessary processes, and then finally I hit the sack. By then, I really needed a couple of hours of sleep. Good morning. The bartender greeted me as soon as I went downstairs. I quickly scanned the breakfast line and decided to hold off. But I approached him anyway. I needed to find out about a couple of things. Morning. I nodded at him, and he stepped away from the others, realizing that I had questions. And in that line, well, looked like their ears were all quivering. Can you tell me where to sell all sorts of junk? Clothes, some weapons. Ordinary. Nor that sword of yours. He motioned toward the shoulder I'd had the giant sword slung over the other day. Ordinary weapons, yes. I smiled. Although I was interested in trading in some alien items, I could do that later. For now, I had enough money to get by. I no longer had a phone, so he pulled out a paper map and showed me the various places. Since I'd already gotten to know this area, I had no problem comprehending where to go. So in just 15 minutes, I sold 2 crossbows, some black clothing, and 2 blades for all of 15 rubles. It was offensive even. These pathetic beggars had been sent after me. I definitely had it in for their gang leader now. This was personal. Unless, of course, I forgot about it, or something more important came up first. Oh well, life is interesting, right? Especially mine. For example, if I suddenly come across an interesting book, I might well forget an audience with the king. I thought about keeping one of the crossbows for myself, but I had one already. The ones I sold were small, but they stood out. According to the shop proprietor, only street killers carried them, and I'm a healer, not a killer. I save people, cure diseases, and all that. True, I have killed more people in this world than I've saved. Oh well, that was the kind of healer I was. I was lost in my thoughts as I exited the shop. I saw rifles there that could send a bullet straight to the brain from a distance of over half a mile. I'd learned a lot about the local weapons, in fact. The enemy could take me out from a long way off before I could feel his heartbeat. I needed to do something about that. I had an abundance of thoughts lately, and this was creating difficulties. I needed to focus on what mattered and ignore all of the little stuff. First and foremost was taking care of number 1, meaning ensuring my survival. My damn body was still too weak. This kind of weakness was downright illegal. Why don't I generate additional bone plates around my heart and also fortify the structure of my skull bones? Of course, this wouldn't alter my appearance, but it would offer me greater protection. It also made sense to cover them with a chain of runes. If damaged, the energy in the runes would prevent me from dying. Moreover, any damage would be taken care of right away. But how much energy would it take? The local gang would probably die out before I could do all this. Fortunately, there were many more unsavory elements in the city. More than enough for my needs, in fact. And every day new ships came in, bringing with them new hordes of scumbags. In my previous world, this was the most common practice. Whenever a healer required experimental subjects, he would simply head for the darkest corner of his city and walk about. The subjects would show up on their own, and why not take advantage of this? It was all for the sake of magic and the craft. In my old world, you didn't have to be a genius to know that you'd best not rob or assault anyone at night, because there might just be a healer. Anyway, this was interesting. I came across a store near the embankment, and decided I might as well find out more about the local fleet. Who knows? The day may come when I'm not really welcome in this country. I should find a convenient method of exiting elsewhere just in case. I saw several huge vessels at the pier. Not that I am an expert, but they all seemed to be cargo ships. One of them, though, had more of a military appearance. It bristled with powerful guns and cannons. I'd be interested to see them perform in a naval battle. I found a man in a uniform at the pier, chatting with a couple of drunks. After briefly conversing with them, he motioned them toward a ship. They then disappeared into the depths of the Iron Monster. I guess that's what recruitment looked like around here. Good afternoon, I approached the officer, and he silently nodded in response.
You want?
Oh, he noticed my ring.
What do you want?
In fact, I should start hiding that ring. I wanted to find out what the pay was for the sailors, and what it took to get hired on, and also how I could, say, sail off to another land. Fortunately, the man turned out to be surprisingly talkative. I guess he was tired of the company of sailors and engineers, and so he was happy talking to me. It was indeed a cargo ship, so no, it didn't take on passengers. But it wasn't unusual for regular people to sail away on board cargo ships simply by accepting a job. They could earn up to 100 rubles a month. No, this isn't big money, but for your regular Joe, it was decent pay. There was a range of jobs on the ship, from shoveling coal to maintaining equipment. Anyone offering specialized skills, though, was hired through the main office. This guy's job was to recruit unskilled workers. He did tell me that they could use a healer on board, and for completing a single trip, the pay would be from 500 to 1,000 rubles, which was considered a generous amount around here, even for minor aristocrats. Well, at least they valued healers, although I would say not by much. Really, they ought to offer more. I would never work for such rates. After thanking the man and shaking his hand, I went on down the list. I had a reason for shaking his hand. Since he'd been so helpful, he would no longer be bothered by hemorrhoids, and in time, he'd no longer have flat feet. In fact, flat feet led to the hemorrhoids, although indirectly. Ah, how good it felt to be an archmagister. Were I a student, the way to treat him would be to touch the affected area. In other words, to cure the hemorrhoids, I'd have to lay my hands on his buttocks. Far easier to concentrate your energy through any place you touched, you see. I'd mastered the art of healing such that I no longer required direct contact with the targeted area. Anyway, I wouldn't be working aboard his ship, not even as a healer. It would be easier for me to find an artifact, sell it, and then pay for a luxury cabin. That way I could sail to my destination in comfort. I would find it humiliating even to accept such paltry payment in return for my services. I'd rather give them away, but only to those who deserve it. Somewhere in the hideout of the largest group in the port district. Boss, we couldn't find them anywhere. The minion shrugged as soon as he entered the dark basement room. And the man sitting at his desk pursed his lips in displeasure. Did you conduct a thorough search? The old man swore that the bastard was loaded with cash. The man was stocky and bald, and as he sat there, he was gnawing on some smoked pork ribs. He didn't like to be interrupted while eating, but the disappearance of 2 of his gang members warranted his attention. Moreover, they were trusted members. There were just under 300 fighters in the gang, but most of them were rabble. Sorry, I didn't have time. Our Mark sold the belongings and clothes of our guys today. He sold them to a store. What? The bald man choked in surprise and started coughing. Blood rushed into his face, and the veins in his forehead started bulging. It was only after clearing his throat that he was able to speak again. What the fuck? Is he stark raving mad? On my land? What about the bodies? We couldn't find them. They weren't in his room and we have no idea what happened to them. The minion shrugged. He knew how to conduct himself, and so he usually avoided being slapped around by the gang boss. That is why he was tapped to deliver any bad news. He had that kind of innocuous appearance. An ordinary, unremarkable guy. Short hair, simple face, average height. Nothing to rile anybody. Even his voice was always quiet and calm. That's not good, muttered the boss. Maybe he stashed the bodies in the neighboring room, so problem solved. Humph. He growled, rising from his chair, his food forgotten. This is personal now. Send the enforcers and tell them to demand compensation. Enough for him to know we mean business, and then apply the same old. The minion immediately knew what was what. Indeed, that evil smile could only mean one thing. So he nodded and turned and left, heading after the 6 enforcers. Pastry shop, near the port, about the same time. Little did I know that there were all sorts of coffee drinks, almost as many as the varieties of tea. I wasn't going to rest until I'd tried them all. And there were also lots of different pastries and cakes in this world. Good thing I couldn't get fat. I could eat as much as I wanted. And at the window stood my old friend. The girl also loved these baked treats. But now she was standing near the entrance selling knitted hats and mittens. True, without much success. Throughout the entire time I was watching her, she sold nothing at all. So once I was done eating, I walked over towards her. I brought with me a cake to go, along with an entire bag of pastries. How much is that hat? I pointed at a toxic green knitted hat with ear flaps. I could see why the sales weren't going well. I'd never wear such a thing, even if I had a flower stitched onto the forehead.
"Oh, hi, mister,"
she smiled.
2 rubles apiece, but for you just 40 kopecks. That's what it costs to make it. Because you're good."
The little girl was clearly embarrassed. 40 kopecks then, I said and took out my wallet. And I fished out 20 rubles and stashed them in her pocket. I made sure nobody could see us. "And here's a cake for you." I handed the package to her, and without listening to her protests, I moved on down the street. I spontaneously entered a certain bookstore. I decided that I might as well drop off the books I'd already read. They looked new, and I lacked a library where I could store them. And why keep them anyway? I'd read all 6 of them, and was now up on general concepts in anatomy, as well as mathematics, Russian literature, and biology, having read the books cover to cover. Now I wanted more in-depth material. I could never get enough knowledge. I wanted to know everything about this world, which I liked more and more with each new day. And yes, I saw books as a hobby of mine, and there were far more of them here than in my world. And I'd just done a good deed, and my soul felt good. Of course, evil deeds could also make me feel good. It depended on the circumstances. "Well, no more than 4 rubles." The bookstore proprietor sighed theatrically and shook his head. "How's that for chutzpah?" I could tell that he was full of it, the mangy cur. "And I can only give you 10 for this one. Look, it's damaged." And he showed me a couple of dog-eared pages. Hey, if you just straightened them, they'd be good as new. But he wasn't going to argue with me. The slick-haired, insolent clerk bought my books for about 1/3 of their value, and he would now suffer increasingly sweaty feet for the rest of his life. No one should dare to deceive me when buying my books back. Not just me, but none of the mages in my world could stand that sort of thing. When you buy a very rare tome through magical delivery, it might well arrive with half the pages missing. Such an occurrence could launch a war. "Sorry, but this book is not in stock. There is one from another publisher in hardcover, but it is 20 rubles more expensive." I'd asked him to bring me books from a list I'd made, but he couldn't find the one on skull anatomy. Of course, it was at the top of my list. Well, I guess I'd have to pay the extra, even though I got the impression he had the less expensive paperback. He was simply trying to milk me for more cash. Now, not just his feet, but his butt would sweat. I don't like shysters. I remembered a certain king with similar inclinations who wanted to lure several members of our order into opening healing centers for the aristocracy in his kingdom. As it was, we never treated anybody for free, but what he wanted us to do was to deliberately create diseases so that he could then extract money from those inflicted with the malady. Of course, as soon as I found out about this, the king himself started suffering from a wealth of sores. No, they weren't fatal, but they were unpleasant. Anyway, I got the books that I wanted and had them sent to the inn. I didn't return there just yet, though. I had a long way to go before evening, and right then I lacked the energy to work on my body more. But there was one thing I should have attended to long ago. True, this meant I had to travel to the other end of the city. Fortunately, I had no problem flagging down a taxi in the port district during the day. It was a different matter at night, when even cars weren't to be found around the port. I'd found the address as soon as I arrived in the city, and I had nothing wrong with my memory. So I told the driver where to go, and off we went, the driver deftly avoiding the pedestrians all over the place. The taxi driver was a regular guy who looked to be around 20 years old. He chatted incessantly all the way about how hard he'd had it growing up, and said that driving this taxi was just sort of a hobby of his. In fact, he had a business of his own, and what that was, well, I'd stopped listening by then. Really, I learned more during this trip across town than what I'd garnered from a day of reading. The difference was in the veracity of the information. Anyway, I sat back and gazed out the window at the scenery, which was all new to me. I even turned my hearing down a little to lessen the distraction from the blathering driver. The area around the port was transformed during the day. The people on the streets were upstanding citizens, while the creatures of the night hid in their slums, like cockroaches that only came out under the cover of darkness. But soon we emerged into a different region, where before me rose tall 5-story apartment buildings all along the streets. Such neighborhoods we called suburbs. Indeed, I felt like falling asleep. It was incredibly monotonous here, boring, but nicely landscaped. Now there was lighting on the streets, and I doubted that they had to worry about anybody stealing the light bulbs. Next, we passed through an industrial area. It could be that parts for ships were manufactured here. I had yet to bone up on this world's technology. Then I saw a huge plant belching black smoke into the sky, and right away I had to know what they were producing there. It's a steel plant. They melt it, then pour it into molds, and then send it off for sale. See that? It's a foundry. The taxi driver went on. I didn't understand half of what he was saying, but my interest was piqued. Yes, this was something worth checking out. I didn't even notice it when we reached my destination. Well, it was good that we arrived, because it was high time I made it here. Can you wait here for me? An hour, maximum 2. I approached the driver, who frowned at my request. I'll pay you 30. The driver immediately brightened up and agreed without hesitation. He said he'd wait there all day if necessary. He didn't even ask for the money in advance, but I still gave him 15 rubles. I didn't want to have to worry about him leaving. This made him smile even more. No wonder. The cost of the trip to get here was little more than 3 rubles. I was now at the castle of Countess Bulatova. Rather, I was almost there. I didn't plan on announcing my arrival yet. I still had so much to do. But I wanted to check out the lay of the land, see how she was doing. After all, she could be in danger. I'd promised her father to do everything possible, and now I had the opportunity to follow through on this. Thus, I was a little over half a mile from the castle, in the middle of a forest. The snowdrifts here were waist-deep, and it was quite difficult to power through them, but oh well. First I went even deeper into the forest, and only then did I make my way towards the castle. I walked around, looked, and examined animal tracks. Nothing dangerous, just a couple of foxes and a small family of wild boars. And then I was at the castle. Was anybody there? It looked like an entire army took it by storm a couple of centuries ago, and seized it, and then plundered it and burned it down, leaving it like this as a reminder of their dastardly deed. There was a huge hole in one wall, and the towers were covered in sooty stains from the raging flames. The inside of the outbuildings were also mostly burned. Others were simply falling to ruins or rotted. A young birch tree was growing on the roof. And not just one. And all over the grounds were thorny bushes. On top of this, the fence encircling the estate had collapsed. I would have just left, but I felt life inside. Heartbeats that were huddled in one room at the opposite end of the castle, closer to the entrance. To do this, I had to turn my strength up to maximum now, and I almost creaked from the effort. Damn, I overdid it, but that was my habit. In my past life, this kind of thing was never an issue, really. But it wasn't just the heartbeats in the house that I'd heard. I also sensed 3 more people in the forest, about a quarter mile from the castle, and these were clearly humans. I could tell a human heartbeat from any other creatures, to be sure. I cut back on the flow to the rune, and quickly recovered, and then I smiled, thinking how good it was that I'd stopped by here today. Evidently something interesting was transpiring here. I immediately headed to intercept the heartbeats in the woods. I wanted to make sure, as unlikely as it was, that these people weren't part of the household. Right in the middle of the forest, 3 men had pitched a tent and lit a smokeless fire. They'd been very cunning about it, such that you couldn't see the smoke even when you were right by it. I simply stepped out of the trees, and waving in a friendly manner, I walked up to them. "Good afternoon. One question, what are you doing here?" I smiled, but right away they rushed at me, not even bothering to respond to my query. They all had cold weapons. Fortunately, firearms weren't favored here, no doubt because you can use your gift with daggers and swords and such. Plus, high-quality rifles were costly toys around here, and you couldn't shoot anyone who was gifted with junk weaponry. I was left to simply shrug. Okay, I got it if these guys didn't want to point fingers. Still, they'd have to spill the beans anyway, but this time it would be on completely different terms. I easily dodged the first sword, and grabbing the swordsman's arm, I poured energy into it, paralyzing his muscles. Right, I so loved encounters with the weakly gifted. It took so little effort to spank them. But with the strongly gifted, things were more interesting. I didn't play around with the threesome, and in less than a minute they were laid out on the trampled snow, unable to move. Of course, had I simply killed them, there'd be less noise. But I needed to find out who they were. Clearly the Countess was in distress, and if these chumps were to kill the last of her servants, well, that wouldn't do. Who do you serve, you pathetic losers? I kicked the nearest one to me. I advise you to answer voluntarily.
Fuck you, forest scum. Do you know who my master is?
The man tried to spit on me, though he was twisted into a Z shape. How glad I was to hear his boasting. I'm afraid to even imagine. I shook my head. But I suspect he's weaker than me.
What? My master's Viscount Negriev.
And the pathetic loser turned red with anger.
But he's merciful, and if you cut the crap right now...
He couldn't think of a term for the cramp that was gripping him.
I'll put in a good word for you. You will die quickly and painlessly.
Viscount Negriev, that means... I repeated thoughtfully. Actually, it means nothing at all to me. Tell me more, and don't leave out the details. I simply caused the other two to pass out. This one looked like the leader, and he was also noticeably stronger, so I decided to interrogate him. Hearing my response, he was even more enraged, and he flatly refused to talk. But I could be very persuasive, especially since I now knew these weren't the Countess's people, and so I could do whatever I wanted to them. In fact, I loosened his tongue in no time. I didn't even need to employ standard methods of torture. All I had to do was play a little with his nerve endings. It was like he was in a vat of boiling oil and yet was unable to lose consciousness or die. I was impressed, though. He held on for a relatively long time, 15 seconds, give or take, and I learned even more than I hoped. These people were lookouts. Their only task was to monitor the movements of the Countess and transmit all they learned to their bosses. True, there were others watching the castle. 3 more were near the castle right now. They were closer to the road, a little further off, which is why I didn't sense their heartbeats. Secondly, they were on watch at the castle for a reason. They were planning an attack that very night in which the Viscount's men would burn down the empty village attendant to the castle. The houses belonged to the Bulatov family, and they'd been deserted some time ago. My captive then boasted that they had recently raised a sizable chunk of the Countess's property. The attacks occurred regularly, and each time they caused more and more damage. But what the end goal was, well, he didn't know. I got the drift, though, and now Negriev was first in line for compulsory treatment. And so that was all there was to learn. My prisoner added a little bit more about his master, but nothing that I couldn't find out for myself from open sources. And then, in the middle of talking, he suddenly passed into the other world, the energy of life in his body having ended. I dealt with the bodies the usual well, and then headed for the other lookouts. I didn't play around with them. I simply dropped in unannounced and killed them. I now had a weapon with which to do so, having grabbed a sword from the first troika. I turned them into dust as well, and then collected their belongings and stashed them in my backpack. It was a worthy purchase, that quality backpack, no doubt about it. I could even fit my new sword inside, and didn't even need to sheath it first. The fabric didn't tear, and it was extremely durable. The only thing was that the iron rattled on my back, but I didn't expect that to bother anybody. I simply set their dugout on fire, and it collapsed. Apparently, they'd been spying on the castle from it for some time. Maybe I'd attracted the attention of the Countess, and at the same time jerk the chain of Negriev's people. Then I went on back to the taxi driver. Great, He'd waited for me, even though more than 2 hours had passed. I didn't have a phone, so it would have taken me a while to make it back into the city. That was another inconvenience of living in a castle. Well, I guess you'd simply have to own a means of transport, along with a personal driver, or learn to drive yourself. It always paid to acquire knowledge and abilities, and it looked like an interesting skill. I plopped down in the back seat and simply stared out the window. This time the taxi driver wasn't in the mood to bend my ear, and silently turned the steering wheel without distracting me from my thoughts. I was glad. I had a lot to think about. I didn't have much time. It didn't seem like they were out to kill the Countess, and in theory, I didn't need to act now. I hadn't promised to ensure the safety of some deserted village, but I did have the power to prevent it from being razed. In short, I had time before nightfall, and I needed to decide how best to proceed. On the way, we stopped at a store and I got myself a new phone. My last phone had been taken out by a crossbow. Thus, this time I purchased a more expensive, shock-proof model. Given my situation, there was no point in buying anything else. The protective case wouldn't withstand a bolt from a crossbow, but it would withstand an accidental blow, and that made it worth the dough. Right away I entered the taxi driver into my contacts. He was, in fact, my only contact to date. He did the job, and without unnecessary questions. Plus, he was a good driver. When I asked him to step on it, he got me back to the inn in around 40 minutes. Can I call you at all hours? Well, I usually work until midnight, and then from 7 in the morning. He hesitated. What if I pay you today's rate? Call any time of the day or night. I'll sleep with the phone in my hands. The taxi driver laughed and then, stepping out of the cab, he opened the door for me. And just so you know, I'm one of few who are willing to come to this part of town after dark. Aren't you afraid that you'll be robbed? I asked, surprised. Indeed, with the onset of darkness, any form of transport evaporated from these streets. I grew up here, so what do I have to be afraid of? The man smiled wryly, and then the car sped away. What indeed? The sailors around here weren't local boys, not by a long shot. Well, I was lucky to find him. I'd be going to and fro quite a lot. I was going to be very busy. What a shame. I'll have to wait to enjoy you guys, I said, looking sadly at my stack of brand new books. I wanted to read them all at once, but I felt 6 people hovering around my door, 6 big men, to be exact. Well, finally! They hesitated for a minute, but then there was a knock on the door. What can I do for you? I cracked open the door, but for my guests, this wasn't enough. 6 big guys just walked into my room and began unceremoniously looking at my belongings. You owe us money, one of them said, walking right up to me. You killed our people. Don't even think about hemming and hawing. The boss knows everything, and he wants to talk to you. They were clearly not the kind to simply wag their tongues, and immediately got down to business. Is that right? I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding, I said, backing away. And, how much do I owe you? Or your boss? 25 pieces, the big man blurted out without hesitation and bared his teeth, noticing the fear on my face. It's hard to pretend to be scared. The hard thing was not laughing out loud. They had only one moderately gifted thug amongst them. True, the gift was rather interesting, but was it enough? Well, no. I had energy. But really, was there any point in fighting them right then? They would show up again and again. But I hadn't yet decided what I was going to do that night. So let's continue the performance. Phew! I exhaled, making a show of wiping sweat from my forehead. I wanted to ensure that the big lug saw the Count's ring on my finger. I'm shaking, I'm scared. Of course I'll hand over my money, seeing as how such respectable men are asking me for it. Just don't hurt me. Meanwhile, the goons started fingering the alien weapons. My crossbow and big sword. No, I was incensed. This was too much already. You're an aristocrat, the big guy drawled, and the gears started moving in his head. I could hear them creaking from where I stood. Dear man, no need to exert yourself. A stroke is just a stone's throw away. Then I want 60 big ones from you. And he raised his index finger. That's what it'll take to ensure your safety. Is that understood?
Of course it's understood. How not to understand it? I said, my face expressing my chagrin. But I can't get it to you until tomorrow. I can't get that kind of money together before then.
You have 2 days. I'm leaving 2 of our guys here, so don't even think about doing anything stupid.
The head thug said in a deep voice and nodded to his comrades, who had already set their eyes on the huge sword. One even tried to lift it, but he struggled.
Once you hand over the money, we'll forgive you, capiche?
Of course. You'll get your money. And then they left. And didn't they strut, just like they'd accomplished a major feat? What a joke. Right away I forgot about them, and then plunged into thought. I sat there thinking until the evening. I just sat there. Meanwhile, 2 people were moving around downstairs below me. They were there, and then they weren't. And in the morning the cleaner would have to somehow deal with 2 piles of ashes. But I'd accumulated a little energy, which was also good. So then I was supposed to pay 60,000. But I'm a healer, so I can pay them with my services. Yes, I'll pay them all right. Damned if I won't. The sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the port district again began to fill with strange types, drunken sailors and other evil spirits. I finished with my meditating, and suddenly opened my eyes. I'd made my decision. Hello, can you come by for me right now? I'll pay you 50, but do come on the double. The sleepy yet happy voice of the taxi driver issued from the phone, promising to waste no time. I looked at my weapons and... yes, I decided that all I'd need was the crossbow. Chapter 12. That evening at the castle of Countess Bulatova, the black-haired girl with the scar on her face frowned. Has the information been verified? The Countess was sitting in her chair opposite the fireplace, and next to her stood her faithful servant. He told her the news, namely, that an attack on the estate was being planned. It came from a guardsman loyal to you, but who now serves another family. The old man shrugged. I see no reason not to believe him. He loved your family and left. However, you yourself know why he, like many, had to leave. No need to remind me. The girl shook her head. For some time she sat in thought. She had reason to sit there, thinking. The family's enemies were ever the more emboldened, and she was constantly dealing with all sorts of dirty tricks. It was one thing after another. And now, a certain viscount was planning on burning down a village that was part of the Bulatov estate. Right now the houses were empty, but that could change. Someday peasants might be housed there, who could work for the family and make that village their home. She never gave up on the thought that the estate could be restored. No, it wouldn't be easy, but she could find people who would want to live on her lands, make homes for themselves here. The Countess clenched her fists in impotent anger. She wanted nothing more than to seize and kill all of their enemies. But the bastards were mean and strong, and she wasn't able to deal with them by herself. She didn't even remember how it was that she found herself in this situation, all alone. Will you come with me? She asked, looking at the old man, and he sighed. Of course I'll go. He shrugged again. How can I let you go alone? I held you in my arms when you were just a baby. But... He thought for a couple of seconds, looking into the flames burning in the fireplace. Isn't it better to sit it out in here? There might be quite a few of them, and you'll be putting your life in danger. He didn't even think about how he, too, would be endangered. His entire life had been in service to the family, and he'd elected to live thusly. This is my land, my family, and I won't allow any bastards to walk freely here, she hissed. She was especially sweet when she was angry, and even the scars on her face couldn't hide it. I understand. You are a true Bulatova, the old man smiled. But even if we kill everyone, they will still burn the village down. I suspect the Viscount will ensure that much gets done. Do we have any bodies left? Bulatova asked. Yes, the last ones are still lying about. I froze them outside and put them in the basement. But we have no strong ones left, as far as I remember. We've gone through them," the old man said thoughtfully, searching his memory. "But the bodies are fresh, yes? They should do. Okay, then let's get ready to do this thing. It'll be dark soon," the girl said, getting up from her chair and heading to the basement. "We still need to tinker with the bodies." Later that evening, 1.5 miles from the castle. "Here you go, advance payment." I handed the taxi driver 25 rubles and was almost blinded by his smile. He was actually glowing with happiness. Why not? He'd earned a week's worth of wages in just one night. "It might be a long wait, my friend." "No problem, sir. It's just—" He hesitated for a second. "Can I go to the city and wait there? As soon as you call, I'll be here in a flash." "Yes, of course, whatever suits you." I waved my hand and disappeared into the forest. In fact, it was better this way. Were he to wait here, he'd be in danger. There were no police around, and you never knew who might be wandering along the snowy road. True, he'd lied about being here in a flash, but I could always call him a few minutes ahead of time. Of course, there was a lot of snow. Moreover, the moon had disappeared behind leaden clouds, so it was pitch black. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem for me. It was even an advantage, because on the internet, I never found any viable tools for seeing clearly in the dark, and what was available didn't work well and cost an incredible amount of money. There were artifacts that made this possible, but they're so rare I could ignore them as a possibility. This attack was arranged by the Viscount, so it wasn't likely I'd see even one lousy artifact in the hands of his fighters, which is too bad, because I wouldn't mind acquiring some. Everyone is greedy, very greedy. For example, that off-worlder I got this crossbow from could have brought more bolts with him. I only had 15 left, so now I was forced to make do. But at least I had that protective amulet. It might come in handy. And no, despite my knowledge, I was not under the illusion that I was invincible in this world. Actually, I was, in fact, invincible. But my body was weak. I mustn't forget that. I arrived early, about 3 hours ahead of the event, and not in vain. I was able to run through the forest, scaring away all kinds of living creatures, and detecting the enemy in advance. I detected the heartbeats of a whole crowd of people several miles away, and therefore immediately rushed over toward them. In this wilderness at night, nobody would be out for the fun of it. So after running around a bit, I spotted a group of armed men, 80 people. They were heading for the castle, but they were still a long way off, and even though they were loudly discussing matters, I couldn't glean anything interesting from the hubbub. They seemed to be in a good mood, but I would soon be doing something about that. Soon the crowd divided into 2 groups. 50 went where they had originally planned, towards the village, but the rest headed straight for the castle. Either their plans had changed, or their lookout had deceived me during the interrogation. I favored the first possibility. It was simply impossible to lie when undergoing the kind of torture I'd inflicted on that guy. Most likely they'd found out that someone had taken out their lookouts, so they wanted to teach the Countess a lesson, such as destroy the castle and everyone inside. So to hell with it, with the village, let it burn. I'd promised to protect the Countess, so I must stop this particular detachment. True, although it was smaller in number, the fighters heading for the Countess were much stronger. 2 were gifted and strong, and the rest were weaker. However, none of them came close to the kind of adversaries I was used to facing, and their weapons weren't anything to worry about either. They didn't have firearms. Swords and axes were their weapons of choice for this venture. It was dark in the forest, waist-deep snow, and not a thing could be seen. Suddenly, one of them fell into a cold, rushing brook. He was swearing, cursing, furious. What fun! What did I say about their carefree mood? But I was just beginning. I kept to my distance and spied on them using an enhanced vision spell. Expensive, yes, but what can you do? It was captivating watching them suffer on their jaunt through the woods. I could see miles ahead with this spell, but there was a drawback to using it. If one were to employ it for 2 days straight, they'd simply go blind. The optic nerves would burn from the inside out, to be precise, and brief usage of the spell produced a vicious headache. The kind that lingered, but I'm a healer, so such concerns were trifles to me. And thus I tracked the detachment. One guy decided to lag behind the crowd to relieve himself. Did he not know that wandering alone in the forest at night was dangerous? When you were a child, didn't Mama tell you that the boogeyman might show up and do something bad? Chances are she did. The wintry milieu muffled the click of my crossbow firing, and the lone figure slumped silently into the yellow snow. Gifted? I scratched the back of my head, running up to the corpse. But the bolt was even more gifted. It's a pity I didn't have time to draw out some energy. I had to do something to correct this situation by applying absorption runes to the bolts. Not that a basic artifact like that wouldn't cost me a lot of hemorrhoids and a mountain of time, but it'd be worth it, bolts with runes on them. As it was, every time I charged the bolts with healing power, so that they'd bypass protective artifacts, I wasn't able to accumulate any energy. Nothing was simple, really. That's a fact. I got the impression that the locals had problems acquiring artifacts, and I had to investigate this. Right now I was operating under the assumption that everyone had some. The detachment was now missing one fighter. Actually, no one noticed the loss because he wasn't a key player, and there was no attempt at vigilance. I continued tracking them and was amazed at the disorientation that reigned amongst the detachment as they moved towards the castle. At some point, they even seemed to be lost. But their leader checked the map on his phone and pointed everyone in the right direction. While they stood around, I strengthened my hearing. I couldn't do this on the go yet. It was simply too difficult. It'd be too hard to extinguish extraneous sounds, and this was essential to making out what people were saying. But if there are no fish, filet mignon will do, as members of the Order who are fond of fishing like to say. Again, I couldn't make out anything interesting except that one soldier was sent to the road. If the Countess suddenly tried to escape, he would inform the others, but in fact he won't be able to carry out his assignment. True, for this I had to speed up, otherwise I simply wouldn't have had time to go to two places at once. The man hid right on the side of the road, and I skirted around him and stepped onto the road. I was tired of wandering around in the snow and was wet already. In addition, I'd expended a lot of energy on heat. "Dude, do you have any matches?" I asked him, and he jumped up in surprise. "Thanks. Now I could get in a good shot." Before he could speak, I lodged a bolt into his neck. Then I sprang up to him and drained some energy before he died. Now I could simply run along the road, which was faster. I could tell that the heartbeats were already at the castle itself, and that they were waiting for something. Luckily, I made it on time. The fighters had already come close to the wall and were about to breach the castle. Castle, right. What was with the Bulatovs? All normal aristocrats have long since moved to mansions and co-ops, and only a couple of dinosaurs chose to live in the middle of nowhere in their ancestral luxury castles. And okay, they can be understood, but why hang on to these ruins? Then again, in my past world, I'd settled into a castle, and then I moved into the tower. True, we all have our crazy fantasies, to be sure. I watched from the side for some time, and when they started to move, I drew near. I could have started firing from a distance, but first I decided to take out the strongest. One of them was a mage. He was the leader and powerful. I could feel his power from half a mile away, but the second one was also worthy, although he relied on physical strength. The click sounded exactly when the commander gave the order to attack. Well, he gave the order right when I fired. What a coincidence! The bolt lodged into his back as everyone was running toward the castle. In the darkness, nobody knew what was going on, so I shot a second bolt at one who was weakly gifted. I couldn't get to their Goliath, as he was in the front of the pack and was now shielded by the backs of the others. Remarkably, they didn't even have to break down the walls. Instead, easily penetrated due to missing brickwork, damaged in previous attacks. And only after the second shot did the enemy suspect something was amiss. Turmoil and confusion ensued as I kept clicking my crossbow, firing bolt after bolt at them. I had no idea what would happen first. Would I run out of bolts, or would they come to their senses? Indeed, they lacked cohesion. Finally, the remnants of the detachment dispersed, hid behind trees and stones, and began lighting fires. Some had flashlights, while others lit hissing flares and some strange torches. Others activated magical armor, but it was too weak against my alien crossbow and wouldn't do them any good. Aha! They were ready to rush into attacking me, and so I started screaming in a variety of voices, which I made happen by altering my vocal cords as needed. Nicotine! Fire at sight! Click. One down. Then I ran to the other side of the clearing and screamed in a deep voice, Commander, we've cut off all escape routes. Shall we attack? I could tell that I'd spooked them. All of this was smoke and mirrors, but by the time they figured it out, it would be too late. After the fighting was done, actually, maybe never, because the fighting would end with the death of every single one of these bastards who were here to capture or kill the Countess. I shouted in a range of voices for some time, convincing the remnants of the detachment that it was better for them to surrender. Some deputy commander was furious, and he screamed at his cowardly minions until his face was beet red. So then I fired off my remaining supply of bolts. After that, they were cowed. No response whatsoever. They ran into the woods, shining their flashlights as they fled or hid. I easily glided through the trees, now shooting arrows at one target after another. It was like an old-fashioned shooting gallery. Seriously, close combat like this was all kinds of fun. Smiling, I picked up someone's blade and sauntered over toward my next victim. My blade dug into his flesh, and a thin stream of crimson splashed onto the snow. I injected a little energy into it and increased the flow. One of his allies popped up just then. Clutching an axe, he leaped out from behind a tree stump and swiped at my head. Too bad for him, he was sluggish. I ducked and slashed him across the stomach, and then I grabbed him by the throat. This was no fighter. I didn't kill him right away, and instead laid him down for a while. I could tell I had some fighting to do. Several of the fighters were aiming their flashlights my way, and were heading over with their swords at the ready. Okay then. I sent my energy to my arms and legs, fortified my skin a little, and yes, the back muscles. Let's not neglect them, and... Same locale. A minute earlier.
Boris, why are we sitting around here?
Asked a man who, like everyone else, was hunched down in the dark forest next to a hole in the castle wall.
How the hell do I know?
Shrugged Boris.
The commander told us to come here. Are you getting paid to ask questions or what?
Damn straight. We got to do what he says. It's just, something ain't right about this. Goosebumps were running through his body. He'd had a bad premonition since he got up that morning, and it had only intensified since they launched their attack. The commander ordered them to run forward, and then he'd been taken out, but by then a lot of them had made it to the big hole in the wall.
What do you mean?
Asked Boris right before something pierced his back, and wheezing softly, his face fell forward into the snow.
Holy hell!
Screamed the man, and scrambled behind a tree. In fact, all of them were thoroughly alarmed, and they all scattered, seeking cover wherever they could. The arrows flew out of the darkness, taking out one after another of them.
How many are there? Where are they?
Shouted the deputy commander.
Lights, quickly!
Flashlights then lit up, casting rays of light into the dark forest. No longer did anyone feel the need for subterfuge. Clearly that ship had sailed some time ago, but try as they might to find the enemy, the onslaught of arrows was unceasing, and they were so insolent they kept up their chatter.
Judging by the voices, there are no more than 10 of them. Prepare to attack,
growled the deputy commander. He was a powerful warrior who'd survived more than one war, and he was endowed with a strong gift. The commander, too, had been strong, and he would already have generated a wall of flame to devour the enemy. Now, though, he lay there, pierced by an arrow, seemingly dead. The man shrank with fear, because the last thing he wanted to do was go on the attack. He thought that all they were here for was to raze their castle to the ground and kidnap the Countess. In the best scenario, they let them have the Countess as a reward, but those were just pipe dreams, it seems. He heard more wheezing nearby and the sounds of a short fight, and somehow he managed to shine his flashlight on the scene. His flashlight's beam illuminated a dark human figure that towered over the body of a fighter who was twitching in convulsions, and then the dark figure turned and looked at him with flashing cat's eyes
the cut through the night. It was like those eyes could read his soul. And then the stranger bared his teeth and headed toward him and the others in their hidey holes. Several others trained their beams on the figure, and they channeled everything they had in the way of abilities at him. But what they had was woefully inadequate, as the stranger simply dodged out of the way. Oh, but then a fireball graced his sleeve, setting it on fire, only not for long. The stranger simply plunged his arm into the snow and then stood up again and shook his head. For that? But then he was interrupted. The area was lit up with a bright flash. Everyone's hair stood on end, and a powerful bolt of lightning shot out of the dark sky and struck the stranger. Those who were closer were thrown back by the shock wave, while the rest were simply blinded. But having come to their senses a little, men began to emerge from their hiding places. Only a cloud of thick smoke and steam remained in the spot where the stranger had stood, and a few survivors were beginning to celebrate. "Awesome, sir," said a fighter with 2 axes. "He's definitely a corpse now." "Quiet," growled the deputy commander. "I can't repeat that trick. It's not my profile. And there are several more of them. I definitely heard different voices." "No need to sweat it, dude. I came alone for your souls." A voice issued from the cloud of smoke, and then a smoking figure in charred clothes appeared before the stunned soldiers. He was covered in terrible burns and wounds, but that's not what horrified them. What made their hair stand on end was how his wounds healed right before their eyes, literally in seconds, and his evil grin chilled them to the bone. "Who are you? What is your rank?" asked the deputy commander in surprise, looking at the speed with which the man's wounds had healed. No one could do that, and yet he was seeing it with his own eyes. But the stranger simply walked toward them, on the way picking up a sword from the ground and skillfully twirling it in his hands. "Count Bulatov, healer," he said laconically, and then he swung the blade and decapitated the astonished figure. "That makes you my patient. The prognosis isn't good." And the broad smile on the stranger's face was incredibly creepy. There was a reason that I left behind some of the wounded. I'd known how this would pan out, and so I was lying on a heap of bodies pumping the life force out of the survivors. I needed it, as I was close to depleted. I'd given my all in this fight. Little did I know what it would take. I guess what I'd given was the equivalent of what 10 ordinary fighters could contribute. I'd managed quite well, but the enemy succeeded in beating me up a little. But that last one, the deputy commander, was indeed a powerful fighter, and fearless too. I'd poured a lot of energy into making sure his leg cramped at the most inopportune moment. It took that for me to overpower him. After cramping his leg, I did my usual. I enhanced every blow, even light ones, by pouring energy into them. And in the end, he was powerless. But then I too collapsed in the snow once I'd triumphed. And even after I drained all the life force from the wounded, I still was running a deficit in my energy reserves. But at least I had enough to get back onto my feet. And despite my deplorable condition, I was happy. And not just because I was stronger after this fight. My source was now larger, and that made this showdown with these bastards a great success. You see, there were ways other than increasing it artificially, as I'd done last time. In fact, the artificial method was incredibly painful precisely because it wasn't natural. A natural means to enlarging the source was by engaging in dangerous battles with powerful opponents. It is only by looking death in the eye that you can release a magical substance in the body, which, in conjunction with certain hormones, sparks the normal enlargement of one's source. All of this is a complex topic. That being said, for many, defying death was the only way to initiate development. Even for me, it was the most effective method. But then, how many thousands of battles did I need to regain my former power? Or was it tens of thousands? Really, by then, would there even be anyone left in this world? It took me a while to get myself back in order. No way was I ready to go after the second group of attackers. And anyway, they weren't after the Countess.
so I decided to leave. But first, I cleaned out the fighters' pockets and filled my backpack to capacity with their weapons. I could use whatever money I got for this stuff, even if it wasn't much. On the other hand, it was a good thing that most of these guys had been little more than ordinary peasants. Just the same, I'd have to give my all to defeat them. And my new shock-proof and rather expensive phone was toast now. Aha, that lightning strike was strong. I was surprised at its force. So not only had I been burned, the contents in my pockets were also destroyed. The artifact could not withstand magical attacks, and now it was completely discharged. But in any case, there was no point in charging it in battle. It would take too long, and it was a painstaking process. So I had to call the driver using the phone of the former commander of the enemy forces, and then I threw it away. I knew from watching the television that it was easy to track at these phones. I had to give the taxi driver credit for not asking me any unnecessary questions. Good job. He said nothing about my appearance, though I was charred and in burnt rags. I simply plopped down in the back seat and placed the backpack full of rattling iron down next to me. Although, yes, on the way back he glanced in the rear-view mirror and nodded toward the empty quiver and asked, "Good hunting?" "Not bad," I smiled, nodding back at him. Deep night, not far from the abandoned village of the Bulatov family. The Countess and the old man disappeared into the thickets and carefully watched the village. They didn't have to wait long, though. Soon lights appeared in the distance. The attackers made no attempt to hide. They were certain they could do what they wanted here, but they were wrong. "Weaklings," hissed the Countess. "Do they really think so little of me? Look at the trash they sent." "Madame, my impression is that Viscount Negriev did not expect you to repel the attack," the old man said, and pulled an elegant sword from its sheath. "Let's surprise them." A devilish smile appeared on his wrinkled face. The Countess nodded, and as soon as the crowd of men approached, she began working her magic. The old man jumped out of hiding, let the years take their toll, but his movements could still surprise even the young, and when he was wielding a sword, all thoughts about his age dissipated. And even though they were up against up to 50 adversaries, not a single house was set on fire. Most fled in panic, and the others lay down and cowered, unable to withstand the deadly magic of the Countess and the skill of the servant. True, yet again the girl acquired a scar. It covered a couple of older scars, but she no longer cared. It was business as usual. There wasn't a single gifted opponent among the enemy, only weaklings and commoners. The Countess calmly walked around surveying the corpses, wondering in advance who she could use in the future, and how, when suddenly a clap of lightning flashed from the direction of the castle, and then thunder sounded. Everything inside her went cold. "The guardsmen deceived me," she said quietly, and horror appeared on her face. "They lured us out of the castle on purpose." The girl immediately ran to defend her house, and the old man rushed after her, but they both knew they'd be too late. Of course, they might still be able to exact revenge. Various thoughts swarmed in the Countess's head. She was determined to stand to the last and not disgrace her family name. It was only over her dead body that the Bulatov dynasty would end. She'd had numerous marriage proposals from various ultra-wealthy suitors and aristocrats, all of whom wanted to get their hands on their family's heritage, but she'd rejected them all in short order. They drew near the castle, and the girl expected to see it in ruins, but instead she found 25 corpses. "Oh my! Ha ha ha!" The old man burst into laughter looking at the scene. "Madame, it looks like you have a fan." "Hey, enough of that," she protested, blushing. Fortunately, the darkness hid her confusion. "We need to check the castle." But they found no one inside, and whoever had aided them remained a secret to the Countess, and it was obvious that he'd acted alone. The tracks were clearly visible, and of course she was dying to meet him, especially now she could use an ally of his caliber. A few hours earlier, not far from the inn in the medical facilities of a respected healer. "Help me, I beg of you!" A young woman choking with tears rushed into the healer's office. She clutched a bundle from which only paws and a tail protruded. The receptionist looked at her appraisingly and shook his head, chuckling. "What happened?" he drawled in a bored tone. "My dog! She's dying!" the young woman exclaimed and unwrapped the bundle, revealing a furry snout. And yes, indeed, the dog didn't look good. "Dying?" A grey-haired, clean-shaven man emerged from the door behind the reception desk. He too gave the would-be client a quick look and sighed noisily. He was exasperated. Still, what with the dying dog, he might be able to milk her for some good money. This time, though, it wasn't the case. "Take it!" The young woman threw some coins onto the counter. "That's all I have. Heal her, please. I love her so much." And she sobbed louder and louder, while the staff simply stood and watched, completely unmoved by what they were seeing. The healer again disappeared behind the door, having instructed his receptionist to send the woman and her dog away. "Take your pennies. A light treatment costs 30 rubles. And with a careless movement of his hand, the receptionist threw the coins onto the floor, and the young woman had to struggle to not drop the dog as she stooped down to retrieve them. The sobbing woman was forced out onto the street, and all she could do was plop down onto the dirty pavement. The dog meant a lot to her. It wasn't just a pet, he was her friend, perhaps even her only one. And it wasn't fair. Vasya, though a seemingly ordinary red-haired mongrel, was still very young, but he'd fallen ill for some reason, and with every day grew sicker and sicker. Maria, that was the young woman's name, was no expert, but she knew something was wrong. Her Vasya would be dead in a day unless she could do something, but now all she could do was sit there crying as she scratched Vasya behind the ear. "Is something wrong?" The voice came out of nowhere, startling Maria. She looked around in fear at the stranger who had just left the inn and was approaching her. She noticed the birth ring on his finger, but she was just a first-grade teacher and knew nothing about families. It wasn't smart, she knew, to talk to strangers around here. Problems could ensue. But something in her broke. She sobbed even more and dumped all her hurt and pain on the stranger. All this time the guy just squatted next to her and listened carefully as he stroked the dog on the head. "A healer, you say?" He grinned, looking at the door of the medical office. "On the one hand, it's good that he didn't accept you." "How is that good?" She looked at him in bewilderment, and seeing his smile, she was completely lost. "Never mind. You know, miracles do happen, and for some reason, I am sure that everything will be fine with Busha. You will see." And with these words, he rose and headed toward an approaching taxi. "Go home. It's almost night outside." And he was right. She'd been sitting on this sidewalk for too long. Everybody knew better than to be outside after dark. So, hugging Busha, she took off running. Maria didn't remember how she got home. All she could think of was how her Busha was doing, and she knew she had to get home, for both their sakes. Once inside, she was still so distraught that all she could do was collapse on the carpet, holding the mongrel close and rocking from side to side. Hope dies last, yes, but since that healer had turned her out, even hope was fading fast. If only she had money. The girl sat like that for at least 4 hours. "Arf!" barked Busya. Maria was so startled that she released the bundle. All this time she'd been expecting the worst. Once on the floor, the dog barked again, and emerging from the bundle, he wagged his tail and sniffed Maria's hand. And then the red, wagging butt of the mutt headed for his bowl. And Maria, still stunned, recalled what that mysterious man had said about miracles. Chapter 13. "What the hell?" Anton, a hulk of a man, said with a heavy sigh. He sat in his small room thinking about his affairs, more precisely what the boss had tasked him with. He was supposed to squeeze the target for money, the usual business. He'd taken 5 bruisers with him, like usual, to intimidate the chump, He'd played over his head how it would all pan out, but the chump turned out to an easy mark, an aristocrat to boot. It's not like they never came to the Port District, but they were a rare sight, seriously rare. Like a blue-blooded kid might run away from home to live a little, see the world, sail off on a ship in search of adventure. So seeing this one, Anton naturally assumed there had been some kind of mistake. The boss had told him this punk had to pay for actually taking out two of their guys. That just didn't add up. Again, Anton sighed and picked up his mug of strong coffee spiked with cognac. He took a sip and continued with his ruminations. There was no way that brat could have pulled off the murder of two of their henchmen. Or could he? No way. Anton had seen how scared he was. He was a professional at putting the squeeze on people. He knew how to persuade them to hand over their money and valuables without throwing a punch. That kid was so scared he'd practically wet himself. He'd been quaking in his shoes. Had all that really just been an act? Again and again, Anton replayed the events in his head and kept shaking his head. Theoretically, this looked like the gravy train, a real windfall, such as he'd never before come across. He'd found the kid, scared the bejesus out of him, and his reward would be 60,000. The kid had even let out that he was an aristocrat. What an idiot. It's like he was asking for it. Yes, Anton had noticed the ring, but he also got the kid to admit it. Ha! That's when Anton doubled the price for safety, and he'd left two of the guys behind just in case. To keep an eye on the kid. It's not like he'd have the balls to try to escape, but yeah, just to be on the safe side. Anton was a professional, and he'd been collecting debts all his life. He knew how to shake people down, but he was having problems this time. First, the two guys he'd left behind to keep an eye on things quit picking up their phones. But then, they weren't professionals, so maybe they'd tied one on. But it was only when the next two he'd stationed there disappeared that Anton decided there was something going on. Something deep inside him screamed that this would not end well. But then, the boss's order was law, and he had to follow through. However, chances were that something powerful was living at the inn, and that something powerful is what had taken out his men. And they had to deal with it, whoever it was. And so Anton called one of his guys over and gave him an order. "Get that aristocratic brat and bring him here. Take all his stuff and put him in a cage," he said. And that was that. Something was rotten about this matter. He'd lost 4 men now. Someone in that inn didn't respect them, and he needed to be taught a lesson. Right now it was like they were spitting on Anton. Maybe they didn't like his guys keeping an eye on things there. Too bad that the inn with the tavern was actually not their territory, it belonged to their competitors. But hell, if they were killing his people willy-nilly, what would they do tomorrow? Was a war on the horizon? Time to get to the bottom of this. I'd so forgotten what this was like. Yes, indeed. I don't remember the last time I'd experienced magical exhaustion. But it was long ago in my past life. Probably it had occurred during the last interface. That was when I'd buried a lot of strong entities who, for whatever reason, had buzzed around me like flies all my life. Yes, I was a healer, but I've had to kill a lot more people than I've treated. The mockery of fate. Right away getting into a fight with 30 lowlives and already played out. All I could do was sigh and accept the fact that I had not yet attained my previous level. But it's not like this was out of my reach. I just had to be patient. What really bugged me was that I hadn't really done all that much. I'd attacked at night and from behind. Half of them didn't see me coming before I killed them. But just the same, I wasn't strong enough. Thus, I had to start the morning without food. I was in so much pain. I couldn't lift the spoon to my lips. I was so beat that I'd have a hard time walking, and so I had to rely on my source, wait for it to produce enough energy. I also needed to properly distribute it, and thus I launched the recovery process. Unless I encountered interruptions, it would last about a day. So I lay there looking at the ceiling. Unbridled fun. The left heel was freezing. The right, on the contrary, was sizzling hot. and I was too tired to put the one foot under the blanket and stick the other one out. I also had goosebumps on the back of my head. Crazy. It was like a disco in my skull. I was flooded by a host of strange sensations. It was like ants dancing around up there. Nothing I could do but endure it. Oh, how dull to simply lie there. But I had to do it. If I didn't, I'd deteriorate. If only I could order room service to provide me with some vital energy. But no. Bam, bam. Someone was pounding at the door, and I could feel their heartbeats. It was easy to identify people by the rhythm of their hearts, which is unique to everyone, like fingerprints. Although fingerprints can be hidden, this wasn't the case with heartbeats. Well, not unless you were a healer. Odd, wasn't it, that the local police didn't take advantage of this? But they didn't. I'd already checked out the situation. Perhaps it was hard for them to access the heartbeat, since it occurs on the third etheric level of the organism. The two beings outside my door were my guests from yesterday, and I had a good idea of why they were here. I guess they'd noticed their missing guys. So why did they leave them here? They left them for me, right? So what? They wanted them back now? "It's open," I shouted as soon as the knocking on the door died down. I was lying. The door was locked, but that didn't stop my guests. Realizing that I was inside, they immediately took out the door and busted into the room. "Damn, looks like someone overdid it yesterday," noted the first thug. He'd reached this conclusion after taking a quick look at the mess in my room. "Who cares? Just get him and go," said the second, approaching my bed, and he unceremoniously grabbed me by the collar and tried to haul me into a sitting position, while his colleague grabbed me from the other side. I just lay there like a wet sack of sand, whimpering and looking at them with dull eyes. Right then, I didn't have it in me to tear up all my channels to squeeze a drop of energy out of them, so as to deal with this problem. "Where are we? It's daytime," one said, suddenly remembering that stuff like this wasn't the norm during the day, even around the port. "So what? We'll say he's drunk and we're his friends. We're getting him home. Yeah, that's what we'll say. We're taking care of him." And he laughed at his wit. "Let's say that the cage is his new home." I see. A cage. Well, I didn't think they planned on taking me to a spa. Okay, then. I was just thinking about how nice it'd be if room service would bring me some vital energy. This was essentially the same thing. I should thank these boneheads. "Why is he so heavy?" After one of the lugs, the first to grab me. What did he expect? This was just the beginning. "I eat well, so my bones are heavy," I said, surprising them by talking. They had nothing to say to that. "I'm all sweaty too," agreed the second one. "Okay, let's just drag him, why not?" "Guys, what's your name?" They'd been trying to get me to the door for about 5 minutes by then, and now they were arguing about how they were going to eventually get me down the street. "We need a gag," said the thug, looking at his comrade. "No need, I'll shut up." I realized they didn't want to chat, and so I made a point of looking scared and quit talking. "Will they really be silent?" he asked his friend, which offended me. I was right there, so I asked him. And so they set about trying to drag me. Gee, thanks. But now it was time to put a stop to this. I'd managed to drain them enough while they fumbled around, so let's get rid of them. Soon there were 2 oversized empty suits, literally, and 2 rather large piles of ashes. And now I felt replenished and went to seek sustenance from my body's resources. Although they'd wanted to lock me in a cage, I was grateful to these 2 for providing me with some much-needed energy. Because of their generosity, I'd taken their lives painlessly. They simply lost consciousness and fell asleep, as they'd been tossing me around discussing how to handle me, roll me up in the carpet and carry me out on their shoulders or whatever. I'd been carrying out diagnostics in their bodies, which is why influencing them was not a big deal. I headed downstairs and ordered 5 baked rabbits, some vegetables, and a couple of drinks. And as I sat there, I noticed several other customers casting glances at me. Of course, this was a lot of food for one person. At least that's what they thought, but they were wrong. I needed a lot of calories to recover. Each rabbit I ate was immediately absorbed by my body, and once I'd finished, I felt warmth spreading throughout my body. My recovery was complete. Now, for the next issue, I needed an energy reserve. I couldn't allow a repeat of yesterday's depletion. Yes, I'd emerged victorious from the battle, which was, for me, a given, but I was a wreck afterwards. So that made it a terrible defeat for me, personally. Just 30 pathetic adversaries, and yet I'd been utterly exhausted. No, that was simply unacceptable. I was out of time. This I knew. I totally got it. I'd been planning to introduce myself to the Countess in a month or two, but plans had changed. It was a miracle that I happened to go there yesterday. Although, yes, she shouldn't be totally helpless. After all, she was a countess, and that should mean something. I'd thought this was a real family, the Bulatovs, with guards, servants, and all the trimmings. But I'd only discerned 2 people in the castle, and that boded ill.
Sir, sorry for disturbing you.
The bartender's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Did I forget to pay for the room? No, it was something else altogether. I was glad that he showed up. He remembered that I was interested in books. As it turned out, that very morning, a merchant ship under the flag of the Spanish matriarchy had sailed in. So now a fair was underway in the port square. You could always find interesting items at such fairs. They sold all sorts of things there. The bartender went on to say that these items ranged from baked goods to firearms, and, not necessarily legal goods. I was intrigued. So, after thanking him and leaving a generous tip, I immediately headed there. Even if my funds were low, I still had enough to pick something or the other up. The square was indeed abuzz with activity. People were scurrying about, including several aristocrats. The parking lot next to the port was packed with dull-colored taxis and also shiny new cars. Could I tell them apart, these different models? No, not really. But for whatever reason, I could still tell which were costly and which were insanely out-of-this-world expensive. There were lots of stalls and booths selling wares, of course. It was an ad hoc event, and so they were situated about in random fashion. The sellers were mostly sailors who spoke in broken Russian, diligently trying to attract people to their booths. Some were practically accosting passers-by to get them to look at their wares. At least 2 of the more aggressive sellers suddenly had to rush off to attend to, the call of nature. They'd be gone a while too. I didn't like their hardcore sales tactics. Back at the inn, I heard a little about where this ship full of valuables had come from. Apparently the country has been ruled exclusively by women for over 200 years. Of course, when it came to day-to-day life, the men were still in charge. But at the highest ranks, the women were at the top. As for the kings, they were just there for show. How this came to be, no one told me. I'd have to read about it in a history book. I had one in my room at the inn, in fact, so I'd be doing that before long. I was intrigued by this country ruled by matriarchs. I saw a diversity of items for sale. Jewelry, clothes, edged weapons, all kinds of sweets, and, most importantly, books. In my world, there weren't many books, and their value here was also far different. Here, wars were even started over them. If you had the money, there were some particularly rare specimens that could not be bought. In fact, I hinted to a sailor seller that there was a certain book I wanted, something that could not be purchased in a regular store. It was a book on the healing mastery. Although far from fluent in Russian, he understood me, and with a wink, he quickly delved into the crowd. A minute later he returned, and then he stealthily showed what was in his bag.
A black healer,
he said, adding something I couldn't understand, and said, 5,000. His Russian was broken, yes, but I got the impression that he was nervous. His eardrums twitched too much as they caught what people at the neighboring booths were saying, and so I launched a diagnostic scan and tracked various things. I could tell, for example, that he wasn't anxious about this transaction, meaning he wasn't up to anything nefarious with me. And at the very least, the book looked, well, unusual. It had a black cover with gold script, and the image of a convex gold skull, and it looked aged, although not so dated as to originate in the 1st century. Well, 5,000 rubles, okay, let it be so. I was intrigued, no doubt about it, so I bought the book without bargaining.
It's forbidden. Be careful,
he warned me, and then he turned to his next buyers. Pfft, what was he hinting at? That it could be confiscated? How misplaced such fears. No effing entity could take a book from me, be it in my past world or this one. Let it be forbidden. Big deal. That was far better than reading what was allowed before tossing it into the fireplace. I hoped that I could learn something valuable from this book. But really, why worry about it? New knowledge is never superfluous, not even if it's useless information. There was just one problem. The book was in Spanish, but I saw a dictionary in a bookstore and I could use it to read the book. And I'd picked up a new language, better and better. I actually planned to learn several languages in the near future and in the distant future. I planned on being fluent in all of them. But no matter how badly I felt like immediately immersing myself in reading and acquiring a new language, I decided to walk around the fair a little more. I'd heard that it would only be here for a couple of days before the ship sailed off to another port. It never stayed for long. Rather, they unloaded their goods and bought new items for sale elsewhere, in and out, fast and easy. This was the way of the world for these guys. And they welcomed any merchant willing to join them on board, but only for a price. In addition to a fixed fee, they had to hand over a percentage of sales. Clever, that arrangement. But the fair itself was interesting. There were bright lights, happy faces, masses of buyers and aristocrats. For quite a while I stood on the side nibbling on a caramel apple, watching the action. And when I was done taking in the strange spectacle of the spontaneous fair, I headed for the bookstore, which wasn't too far off. And then at my back, right in the center of the port square, I suddenly heard 3 clear, very familiar popping sounds. What was this? That's right. Those pops signaled the occurrence of an interface. 3 portals had opened at once. Screams rang out and people madly rushed about. A stampede ensued, with everybody pushing to get away, trampling over anybody in their way. Meanwhile, armed guards rushed forward to confront the off-worlders. I stood aside, observing all this. I'd positioned myself such that I had a clear view of the portals, and I could tell right away that the off-worlders clearly hadn't intended on landing here. And yet, steel-clad warriors began emerging from all 3 portals, one after another. Each of them had matching gear, and they all sported purple capes with a crest. Apparently, an entire detachment had decided to use 3 portals to arrive at their destination simultaneously. Once they exited the portals, the security guards at the fair opened fire on them. The machine guns rumbled, and bright flashes of spells filled the air. There were aristocrats present, and they didn't stand to the side. But the off-worlders didn't just lie down and die. Each warrior was equipped with various artifacts, which was the sole reason they weren't immediately taken out by the machine guns. Just the same, they did suffer losses, as did both sides. The off-worlders did not spare anyone, cutting down whomever they came across as they rushed forward. The crossbowmen following the warriors then fired a hail of arrows on the defenders, finishing off several at once. They also shot civilians, rushing about the square in a panic, seeking a way out of the chaos. I stood in wonderment, watching it all. Were they really that brazen? They thought they could simply land in a square filled with people and kill them all? Of interest, their bolts weren't ordinary, but artifacts. Some of the people here who happened to be gifted were protected, but others, the weak, were easily penetrated by the alien bolts. I felt an affinity with the bolts, indeed I did. Strong, gifted people also gave me problems. I couldn't employ my diagnostics on them, so as to get a handle on how to deal with them, and they were generally more difficult to influence. Another flash went off, and I felt a light push by the resulting blast wave. Not far away was a hangar of sorts, in which fishing boats were stored. That would be past tense. It was torn to shreds by a fireball explosion. And all of this because of some alien mage. He'd just walked out of the portal, and the first thing he did was blow the building up. And now he was about to repeat the performance. But he didn't have time. A 1.5-yard icicle pierced his chest, and he fell face down on the ground. Wow!
Strange. It turned out that the icicle was launched by a girl who looked about 18 years old. She had fiery red hair, a sweet face, and freckles. The element of fire would suit her better. But yes, it was quite dangerous here. They were attacking from all sides at once. The enemies were strong and skilled, and anyone could catch a stray bullet. Perhaps I should move further off so as to not take risks. But what was I thinking? There was a real treasure trove of artifacts, and I wasn't about to leave until I'd collected enough. And these otherworldly people also had a lot of vital energy, and my appetite was awakened. Plus, I wanted to see how the locals fought off the attacks of the invaders. Moreover, how the invaders carried out their attack was also worth studying. They seemed to employ similar tactics. The warriors, crossbowmen, and mages had all finished emerging through the portals, which is where new off-worlder guests suddenly started coming through. These were ordinary, rather weak specimens who clearly lacked wealth. I'd encountered their type before at the last interface in that alley, but these ones lacked weapons. All they had were big metal hooks attached to long ropes. I saw right away what these hooks and ropes were for. The first one to emerge from the portal whipped the rope around his head and then aimed it at the first person he saw. The hook dug into the man's thigh. He'd simply been trying to protect his goods, but now the off-worlder was dragging him towards the portal. Okay, so these were the catchers. They'd hoped that their warriors would quickly deal with the guards, but frankly, the warriors had done a lousy job. Half of the steel-clad fighters were stretched out on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, and the others had scattered all over the square and were now being finished off one by one. But that took time. The catchers were also suffering losses, but just the same, they were replaced by more and more of their kind, who poured out of the portals. They threw their hooks, grabbed people fleeing in a panic, and pulled them in, then hustled them through the portals with joyful exclamations. All this time, a man of about 40 stood next to me. He was gifted, although moderately so, but he stood nearby, and then he suddenly started shooting at any catcher he could reach with weak bolts of lightning. He wasn't killing any of them, but he was at least interfering with them. "Ah!" He screamed as a hook pierced his leg. The rope immediately tightened, and he was pulled off by two of the catchers. But just then I jumped forward and cut the rope. One of the catchers immediately rushed towards me, thinking I was a weakling. I saw him smirking in anticipation, but I spoiled his fun. I ducked his embrace and swiftly cut the tendons on his leg, and before he could recover, I drove my blade imbued with vital force into his armpit and pierced his heart. He shouldn't have smirked. None of his artifacts helped him. I tore the one he wore around his neck off, and then, pulling my dagger out, I jumped to the side. Actually, I'd been presumptuous. I'd thought the guards had finished off almost all of the warriors, and indeed they had, but the catchers were still emerging from the portals, and there were simply too many of them, and the panicked people were still running about all over the place. Some tried hiding, and only now realized how futile that was. Others had been wounded, and were now being dragged into the portals by the catchers. The man I'd helped quickly pulled himself together and crawled behind a booth. He could fight back if he had to. In any case, I'd done all I could. Not far away, a woman was lying on the ground, with a big wound in her leg, hugging a little boy, no doubt her son. She was hysterical, but none of the panicking people paid attention to her. It was every man and woman for themselves. Her screams would only attract the off-worlder catchers, and so I ran over to her. "Calm down!" I shouted, but, her eyes wide, she tried to crawl away. "Stop, you fool! I'm trying to help you!" Right, she was hysterical. I had to get her to switch off. Fortunately, she wasn't gifted, so this wasn't hard to do. All it took was my placing my hand on her forehead for a few seconds. Her body went limp, and I took off my jacket and covered her bloody thigh. They'd pierced it to the bone, but otherwise she was fine. It wasn't hard to treat her, and nobody even noticed. "Ah, ah, ah!" she screamed as soon as she came to, and then she tried hitting me and again started crawling away. I slapped her then. "Get up and get your child out of here," I said with steel in my voice. As soon as the woman looked into my eyes, she immediately fell silent, grabbed her son, and rushed away. All this time the tyke had been petrified, poor thing. It was because of him that I couldn't do nothing. When it comes to children, I have to act. After all, I too was once a child, and I well remember what it was like. Then I again became an observer. By this point, a serious battle had unfolded. Security had finally taken out all of the warriors, and now they'd switched to the catchers, pouring out endlessly from the portals as if from a cornucopia. Their sole focus was on catching people and dragging them through whichever was their portal. Yes, they could fight, but this was only thanks to their protective artifacts. Our defenders had to use a lot of ammo on each of the off-worlders, and so some broke through, and then they engaged in close combat. One of the catchers whirled his rope hook and sent it sailing to catch an aristocrat, but the blue blood deftly dodged the hook and responded with an aerial blade. Right, the catcher's artifacts only saved them from physical attacks. Lucky for the aristocrat. Not everyone was so fortunate, though. 2 hooks suddenly pierced some young guy's torso, and in a matter of seconds the off-worlders dragged him into the portal, no matter how much he resisted. I saw one catcher throw his hook, only to capture another catcher. As they were arguing with each other, an aristocrat running past finished them both off with his gift. Meanwhile, a group of guards drew their swords and engaged in close combat, and to my surprise, they easily scattered 9 catchers at once. All of them had average gifts, and made full use of them. One of them sparkled with flashes of light, another fired lightning bolts from his weapon, while the third fired flames from his hands to drive a smoking off-worlder into the ground. This was interesting. I constantly monitored the beating of hearts around me, and then I noticed one strange thing. I sensed a heartbeat, but saw no one there. After taking a closer look, I realized that an invisible man was lurking nearby. Actually, he was more like a chameleon. If you focused, you could see him. He was well armed, clutching a harpoon, and he was aiming. I followed his aim, and saw he was targeting a small group of people, a woman with a child, and 2 guards nearby. The chameleon was aiming specifically at the boy. They really love to steal children. Perhaps because it was easier, or maybe children are more valued in their homeland. I had to catch that invisible bastard and thoroughly interrogate him. I have a real soft spot for children. I had to save this one. But the invisible man was about to fire. He was too far away for me to take him out, so I rushed towards the boy. Baroness Lugovskaya regretted with all her heart that she had taken her son to the fair. But who would have thought that all hell would break loose with an interface here? Moreover, they were quite far from the exit when the portals opened, at the other end of the square, and now they were desperately trying to push through the panicking crowd whilst off-worlders scurried about everywhere. "Madame!" shouted a guard. "Careful!" A stranger was hurtling towards them. He was deftly jumping over obstacles, running right at them, but the guards noticed him in time. "Halt!" one of them barked, and putting his hand forward, created a translucent energy shield in the guy's path. But the guy deftly dodged the shield and continued to approach. Even the guard wasn't a hindrance to his mad dash. The stranger simply pushed him in the chest, and the tall, large guard flew into the air, landing on his butt. At that moment, a muffled click was heard, and the stranger jumped forward with amazing speed, pushing her son aside in the nick of time. "Help him!" screamed the woman. She was the first to realize what really happened. She saw the harpoon now sticking out of the savior's back. True, it had pierced his backpack, but the guy was being dragged away. The guards looked at each other. Their job was to protect the woman and her child, and not some stranger. But another angry cry from their mistress brought them to their senses. They quickly helped the stranger off with his backpack and then pulled him to his feet. Meanwhile, the Baroness now stared at the one who wanted to kidnap her child. He appeared as if out of thin air. He lazily looked at the guards, ready for battle, sighed tiredly, and pulled out a flickering crystal from his bosom. And then he smashed it on the paving stones, and another portal appeared. He disappeared into it, leaving everyone to look after him in bewilderment. "Are you okay?" She ran up to her savior, but immediately recoiled when she saw his gaze. It was as if her savior had been replaced. It was as if the man who had just saved her son was now replaced by fury in the flesh. "With me, yes, but they stole my backpack," he muttered through clenched teeth, and calmly walked up to the portal and disappeared through it. What just happened? The guard said in surprise. Did he commit suicide because of the backpack? Well, maybe there was something very valuable in it. The second one calmly shrugged. But without a mana filter, to dive into a portal like that, too damn bad. No kidding. Well, time for us to get out of here, nodded the second guy. Madame, are you okay? He saw the way the Baroness froze and was looking beyond him in surprise. There. She pointed towards the portal, and she didn't say anything more. Turning around, the guard saw the stranger calmly walking towards the exit out of the port square, and he was carrying the backpack from which the harpoon protruded, and on the strap hung a severed hand covered with tattoos that had once belonged to the catcher, and under the astonished looks of them all, the strange figure slowly disappeared down the nearest alley. Chapter 14. What kind of bastard shoots at a book? Okay, fire your weapon at a person if you want, even if he's good, but why shoot a book? Thinking thusly, I headed down the street clutching my backpack. I'd almost lost it because of my weakness, but in any event, that idiot was doomed after what he did to my book. He could turn invisible 100 times over and hide in the king's chambers. People were rushing past me in a panic as I trudged along. Cars roared down the streets, almost knocking down pedestrians. At the same time, heavily armed soldiers loaded with military hardware, or riding combat vehicles, were rushing toward me. All that technology. I needed to study it. The longer I was here, the more I appreciated the breadth and wealth of engineering and technology I saw around me. This was not the case in my old world, where everybody relied more on magic, which is precisely why there was no point in developing technology. Why invent electricity and light bulbs when you could simply create an artifact to generate lighting that worked flawlessly? But light bulbs were pretty easy to use as well, and there were all sorts of other things that interested me. Really, the sky's the limit when it came to new avenues for learning and knowledge, and this was fascinating. I still had so much to learn. I'd like to buy myself a tank like that one moving down the street. That would inspire respect. I could just see the faces of the catchers when they fired at them. True, this time the military was arriving too late. Most of the off-worlders were gone from the square by now. After waiting for a column of military machinery to pass, I crossed the street and entered the bookstore. The bell on the door chimed a greeting, but the bookseller's expression was less than friendly. I got the impression he was sick of seeing me. Well, let him scowl at me. If I worried about what people thought, I'd waste a lot of energy. Moreover, this guy's pancreas was already on his last legs, and soon would start feeling painful, and then he'd really start scowling. A Spanish-Russian dictionary? The bookseller was surprised. Have you decided to sail away to Seville? He laughed, but seeing my deadpan stare, he fell silent and then quickly disappeared to the back room. Upon the cretin's return, he hastened to complete the transaction with me. He almost forgot to take money for the book. It's like he wanted me out of his store as fast as possible. Anyway, it's not like I wanted to linger. I had plenty of reading to do. I didn't need any more books, and so soon I was again wandering down the street, lost in my thoughts. Even the roaring sounds from the port square didn't distract me. Soon the din died down. The off-worlders truly must all be gone or dead. Everything should calm down now. I'd cut off that catcher's hand, which was a good reminder to him not to shoot at books. He'd never forget it, that's for sure. But what I needed to really relax were women, books, and a good stiff drink. Forget about the good drink and the women, though. I'd have a hard time recovering from the latter, and good booze around here was not to be found. At least I had books, though, and one of them was for sure good. But even if it turned out to be poppycock, I'd at least pick up some Spanish. I don't even remember how I made it back to the inn. I was filled with anticipation, and the innkeeper, seeing the look on my face, didn't bother asking me about the fare. He already knew what happened there. I ran up the stairs, flew into my room, and cleared off the table. Only then was I able to exhale, and lay the 2 books in front of me and— To hell with you, then, eh? Damn right.
I heard an angry drunk outside the window. I breathed in and out, calming myself. It's okay. I simply got up and shut the window. I didn't need to intervene, although whoever was out there was clearly upset. I didn't have time for that right now. I even closed the curtains to completely distance myself from what was happening around me. Fortunately, I could turn the lamp that was on the table on, and then return to my treasures. But it didn't help. The sailors were really tying it on today. It's like they wanted me to show them a thing or two. But no, let's not get distracted. Rather, let's turn off our eardrums. And yes, I was now deaf, but happy. I wasn't afraid of being taken unawares since my heartbeat detector was still functioning in passive mode. A good book. Without a doubt, it was old and high quality. First of all, I carefully examined the cover from different angles. Quite strong, the harpoon could not penetrate too deeply, but it still inflicted damage. Fortunately, I was able to carefully extract it so that only a small hole in the middle of the cover remained to remind me of the damage. It was right in the forehead of the golden skull depicted on the cover. Next, I opened the book and ran my hand over the first page. I smelled the light aroma of necrotics. Old, even, I would say, ancient. Intriguing. For the next 2 hours, I simply disappeared. I was totally enveloped in poring over every line on each page. It was a good book, excellent writing, and the quality of paper and the cover was outstanding. It was a real pleasure getting to know a book like this. It was very interesting and rather mysterious, I would say. However, it wasn't written in Spanish. Rather, this book was penned in ancient Spanish, and the two languages were, in fact, completely different. So my dictionary wasn't adequate, as every other word was not to be found in it. I needed a new one right away. I could see from the clock that it was already evening, and that I needed to hurry, as the bookstore would be soon closing. So I threw on a jacket and flew out the door into the corridor. I noticed that they'd already replaced it, my door, that is. I suddenly braked on the stairs. No, I won't lose you a second time. And so I returned to my room, packed the book and the artifacts into the backpack, and only then exited onto the street. Again, the innkeeper wanted to say something, but I just waved my hand at him, saying, "Not now." I really was in a hurry. I hustled down the street, which I noticed now had no trace left of the day's chaotic events. Now the military machinery was quietly crawling back toward the highway. I saw a few soldier types out and about, but they were just the final few detachments. The port square was, I assumed, all in order now. I made it back to the bookstore, and on time. But what a look on the face of the bookseller, who was about to close up shop. Indeed, he'd seen me coming, and was hurriedly trying to lock the door from the outside and close the security gate. I, however, can be very persuasive, so he had to open up and give me what I needed. Ancient Spanish. Again, I'd surprised him. But why do you need it? He goggled at me. I just silently stared at him like he was an idiot, with a slight smile on my lips and pity in my eyes. This is how people look at holy fools after they've done something really stupid. The bookseller then groaned and ducked off to find the dictionary from some back room. It turned out that it had been lying there for 5 years, and the store owner had lost all hope of selling what appeared to be a useless book. Useless to everyone but me. And I gladly paid a whopping 100 rubles for it, and then carefully packed it in my backpack. That was that then. All was well now. I could return to my room, open the book again, and dive into it. But my plans changed dramatically as I approached the inn. It was already my habit to continually monitor heartbeats, just like I did with diagnostics. In fact, it doesn't take much effort, but it provides a lot of information. For example, I had a clear understanding of what diseases were common in this world, and what's most interesting is that a considerable part of them had been brought in from somewhere else. Of course, this was the natural consequence of interfaces. I doubted if any of the off-worlders had it any better in their worlds. The exchange of diseases sometimes claims far more lives than does fighting. And now I again felt the familiar rhythm of beating hearts. Several enforcers who'd already dropped in on me had decided to pay me yet another visit. Only this time, one of them, who was, as far as I could tell, their top dog, was on the first floor. He was talking to the bartender right now. I carefully scanned the environs and saw a lot of strange personalities around the tavern. They were quietly stationed on the sidelines, warily watching what was going on, both at the exit and at the windows. But most of all, they were keeping an eye on the windows of my room. I got it. They were still set on getting their hands on me. Weren't they the slick ones? What would this be? The fourth attempt? I wondered how this was going to play out, so I drew near the tavern, and hiding behind some piles of rubbish in the alley, I began observing events.
Dude, what are you doing?
A hoarse voice issued from the rubbish. Oh, this wasn't a pile of garbage. It was someone's home.
Oh, well, I'm just...
Dude, move on now. I silently threw him a ruble, and the filthy man immediately broke into a satisfied smile and was gone in a flash. I amped up my hearing and vision and tuned in first to the ones stationed on the street, but they were evidently clueless about what they were doing here. Of interest is that they seemed to be on foreign territory, and the ones whose turf this was didn't like it. Any other talk was about nothing of interest, but inside the tavern, the conversation was more interesting. The big guy, who was out for me, was interrogating the bartender innkeeper, while several other bruisers searched my room, where they found my sword, my crossbow, and much more. I unconsciously stroked my backpack. Good thing I'd taken the book with me. I could replace everything else if I had to. At the same time, on the ground floor of the inn, inside the tavern.
Just tell me where he is. You yourself understand that nobody wants any trouble here. Not you, not me.
Anton, the big man, said calmly once again to the innkeeper. They were at a large table on the ground floor. Besides them, there was no one else there besides the big man's gang, one or two of whom passed by now and then to tell him something. But the bartender was impassive and calm, and simply shook his head whenever the big guy pressed him for information.
You're right, Anton.
This time the innkeeper nodded in the affirmative.
You don't need any trouble. You won't find anything here.
Boss, his room is clean, one of the goons said, drawing near, and he's not in any of the other rooms. Before, there had been indignant screams issuing from other rooms on the second floor, but no sounds of fighting. This was all due to Anton's henchmen who'd gone to every room in the place looking for him. The badass who'd killed 4 members of his gang.
Tell me where the fucker is,
again demanded Anton, but the bartender only grinned.
I can call Gray. You do know, don't you, that this is his territory? Wait, not so fast,
grimaced Anton. He thought for a second and looked at an indignant couple leaving this establishment right now, after some men burst into their room at the worst possible time. They were about to demand a refund for their room, but after a swift look at what was transpiring, they simply left without comment.
I hope the guy's miles away by now, I really do. And even if I knew where he was, why the hell would I tell you?
The bartender said.
Now then, leave my establishment. And don't forget to compensate for damages. You've scared away all my clients. You should have chosen your words. You've forgotten a lot.
Anton began to say as he rose from the bench, but at that moment the doors burst open, and 2 strong-looking fighters held them on each side as a hunched old man entered. He was dressed in a fur coat, and on his head was a bright pink hat covered in glitter. The old man was smiling into his beard as he headed straight for the table, plopping down at it.
Anton, haven't you lost your way, son? Do you comprehend what I'm saying?
Rasped the old man, his voice dripping in sarcasm.
Or is this no longer my turf?
The big man opened his mouth to say something, but the old man did not allow him to speak.
You have 5 minutes to leave, and I'll be seeing your boss at my place tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll show up instead, and the conversation will be of a different nature,"
he said, his face now dead serious. And the big man had no choice but to quickly gather his goons together and leave. This sick old man called Grey inspired fear and respect in all and sundry. There were even legends about him. Word had it that he was a real beast, both in terms of power and vision, and he had virtually no enemies. The few remaining enemies he'd had were thrown alive into a portal from which they never emerged.
"Thank you for coming,"
the bartender finally exhaled. He'd been outwardly calm, but keyed up inside. He'd been ready to fight any of Anton's goons who crossed the line.
"How could I not come? You know the drill."
The old man grinned.
"As long as you pay me for the roof, you won't have any problems."
But then he again was serious.
"Now tell me who they were looking for. That kind of noise has a story behind it."
The bartender had no choice but to tell Grey everything he knew, down to the smallest detail. It was a considerable amount of info, as he'd been working at the tavern for some time, and had an eye for the oddities in people. This guy was complicated, though. The old man wasn't concerned about some upstart, but since the competition was so interested in him...
"Okay, you're free now."
Grey nodded to the bartender, and then summoned his faithful servant, his right-hand man, you might say. This was a frail man of about 40, who immediately ran up to his boss.
"You start investigating this guy. Find out everything about him, and—"
Grey pointed to a piece of paper which depicted a coat of arms with a crossed sword and staff.
"This is the coat of arms for his family. Make some inquiries about it. Do you comprehend what I'm saying?" "These are the Bulatovs,"
the assistant answered, barely glancing at the image.
"We have an order concerning them. Remember when that village was burned down a couple of weeks ago?" "Is that right? Then the only ones left in the family are a girl and one servant."
The old man was surprised.
"Well, isn't that interesting? Okay, find out what you can. As much information as possible," he said, rising from the bench. "And get the guy and bring him to me."
"Well, he could have sailed away a long time ago on the first ship he came across," protested the assistant, "but I will do my best."
"You will? Of course you will," smiled the old man, heading towards the exit. "Otherwise—"
Hearing this, the assistant shuddered and immediately broke out in a sweat.
"You comprehend what I'm saying?"
They'd covered all their bases, indeed. Had I been in my room, well, a real fight would have ensued. There's no way I'd have been able to leave the inn unnoticed in any case. The good news is that I hadn't been there, so I think about what-ifs. But what really burned me was having to stand there and watch as Anton's goons took my belongings and loaded them into their vehicle. Good thing I'd taken my book with me, and I had a couple of artifacts in my backpack. Now everything I owned was with me. And now every dog around here was looking for me. All around me were dangerous thugs and more. But let them look. What did I care? I crawled out of the mountain of trash, dusted myself off, and headed across the road. There were lots of other taverns with rooms around here, virtually on every corner. Why cross town when I could rent a room right in the hood? So what if they were looking for me? They'd be searching for me here, there, and everywhere around the port. No point in going too far trying to hide.
"Which way you going?"
I'd accidentally bumped into some badass jerk. This place was full of them. It was an accident. I shrugged, and he muttered under his breath, but he didn't attack me. He seemed to be busy. "Are you waiting for someone?" I asked.
"Yeah, I'm looking for some punk. Like you, in fact. Get out of here now. Don't distract me."
He waved dismissively. "All right, already. I'll move along. And you sit there and be patient. Soon the gas will pass. Right now you could power an entire power plant." Next, I went to a new inn with a tavern, and after entering, I immediately stepped outside again. to make sure I wasn't wrong. But no, everything was fine. This place was just like the last one, except the innkeeper was different. Instead of a big bearded hulk, this guy was thin, clean-shaven and completely bald. He was, at the same time, very tall and silent. Without a word, he took the money and gave me a room key. It was even better, really, as he didn't ask me anything. I might as well follow suit. So I simply ascended the already familiar stairs, found my room, and locked myself inside. But there are still differences, I said, plopping down on the bed. The mattress here was softer and more comfortable, so everything that had happened was, one might say, only to my benefit. The day had been stormy and full of events, such that my tired mind began to drift into sleep. But one thought popped into my head, and my eyes snapped open. I'd killed 2 goons. Okay, 4. And 2 gangs had showed up, with a total of about 100 fighters. I don't know exactly the laws and customs of this world, but if these gangs reacted like that to the loss of 4 comrades, then what could be going on now at the Countess's castle, where I'd taken out 30 people at once? The dream suddenly vanished, and I immediately dialed the only saved number on my phone. After a couple of beeps, I heard the sleepy voice of my taxi driver, who asked me where I wanted to go. Nowhere. I wanted to ask you if you knew anybody who could do something for me. He mumbled thoughtfully into the phone. Dirty work. Well, not entirely clean. I'll pay normally, I said. Actually, I didn't understand what he meant by dirty work. I'm not talking about killing anybody, I said, and he exhaled in relief. Why hire killers when I can do a pretty good job myself? We agreed that he would arrive in 15 minutes, and we would discuss everything in person. So after hanging up, I went downstairs and ordered food from the silent man. I also didn't forget about alcohol. It would facilitate negotiations. Soon the taxi driver appeared, and while he was eating and drinking, I told him what he would have to do. And since the alcohol immediately penetrated into the blood from the first sip, which I contributed a little to, he simply listened, silently, nodded, and called some of his friends. And he ate still more. His appetite was huge. It was like his stomach had been empty and he needed to fill it up. Or perhaps it was because I was paying for the food. Anyway, now there would always be 3 guys keeping an eye on the Countess's castle. They were tasked with closely monitoring her and everything around her, and if anything of interest happened, they would immediately inform me. The taxi driver would be responsible for managing the watchmen and transporting them to and fro between shifts. After all, 3 guys couldn't live 24/7 in the forest. "What's this for?" whispered the taxi driver, his eyes wide when I put a 1,000-ruble bill on the table. I figured it was enough to start with. He immediately covered the money with his sleeve, and after quickly looking around, hid it in his inner pocket. "Someone could blow your brains out for flashing money like that around." "No one's done me in yet," I smiled and shrugged. "So then, we've worked things out?" He nodded and promised that he'd do exactly as ordered. "So this is—" The taxi driver leaned closer, and quickly looking around, he almost whispered, "Why is this dirty business? From what I can tell, it seems to be just surveillance. Or will there be something else involved?" "Well, the guys will be working outside. It's not like they'll be able to stay clean, right?" I didn't understand the question. Hearing this, my taxi driver sat back, and then stood up and left with a thoughtful look on his face. And I decided to return to my soft mattress. Now someone would be keeping an eye on the Countess, and if someone came to avenge the enemies I killed, they too would die. But even as I lay in bed, I kept on thinking about it. And yet again, I didn't mourn the loss of the off-worlder, sword and the crossbow. This bed was clearly worth losing them, and it wouldn't be hard for me to find other weapons. 2 hours later, in the dead of night. Thank you, sir. I'll never forget this. I am your debtor for the rest of my life. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Thank you." This was the first time I'd used my professional skills to make money in this world. I'd helped with a difficult birth, using my powers to ensure it all turned out fine. No one had died, everyone was healthy and happy, especially the sailor. The hulking fellow, tall and strong with an average gift, was almost ready to kiss my hands. Tears were flowing down his cheeks. He'd been so worried, poor guy. But it was an easy matter for me. True, I'd never delivered kittens before, but it was basically about the same. The most important thing was to monitor the channels and take care when infusing the female in labor with vital energy. And all this came about when I woke up to the sound of inhuman screams. No, it's true, it was like some kind of inhuman screaming, and that was exactly what it turned out to be. First, the screams, then the stomping, and general chaos outside my door. Naturally, I had to climb out of my soft bed and see what was going on. What was the racket all about? And there, I still didn't understand. There were lots of strong sailors, many of whom were averagely gifted. They were all running around like crazy, panic on their faces, some yelling obscenities at everyone. When I realized what the fuss was about, I almost burst out laughing. "Hey, what's the noise about? This is just a cat." That came from a man who'd stepped out of the neighboring room. He got as a response a huge fist in the teeth that sent him slumping to the floor. I immediately stopped smiling. Seriously, what was so funny after all? Cats had to give birth, just like humans. It was easy to help out, so I pushed the men huddled around the cat aside and did what needed to be done. It took all of 5 minutes. I calmed Mama Cat down, and 6 little fur balls were transferred to a special basket. I never expected that an almost 7-foot-tall guy, covered in scars and tattoos, with fists bigger than my head, could cry so hard in happiness. Apparently, he was relieved that everything had turned out okay. In fact, it'd been easier to help the little critter than it was dealing with the big hulk's hugs of gratitude. But I managed, citing the fact that the cat now needed his attention. The man immediately picked up the poor mama cat in his arms and began to lull her to sleep like a child. I took the opportunity to fade out the door. But I didn't return to my room. Since I was wide awake now, I decided to take a look around the city at night. Earlier, the slightly intoxicated driver had been very accommodating, and I managed to find out quite a lot through him from the calls he'd made at my request, in particular about my enemy. I knew for sure that the person in question was, in fact, just that, my enemy. I'm talking about the gang that stole all that I'd left in my room. What bothered me most was how they earned their money. One of their establishments wasn't far away, so I headed there straight away. The street was surprisingly empty. No doubt the windy weather and snowstorm had something to do with this. Instead of snow, disgusting prickly shards of ice were descending from the sky, every now and then hitting my face, trying to prick my eyes, and even getting under my clothes. A few lanterns swayed in the wind, emitting a creaking noise, and the rare pedestrians passing by were bundled in their jackets, and only near the casino were there some signs of activity. The guards were beating somebody, and stopped only when they noticed me.
"Come in, sir."
One of them bared his teeth, opening the door for me. All I had to do was shrug my shoulders and enter the warm space inside. And that guy, I assumed, was an ordinary customer who was unlucky enough to win a couple of 100 rubles from this establishment. Yes, according to the information from the taxi driver, you can play against the casino here, and if you were to win, they would then find your battered body somewhere in the next alley. But due to the weather, the goons decided not to pursue their victim, instead stopping him as he was on his way out. Well, what can I say? A casino like any other casino. For some reason, this is exactly how I'd imagined it. A girl immediately greeted me inside and offered me a glass of sparkling wine, on the house. But of course, drunk people are much more willing to gamble and much less likely to think. I accepted the glass of wine, and smiling at the girl, went to see what they were playing here. The room itself was quite spacious and bright. Colorful lights adorned the ceiling and walls. In one area of the hall were tables arranged to create a cocktail lounge, with lots of pretty, half-naked girls about to attract the eye, so that the patrons wouldn't notice how they were being deceived. The rest of the space was occupied by different tables for different games, and strange slot machines. In short, there was something for everyone, no matter what their poison. We had such establishments in my last world as well. People are the same everywhere, and gambling exists in every world. Among the orcs, for example, gambling was elevated to the status of a toxic cult. The games, though, can differ. Here's an interesting one, for example. The casino employee would deal himself a hand, look at it, and tell you, for example, 21, and you had to tell him if you believe him or if you don't. 3 people in a row had already guessed wrong, and the casino took their bets. I also noticed dice players. They also lost mercilessly, since the dice themselves, miraculously, were loaded to the benefit of the casino. Of course, once in a while a patron would win, just enough to ensure nobody suspected anything. Evidently, roulette was harder to rig, and that is what the poor guy outside had been playing. There were, in fact, countless games here, but I wasn't tempted by them because I'd come here with 2 goals. I planned on earning a little extra money and, if I was lucky, conveying a message. "I don't believe you," I said to the dealer at one of the guessing games, and he grinned. "And I'm watching your hands carefully. So what's this? Your fingers aren't obeying you? Do you get cramps when you try to shuffle the cards? Did you think I could be fooled so easily?" It turned out that you were supposed to have to guess several times in order to win money. I guess I wasn't so good at playing by the rules. So after losing a couple of times and winning 4 times, I went to another table, and I repeated this scenario with the next casino employee. I saw him deceive some old man who had only himself to blame for coming here. All the same, foul play stinks, and now the 2 cheaters were no longer able to play their dirty tricks that night. I'd done a little number on the tendons and joints in their fingers, a little inflammation, and now they were rather stiff. For the rest of their lives, I might add. This kind of affliction wasn't treatable here. "Hey, kiddo, don't even try." The man shook his head. "You can't win at this table today. This time I won, I blew it all right away." And yet he'd stayed. The boundless naivete of people never failed to amaze me. You could smell the cheating here from a mile away. Had I won a round, I'd have taken the money and run. I said nothing in response to the man and simply sat down at the table. "What's your number?" asked the croupier. I was supposed to pick a number and then roll the dice. Whoever was closer to that number would win, and so on in turn. 12. First I bared my teeth in a smile, and then he did likewise. So then, let's see what happens next. I bet 10 rubles, rolled the dice, and began to carefully observe. Just as I thought. Under the table was a simple artifact. It was like a magnet, influencing the dice. Funny thing, I never thought that type of artifact could be used this way. It was blasphemy. They had no idea what its original properties were and how it was supposed to function. It was a medical diagnostic artifact for operations with fractures and bone problems. And that is why it could be used with dice, which are in fact made of bone. It would make more sense, though, in light of the level of medical care here, to use such artifacts in hospitals. But to do so, they needed more knowledge about magic and how to employ it. It was like monkeys playing with grenades, really, the way they used artifacts here. I could do whatever I wanted to these bones, change their shape, and even make them come to life for a short time. It was a good artifact, although slightly damaged, and so I spent the next 2 hours moving between the tables. Sometimes I let them win some of my money, but most of the time I won. And when they started looking at me sideways, I collected my winnings and simply left. I'd won almost 20,000 rubles. As I headed for the exit, the players looked at me, mostly with envy. The casino employees also looked at me. Regret and pity were visible in the girls' eyes, while others gloated. They all knew what came next. They assumed I wouldn't be enjoying my wins, nor would I long enjoy good health. The weather outside was even more foul, colder and wetter. The wind was now trying to tear my hat off, and I had to wrap myself tighter in my jacket, with only my nose sticking out from my collar. I didn't linger near the exit and turned from the brightly lit street into a dark alley. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw 3 goons dash out of the casino, but they very quickly lost sight of me. If I didn't reveal myself, they'd go back inside. "Are you looking for me?" I waved my arms above my head as I faced the bullies, and they rushed at me. I forgot that not everyone can see in the dark as well as I do. "You!" The first of them pointed his finger at me. "The casino manager wants to see you. You cheated." Of course, if the casino wins, then you are out of luck. But if you win, then you obviously cheated. I wanted to talk to them, but just the same, I knew it'd be a waste of time. The weather was insanely bad, and I didn't want to stand around out there. Moreover, I only needed one of them to send my message. All 3 of them were big guys, but weakly gifted, so it was not difficult to influence their bodies. Thus, the first one immediately received a simple but significantly enhanced blow to the jaw. A bone crunched, and he fell like a limp doll into the snow. The other 2 barely had time to react. One of them reached into his bosom and therefore became my target. You never knew what kind of weapon he had tucked away there. So, with a series of blows, I broke all the bones in his face and made him see stars. And with one more blow, I sent him to the land of dreams. Of course, the third one wanted to flee, but bad luck for him. He got a leg cramp. I carried out diagnostics in advance and found weak points. All it took was a touch to release energy into him right where he needed it. Answer my questions quickly, and then I'll send you to sleep.
Fuck you! Ah!
I broke one of his fingers, and then another one. He continued to yell, so I had to lower his voice. Just tell me the address and I'll let you go. I won't even kill you. In fact, I really hadn't planned on killing him, but I'd already begun draining his vital energy. I could actually use it, but I also needed him and the others to return to the casino and spread the word about their unfortunate encounter with me. The prisoner did not resist for long. True, I ended up breaking all his fingers. Oh, and also the hand. But that was a bonus after he told me everything. I just needed to vent my anger. Just the same, I don't see myself as a monster or a maniac. After all, before I left, I fused all his bones back together, although without relieving the pain. Don't tell anyone, I said to the only witness that saw and heard everything from beginning to end. Pfft, he responded. Okay, you can eat his ear. I pointed to an unconscious body, and the rat, which had been looking straight at us all this time, immediately ran to get his treat. And I went to the indicated address, to where this gang holds prisoners for ransom. My taxi driver had also told me about this place, but then he warned me that I should stay away. Actually, that's why I immediately wanted to go there. He also shared with me all kinds of information, including other places I should not go to under any circumstances. But what can I say? I would have found this house without his tip. Sooner or later, it would be inevitable. So there I was, at the destination, and the sounds from the basement were in line with necrotic activity, and that immediately raised suspicions. Despite the weather, I decided to take my time. I walked around the house, carefully studying everything. There were 16 people inside, most of them sitting in the basement. Their hearts beat weakly, and it was clear that they were exhausted. They must be the prisoners, or they were holding a sect meeting there, and there were only 3 guards, one of whom was averagely gifted. I didn't ponder matters for long, since I planned on acting swiftly. Knock, knock. I rapped lightly on the door and waited. About a minute later, one of the guards deigned to open up, and he got a dagger right in the brain. It's difficult to pierce a skull, but if you know the angle at which you need to drive the blade in, you can do it. The skull has vulnerable spots, mainly where the large nerves are housed. Death from such a blow is instantaneous, so the guard did not even have time to scream, and I calmly went inside and locked the door behind me. "Val, who's there?" I heard a voice from the break room. The second guard was also weak. The stronger one was sleeping in the next room, and I didn't want to wake him up at all. The second guard had the TV on, so I quietly approached him He was sitting with his back to me and drinking some kind of liquor from a huge cup. I felt like making him choke, but I remembered that I didn't want to wake up the strong man, and so the blade of the dagger went straight into his ear. Yes, the bones are stronger there. I had to strengthen my arm, but I would soon compensate for all the energy I was expending on this. The gifted sleeper never woke up. First I drained him completely, replenishing my reserves quite well, and then I simply caused a couple of blood vessels in his brain to burst. I didn't have to do much, as they were anyway close to bursting. I just facilitated the process. He'd have been dead within a couple of months anyway, even without my help. In his room I found some money and keys, apparently to the cells, but before heading down to the basement, I took a look around the place. I saw nothing of interest though, which was, in fact, the objective here. Not to attract attention. There weren't even any weapons. All the guards had to do was carry food to the cells and respond to calls from their superiors. What a shame! I was hoping for something more than a dirty kitchen, a few empty rooms and a basement full of prisoners. I concealed my face and went downstairs and opened the first cell I came across. My plan was to toss the keys to the freedman so that he could free the others, but he cowered in the corner and looked at me with horror. What a hassle. You're free. You can go. I waved my hand towards the exit, but he pressed himself into the corner and covered his head. I got it. He thought that I was here to kill him. Or something worse still. Whatever. It didn't matter. Who needs the keys? I jingled the string, and in the next cell a guy, about 20 years old, immediately perked up. He looked fresher than the others. Apparently he'd been kidnapped rather recently. Give them to me. Let me out, bro. Right on. And he began to dance around in joy, realizing that I wasn't one of the bad guys. So I threw the bundle into his hands and turned around and headed back upstairs. I preferred to limit my exposure to necrotics. I knew a couple of runes that could block them, but I had yet to acquire them. It was easier to just put up with the few times I was exposed to them. Crack. Damn. Looks like the stairs were also rotten. I almost broke my leg. Fortunately, I managed to strengthen the bone and knee joint. Otherwise, I'd be limping now. Necrotics accelerate decay, and this was a great example of this. I didn't know whether the prisoners would escape or humbly accept their fate. They didn't see my face, and had only heard me swearing on the step just below, and just in case I'd altered my voice. Now upstairs I thought about what to do next. I'd planned on acquiring more vital energy, and I succeeded in that. But there was one more task on my agenda, namely, to leave a message. To do this, I turned to the 3 dead bodies. Of course, the dead can't walk without the help of a necromancer, so they lay where I'd laid them. I then applied not the easiest spell, but one I felt would be effective. I was sure of it even, as I watched how all the blood from the trio of bodies began to flow out through all their orifices. Just a couple of minutes later, it was as if there was a leak in a pipe through which blood was being pumped. The spell wouldn't be worth the effort if not for how terrifying the effect was. What a bloodbath. Guess that did it. Although... Oh my God! I exclaimed in a frightened voice as soon as someone at the other end of the line picked up the phone. Police? It's awful. A real horror show. Blood everywhere. Get here as fast as you can. Next I gave the approximate address, described the house, and everything I saw around me, and then I hung up and tossed the phone away. My work here done, I left and found myself on the street again. How foul the weather was. These snowflakes seemed to be piercing my soul, and there was no way to hide from them. And on top of that, there was the wind. I decided to walk along a rather dark street. There was nobody else out, and even the usual drunkards were hiding in their holes. They could sit there and get even drunker. The few lanterns swayed in the wind, and the ambiance of the street was dreary, to say the least. The wind was howling like a pack of wolves, and then it somehow sounded like a child singing. It was pretty strange. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. I stopped abruptly, right under a swinging, creaking lantern, and despite the icy wind chilling me to the bone, my whole body was suddenly dripping in sweat. Indeed, in the howling of the wind, I clearly heard a child's voice singing a song.
Yes, I am an Archmagister. Yes, I am far beyond 100 years old. I have seen scary monsters, battled dragons, communicated with ghosts. But situations like this can still fill my soul with chilling horror. And then I saw a girl walking into the light, wearing a light white shift and a vivid orange knitted hat. She was trembling all over and clutching a rag bag. She was simply walking down the street, barely audibly humming her song. But as soon as she caught in sight of me, she froze and then rushed towards me. "It's you! Oh, it's you!" she squealed, and then she grabbed my leg in a death grip. Chapter 15. "What are you doing out here?" I was stunned to see her. I was having trouble unhooking my young cake-loving friend's hands from around my leg. Just the same, she tried to hug me. "I'm lost. I'm so scared," she said. "It's okay, sweetie." I gave a little smile. I'm a little shaken up too. Indeed, there was something decidedly creepy about seeing a little girl in a white shift out and about in the middle of the night. In fact, it chilled me to the bone. I don't know why, really. "Why are you wandering around out here, getting scared?" "It's Grandpa. He's sick, and I have to find a doctor," she said. I let her grab my leg again and poured a little energy into her. She was close to passing out from hypothermia. "But I couldn't find anybody and got lost. Now I'm scared. It's dark." Well, good for her, she'd ventured out. She'd successfully found a healer by wandering about at night. Too bad about scaring the both of us. But as for finding someone to help, there was no one better. That's right. I'm the best. I don't suffer from modesty. I was feeling good then, and so felt like helping. And I was replete with energy from the big gifted goon from the casino. I'd had my fill, so to speak. And of course, how could I not help this little girl? Really. So I took her by the hand, and we headed to her home. And all the way there she cheerfully told me how she got lost. It turned out that her grandfather has been unable to walk for quite some time, and this has resulted in many afflictions. I've seen this many times. Movement is crucial to life. When you stop moving, you're as good as dead. That was the problem this time. I didn't need diagnostics to discern this. As soon as I walked into the old man's room, I smelled the malady. Further diagnostics revealed that his situation was even worse than I thought. The little girl's name and her apartment was quite small. In the main room, a grumpy-looking old man was lying on a bed. I heard him grumbling as we were climbing the stairs even. "Marina, who did you bring here?" He looked incredulously at me. "This is the uncle I told you about," the girl exclaimed. "And guess what? He's a healer. He'll cure you. I just know it." "We need to talk about how you went outside in the middle of the night against my oldest little one. But now go to your room." He sounded like an officer in the army, the way he issued commands. To my surprise, Marina immediately did as told. Meanwhile, I silently continued the diagnosis. A difficult case. Although nothing was impossible, I could handle it. But it wouldn't be fast. I had to think about my approach first, but I wasn't allowed to do that right away. After his granddaughter was out of sight, the old man turned to me and frowned. "I don't know what kind of healer you are, or if you even are one, but you'd better leave. Now, get out of my house." The old man turned out to be most unpleasant. I love unpleasant patients. They're such fun. "I'll leave. Don't worry," I said, pasting a smile on my face. "First I'll examine this old man lying here, and right after that, I'll leave." Gang hideout. Boss's office. A guy of about 20 stood at the entrance to the office, his entire body trembling. He was as pale as a corpse, and he stared dully ahead. It wasn't his furious boss that worried him now. He couldn't get the images from that house out of his head. The thought that he could be next plagued him. "Speak! What happened?" yelled his bald, stocky boss yet again. He looked like such a stereotypical mob boss, really. "What the hell went down there?" I don't know,"
the minion said in a trembling voice. "There's blood all over the place, and cops everywhere. I don't know."
"Cops!"
roared the boss, jumping up from his seat.
"On my territory."
The minion was close to curling up in a fetal position and sobbing. I mean, it wasn't a bad life being in a gang, extracting payment from old people, attacking strangers just passing by, and so much else. King of the streets, that's right. But who'd expect payback like that? What he'd seen in that house left an impression on him, and he now wanted nothing more than to get away from his boss and take off running. Climb aboard a ship and sail away from here, far from the land where a crazy maniac was on the loose.
"You said cops. What are they doing there?"
Again the boss asked.
"Who called them in? Where did they come from? What about the prisoners? What happened?"
"I'm telling you, I don't know." The frightened, but now close to former gang member was practically wailing. "I showed up for the shift change, and there was blood everywhere. Then I heard the sirens and jumped out of the window." And he'd seen the prisoners being led out of the house. And once he was at a safe distance, he'd seen them cordoning off the entire area and heavy equipment moving in. Even the boss had seen the combat helicopters circling in the sky. He just didn't think they were after his guys.
"Damn."
He clutched his head and turned pale.
"That girl was there."
The boss remembered. His partner, the leader of a gang from the industrial area, asked him to keep a teenage girl of about 16 there for some time. He said they'd have to finish her off later on, when they were done with her. You see, she couldn't emerge alive because her father was a high-level police officer who was out for blood when it came to their gang. What happened tonight had turned everything upside down, though. Their guys at the house seemed to have been torn to pieces by some kind of wild beast. And then, an hour later, the place was crawling with cops. 2 hours earlier, ordinary apartment in the city center. Evgeny Borisovich Lopatin went to bed, but yet again 2 hours passed, and he was still wide awake. As of yesterday, the sleeping pills no longer worked, and now they only made him feel worse. He was exhausted and yet unable to sleep. So after tossing and turning, he got up, put on his uniform and headed off to the station. Ever since they'd kidnapped his only daughter, his life was like a bad dream. Not just him, but every policeman for miles around had been bending over backwards this past 2 weeks to find the kidnappers. For this reason, they'd been coming down hard on the local gangs. Wanted criminals who'd been in hiding for years were brought in, and they solved a number of open cases, and yet they couldn't find the girl. There wasn't a single lead to help them.
"Hey, mister, do you have a light?"
As he passed a dark alley, he didn't even notice the motley, noisy figures. Seeing them now, he slowly walked toward them. They, in return, fell silent as soon as they saw his uniform, and then the number of stars on his shoulder. In fact, they melted away, slipping off in different directions. It was hard to say what scared them more, the stars on his shoulder straps, or the power he emanated. He was unable to rein it in, and so involuntarily oppressed anyone around him. And yet, Evgeny thought that it was because of him that his daughter was now in danger. She was kidnapped right in the city center, near the school, and he was supposed to pick her up that day, but he'd been too busy. He'd been putting the squeeze on that gang in the industrial area that was flexing its muscle too much, and he'd been close to getting his hands on their boss man. Of course, they threatened him, and also offered him fabulous money, but he was a man of principles, and nothing could stop him, so... "Hello, Major!" Several of his men greeted him at the entrance to the station, their faces reflecting the tension from the power he emanated in passing.
"Report,"
he said warily. A call came in, basically the usual, Port District. The eyewitness said that there were 3 dead and an unknown number of prisoners. The man's story has yet to be confirmed. Could be a prank call. The charge officer then paused and asked, "Do you want us to check it out?"
"Of course,"
Evgeny said. "Send the group with backup. It's the Port District after all." and then he scowled and went to his office. Not so long ago, they wouldn't have sent anyone to check out a crazy report about the Port District, but now they always followed up on any leads they got, and they didn't waste time either. Of course, he never asked anyone to help find his daughter, unless they were willing, but the entire station was sympathetic to his plight, and none were opposed to going at the local gangs either. After all, they might target their families next. Some 20 minutes later, the phone in the boss's office rang, and he picked it up right away.
Say what?
His face was suddenly transformed. He felt a roller coaster of emotions, and was then once again serious.
Understood. Wait there. Don't let anyone in.
Then he hung up the phone, breathed in and out, and then he made a call. His loud, abrupt orders could be heard from the hallway. The city seemed to come to life. Sirens screamed in the streets. Powerful, heavy armored cars began to hum, and teams of fighters immediately rushed to the Port District. Having ordered all of the above, Evgeny flew out of his office to his waiting car. As soon as he jumped into the back seat, the vehicle took off with squealing tires and a wailing siren. 10 minutes later, he was hugging his daughter close to him.
What should we do?
The officer in charge of the cordon hesitantly approached him. 20 minutes had already passed, and all the prisoners had been taken away. Several shots were even fired, but this was more likely to scare away those who were especially curious. Evgeny Borisovich also managed to inspect the place, and what he'd seen had made an impression.
I'm not the only one who's out for their head,
he stated the obvious.
Damn straight,
his colleague agreed with him.
Looks like they'd been doing a lot of kidnapping. We've got the records they kept. We're already using them to make some arrests.
Excellent work, Evgeny said.
You know, I'm determined to find these bastards. But something just occurred to me.
What? His colleague asked, and everyone else turned in to hear Evgeny.
I won't be upset if he or they get to them first.
Everyone understood what he was saying. After all, who knew that there was enough blood in 3 bodies to create such a crimson mess? Whoever this guy was, he was powerfully gifted, and it was not only an incredibly rare gift, it was ruthless as well.
I have no money for treatment,
Marina's grandfather protested as I stepped towards him.
And I can tell you're a quack doctor.
What a stubborn one. He'd been refusing treatment for the past 5 minutes. He didn't trust me. I got it. I wouldn't trust me either, and moreover, he was put off by my friendship with his granddaughter. It's not like we were friends, though. I just like to give her pastries and cakes. But how to explain this to him? I was just a giving sort, that's all. What was wrong with giving sweets to children? In my world, nobody thought it was a strange thing to do. Of course, once I'd caught a maniac who put poison in cakes and gave them to children, but they all survived, with a little help from yours truly. The maniac, of course, wasn't so lucky. We stashed him in his tower for a number of years, while we explained to him what a bad man he was. Anyway, right now, Grandpa was being tiresome. At least he believed me when I told him I never had any ill intent towards his granddaughter. He looked into my eyes and believed me, but he still grumbled about it. He kept saying he didn't have any money and I should leave, or else he repeated the tired old line that all healers were charlatans. Indeed, I agreed with him, with one caveat, that being all but one healer. And this one good healer was about to initiate his treatment. Ignoring the grumbling, I placed my hands on his chest and very carefully released some energy into him. I gave him a slow dose. A pulmonary edema is no joke. Grandpa had been lying in bed motionless for too long, and his entire back was covered in bed sores. The lungs were also impacted from the lack of movement and were stagnant. There was all kinds of rubbish accumulated in them. In theory, people like him should be turned over several times a day, and someone should help them move about. But apparently he had nobody but his granddaughter to help, and she was too little to do much. What do they call it here? Pneumonia, I think. They are aware of so many ailments in this world, and each one of them had a name, but they still weren't able to adequately treat them. Well then, what good did it do to name them, and why were the names so complicated? In my previous world, I cured quite a few cases of pneumonia, although I didn't have a name for it then. Things were simpler there. All I had to do was adjust the circulation of energy so that the lungs themselves expelled the rubbish inside. It wasn't a fast process, but it was pretty straightforward. After dealing with the lungs, I moved on to the next issue. There were a few problems to manage here. His spine was messed up, for example. It was as if the spinal cord had been tied in a knot and then run through a meat grinder and then fried like a cutlet. And as for the other organs, they were a real bouquet of afflictions, a little of everything. Hey, Grandad, how is it you're not dead yet? Perhaps you hail from a lineage of reptiles. They too know how to hang on. It was as if his body had been severed in half, producing two separate beings rather than a corpse. Well, none of it was beyond my skill set. My energy reserves quickly dissipated throughout the old half-dead body. This is not to say that the treatment was too much, but it was rather tedious and painstaking. If I put even a little more than required into the wrong channel, then I'd have to basically adopt the little girl, as she'd be an orphan. Is that what I wanted? And so I had to do my very best for the old guy. This is the treatment. Grandpa continued distracting me. This is nothing but quackery. What an old goat, thinking he knew better than anyone else. Healers nowadays. What to make of them? He grumbled, still leery about what I was doing. Okay, I got it. Granddad didn't trust me. Too bad, but it's not like he had a choice. I was already doing my thing, and there was no stopping me. Anyway, it's not like he was mobile enough to leave. So then, lie back and take it like a man, as they say. Grandpa, try to relax. I can make you well again. Probably, I said, trying to calm him down. Of course, my words only riled him up more. What? Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, young man. I used to serve in the Imperial Air Force, and I'll tell you a thing or two about healers. That's right. They'd have you on your feet in seconds, not like healers nowadays. What kind of crap are they teaching you healers anyway? A dirty bandage could do more to cure what ails you than any treatment from healers nowadays. Actually, I agreed with him. Right you are, Grandad. That textbook I'd thrown into the fire was full of nonsense. Of course, it wasn't all bad. As far as I could tell, some of the healers were doing their best, and were even pretty good at their craft, but damn, I knew what real healers could do, and it pained me to see how far removed from the practice healing was in this world. And that is why I wasn't about to defend the local practitioners. Old man, listen up. I interrupted him. I happen to be the very best healer you'll ever meet. There are no others that come close to me. I liked to repeat myself over and over again as I looked at his face full of disbelief. I found it easier to speak truth to those who thought I was a liar. Of course, it was in the realm of possibility that there was someone out there that understood healing better than me, but why waste time wondering about that? That was simply too far-fetched. Right, I'm sure you are. His sarcasm was palpable. Well, young man, I recall a flight I took on an AN 381 transport plane. It was an evacuation mission, and they loaded some 12 half-dead soldiers on board, and while still in flight, our dogs got them back on their feet. Don't try to tell me. He waved dismissively. He fell silent for a second, only to again go on about the good old days, when healers knew their stuff. Okay then. Now it was a matter of principle that I show him what I could do. Grandad, what's with these tall tales? I asked. What kind of healers are you going on about? Only necromancers could bring back the half-dead, not some military medics. Still, the old man's stories interested me. The technology in this world was impressive, and as for aviation, I've seen it, but what came to mind was some blurry images. So as I sat by my patient, I took the time to listen to him talk, and it was good I did so. The old man seemed to forget about me, as he went on about his exploits and the military technology they used. Like how he'd fired 2 air-to-ground missiles called ER-35s right into a portal that was opening up during an interface. Then everything inside was decimated, but he was reprimanded for destroying artifacts worth millions of rubles. It was, generally speaking, not boring. I listened to his stories and kept on letting energy trickle into his shattered body. I fooled around with his spine, but it was no joke, the situation there. I then restored his nerve conduction, but as for the crushed bones, well, for now I'd have to force his body to resolve them on its own. The next time I got the chance, I'd do what I could to build them up again. I ended up liking Marina's grandfather. His life hadn't been easy, and his fate complicated. It was my understanding that he was a real ace, having flown some 10,000 hours, assuming the old man wasn't feeding me nonsense. After 30 years of service, he was shot down yet again, and that ended his flying career. His health was shot. After that, he was taken on by one of the major families as a butler, security guard, driver, all rolled into one. And he fulfilled his duty with honor until war was declared on that family. While he was driving the car, it was blown up, and that broke his spine. It was a miracle he'd even survived the blast. At this point, I was doubting that the family was all that powerful. In my previous world, for example, no one would dare attack me. At least not in the most recent span of 30 years, that's for sure. My brother's attack didn't count. I blamed that on a certain woman. I appreciated Grandad for his forthrightness and how firm he was in his convictions. Here he was, helpless, weak, and dying, but he looked as if he'd still have no problem wringing my neck with his bare hands if I dared even look askance at his granddaughter. This old man was strong and had real backbone, although his distrust was indeed infuriating, and he also believed that he was the master of the situation, and this was because he was clutching something under the pillow. I could see via my diagnostics that his fingers were closed around what must be a gun. Damn it! How bad were the healers around here to provoke such negativity? And so that's why I'm telling you that all healers are mediocrities. I've shelled out so much money on your type, but no one can help me. So that's the deal. He'd finished telling me yet again that I was wasting his time. You're a pilot, right? I said, trying a different approach. I waited for him to confirm this with a nod and went on. You have to be totally focused to be a pilot, right? Of course, he barked. I remember once when they sent me on patrol. You had to be on full alert then. That's not what I'm talking about. I interrupted him with a smile. Your toes are already flexible, so you're trying to tell me my treatment isn't working. And how's your breathing? Oh. He stared at his feet and wiggled his toes then, and he looked in disbelief, first at me, then at his feet. Yes, good. And from what you've told me, I understand that you know something about machinery, right? Well, I guess I know a thing or two, you might say. I piloted planes, drove, carried out the maintenance for the car. It then exploded. I already told you that I worked as a professional chauffeur for 7 years. He actually smiled now as he stared at his toes while he wiggled them. What's your point? Would you like to drive for me? I leaned back in my chair to see how the old man's expression changed. Sure, as soon as I grow a new back. I'm an invalid. How can I drive with a back like mine? He gestured helplessly. It was crazy, really. I'd just proved to him that I can heal, and yet he still doubted me. But then again, I could use someone like him. Men like this were hard to find. That's my problem now. I'll put you on your feet, I said. He was a real fighter, and that meant a lot. If you get back on your feet, I'll at least hire you as a maid. Sure, I can see me in a frilly white apron. He laughed. And I'll dust the shelves with a little feather duster. But listen, young man, I won't be involved in any dirty business. He said, his face serious now. Don't worry about that. I patted him on the shoulder, conveying to him my last gift of energy for today. He'd had enough.
and I'd given enough as well. Were I to give him more, I'd do more harm than good to both of us. All in good time with him. He was still weak. Of course, if I had more strength, in the previous world I would have gotten him back on his feet in 2 minutes and sent him back into battle. And so, done for the day, I advised him to sleep and to resist trying to stand up. And even if he felt strong in the morning, he needed to just relax in bed for a while. And as I was putting on my coat, I already heard snoring from the side of the bed. It was loud enough to make the glasses rattle and the walls tremble a little. How could little Marina sleep with all that ruckus going on? Speaking of, I gave the little girl some instructions before leaving. Magic is magic, but it is not omnipotent. Okay, maybe it is actually omnipotent, but why waste more energy when you can simply carry out some procedures so that most diseases go away on their own? So I told her how to treat bed sores and showed her what could and could not be done. I also thought about giving them some money for medicine, but then decided I better not. I knew what the medicines were worth here. I needed to further study them. I could stop by again later on. That would be better. I'd already read up on this world's medicines in textbooks. Clearly, they'd advanced far beyond what we used in my old world in terms of their health aids. But antibiotics were a pipe dream. One could simply cut off energy such that over the long term, microorganisms would perish. There was no way really to quickly kill them. Or you could, but it would be a waste of energy. If you killed them all at once, then the body wouldn't be able to handle toxins. In short, it was a complicated process. But there could be a way to make use of local medicines along with vital energy to help out regular people. Overall, I was liking this world more and more. But my plans to overhaul medicinal practice here had to wait until I could carry out some research. As I'd been helping out Marina and her grandfather, the weather outside had taken a turn for the better. The wind still tore the skin off my face, but at least the nasty prickly snow was over, and the shady types were back on the streets again, but it was as if they all knew better than to cross my path. I still had one more errand on my list, of course, but I had to postpone it for the time being. There was now a thick layer of ice on the sidewalk, and I almost slipped a couple of times, and it seemed that the wind made it difficult to talk on the phone. I couldn't hear a thing when it was blowing. Now that I was back at the tavern, I wanted to call on one of my acquaintances before going up to my room, but then I saw the silent, thin, tall innkeeper looking at me. I didn't like the guy. He seemed strange, and thus I ended up going to my room to talk. I asked my taxi driver to post some men to keep an eye on my future driver. Marina's grandfather was an interesting old man. Beyond his combat experience, he had a real inner core. I respected people like him, because though he may appear to be helpless, he really wasn't. Actually, that's not the only thing that caught my attention. Why not just hire a regular driver and pay him well for his silence? For one, there would always be someone willing to pay him more, or they'd find another way to get him to betray me. Since my own brother betrayed me, well, I seem to have developed an appreciation for loyalty. And there could be no doubt about the loyalty from someone I'd pulled from the brink of death. It wasn't that I could hire him on the cheap. That would be both stupid and beneath me. It was that once the old man was back on his feet, he'd be loyal to me until the day he died. And he'd live for a long time. Everyone who worked for the Archmagister Healer enjoyed longevity. I needed allies, and took care of them. These were my thoughts after talking to my taxi driver. I didn't sleep long, though. My body started demanding energy in the form of food, and I had to do as told. Since the demand was for food, a meal was in order. Over breakfast, I started conducting research via the internet. I read up on the institution of the families, politics, news, and technology, and I continued my studies up in my room. I simply could not tear myself away, because there were a lot of interesting things to be learned. I'm talking about the news this time, rather than books. And yet again, I was convinced that I'd made the right choice in healing Grandad. Each family was built not only on personal strength, but also on people, faithful servants and helpers. And yes, money, lots of it, helped if you wanted to become a person of influence, but you also needed people. I also came across an interesting article about a mandatory exam for aristocrats. My cellmate back in the catacombs somehow forgot to mention this. It was definitely worth taking, and this could only be done in special centers that were under the full control of the state. At the end of the exam, a medallion is issued that indicates your rank and how strong your gift is, and based on it, plus thousands of other things, you will be welcomed into high society. The relationships here were complicated. You had to wear expensive clothes, arrive in an expensive car, and employ a wealth of silly, empty attributes to gain acceptance. In my world, an Archmagister is recognized no matter what, even if he were to venture out for a drink in the morning in his shorts. No, I never did such a thing. But the Archmagister of the Order of Potion Masters certainly did. He often imbibed his own potions, and so he was behind quite a few amusing incidents. He was a cagey one, yes, but his potions really were magical. I remember once when he was drunk how he created a potion for fog. For a week, nothing was visible for a radius of 10 miles. And that incident where he fed laxative to the dragon that hovered over the city, well, I shudder just thinking about it. I was the one tapped to heal the poor dragon. It was a real risk I had to take then. Now that I was up on the protocols in this world, I moved on to reading my ancient tome. It was truly difficult making my way through it, because even with the help of a dictionary, it was hard to decipher some of the words. It turned out that this dictionary was published rather recently, and its creator did not speak ancient Spanish very well. Books around here were incredibly expensive, so why were so many of them of such dubious quality? In any case, The Black Healer turned out to be much more interesting than that collection of myths by the imbecile healer. His book was titled such as to suggest it would teach me how to properly treat people, and even though the information in The Black Healer was not new for me, I still managed to see things from a different angle. In fact, there were a couple of things that I hadn't thought about before. True, to study them in more detail, I needed to find a necromancer. But where could one be found around here? They were rare, like gonorrhea in monks. Actually, even harder to find than that. After reading, I decided to get down to business. I ordered more food to my room, stuffed everything into myself, and started the process that I had been putting off for so long. I strengthened my ribs and built up dense bone plates around my heart to protect against a sniper. And of course, I further reinforced my skull. This was not easy, and a bullet might still kill me, but in tandem with, say, a protective artifact, I felt like I was in pretty good shape. But before I was done, I was interrupted. "Hello?" I rasped as soon as I picked up the vibrating phone. I was glad the device was equipped with such a function, as I turned off my hearing. "A convoy of equipment is moving towards the castle." A familiar voice spoke, and suddenly I was on full alert. This was, it seemed, my single intelligence officer, so to speak, that being my taxi driver. Right in the middle of the night, his men noticed movement and counted 20 pieces of equipment. Trucks, armored cars, each of them with some kind of emblem. And now the taxi driver was trying, with all his might, to find out whose machinery this was. But he immediately calmed me down, informing me that about 4 hours ago the Countess and her servant had left the castle and disappeared into an unknown direction. Apparently, she somehow found out about the attack in advance and realized that she couldn't cope with it. However, I had to spend the rest of the night on the phone. I'd asked my guide not to spare the details, and he was doing all he could to fulfill my request. As we spoke, the soldiers managed to surround the castle and go inside, apparently without any resistance. It turned out that these were professional mercenaries, experienced fighters, and now they'd occupied the building. Some left in the morning, but several dozen still remained as guards. Here comes the dilemma. I'd promised to protect the Countess, but she seemed to be in no imminent danger now. She wisely left the castle and was now in hiding, I myself had no idea where she was, which meant that I, myself, was now unable to protect her. In theory, I could shrug my shoulders and move on with my life, if not for one thing. I was now a Bulatov, which meant that the castle belonged to me, and it had now been captured by some mercenaries. I simply could not make peace with this, and as I was thinking about my next steps and eating another breakfast, the taxi driver drove up. I happened to be in the area, he told me for whatever reason. Just wanted to let you know that we've got everything together with the surveillance team. Help yourself, I said, indicating a plate full of pastries. He did just that, as I knew he would. Myself, I didn't need any more carbs right then, not unless I wanted to gain some weight or get more exercise than usual. Thank you, he said, stuffing a pie into his mouth. I flagged down the innkeeper and had him bring more tea. The taxi driver had showed up to update me. There were now 12 people watching the castle. More precisely, 9 were watching the castle, and 3 more were watching them watch the castle. You never knew what could happen. There were already plenty of dugouts around the castle, so the mercenaries were unlikely to suspect anything, and anyway, they didn't seem to be monitoring the surrounding territory. They seemed relaxed, although they were well armed and didn't look like pushovers. Armed, you say? I said thoughtfully. Oh yes, they are. But look at you. It's as if it was your castle they seized, Georgi said. In fact, that was his name. Of course, he'd introduced himself to me as Sahora. You've got a point. Yes. He said, choking on a bun. In any case, it's not a big loss. All that remains of that place is the name, really. The most valuable thing left in that dump is the old library, full of dusty books. That was now me choking, but on tea. That radically changed things. You did a good job, I said. Choose. Money or a reward? I decided to relive a bit of the old days, when just like that I could change a person's destiny. What? He was taken aback. Then he froze in indecision for a while. Clearly he was tempted by the money, but then curiosity won out. Maybe I'll regret this, but what the hell, right? He said with a wave of his hand. Reward. Right choice. Especially with a disease like his. I'd carried out the diagnosis in advance. I had to touch his hand to carry it out again. The process was not instantaneous nor expensive, but this way I was able to find out as much detail as possible about his condition. I said nothing, but set about treating him right away. Oh, what's this? Am I okay? He asked, looking at me in surprise. I nodded affirmatively and smiled. Yes, he experienced a burning sensation behind the sternum, but that would soon pass. However, he can now forget about what he'd been told by the doctors, who'd told him he'd be dead by the time he was 30, and that he should forget about reaching middle age. In addition to his bad heart, I adjusted many other bodily processes. As he wasn't gifted, it didn't take much energy to do all this. Just the same, I did have to expend some. How did he manage to damage his body so much by the tender age of 20? Now all of his organs were in great shape, and all he had to do was take care of them. I told him right away how to do just that. So, my heart, it's healthy? But how? That's impossible. The doctors said... He began to mumble, but I smiled again, and he fell silent. Keep up the good work. I nodded, and he immediately rose from his seat. Good job, Georgi. Then I finished my breakfast and went up to my room and got back to my books. In the evening, I returned to the old man's house. It was important to keep up with the treatment until it was done, and I couldn't do it all in one visit. My next step was to begin restoring his spine. I had to bring a lot of food with me, as growing a spine required a lot of energy. He and little Marina lived from hand to mouth, but required a lot more fuel now for the healing process. The cheapest source of energy was food. Grandpa protested, saying he had no means of paying for the groceries. Hey, Granddad, were you ready to pay what my treatment was worth? It would take you half your life, and then some even, so drop it already. Anyway, after treating him, I allowed him to stand up, but walk for no more than a minute. Then I told him to rest for about an hour. He was incredibly happy, needless to say. He rose from the bed, took his granddaughter by the hand, and they walked around the room. I quickly left so as to give them some privacy. I could see how the old man could barely hold back tears of happiness. As for Marina, she didn't even try to restrain her tears of joy, as she pressed her face against his leg, sobbing out loud. And now, what about me? I needed energy. A lot, in fact, because I'd given most of my reserves to Grandpa. Bone restoration is no joke. But I'd managed to make the old man shut up. He'd said nothing for the final hour of treatment. I was even worried I'd somehow damaged something, but he was simply shocked, which can happen. He'd long come to grimly accept his fate, as dire as it was for both himself and his granddaughter, as without him, she had no means of surviving in this world. What I didn't understand was why they were so alone, given how much he'd served. In my world, the army had a code that would not allow them to abandon a brother in need, nor the families of servicemen and women. Kings and emperors created special funds to support the families of fallen soldiers. Later, I'd have to investigate this shocking neglect and how it came about here. But for now, I had matters to attend to. First, I embarked on a walk with the aim of acquiring some energy, but what was with these people? I mean, maybe I shouldn't have come to this district. The weather seemed to have improved, and people were out, but it was as if I was now invisible. Nobody approached me or tried to assault me. Even an angry-looking hulk of a man made way for me. I wasn't myself some kind of maniac, so I couldn't allow myself to attack first. I didn't care who it was, a thief or a thug. If he wasn't bothering me, I had to leave them alone. I mean, who was I to play God? Even the meanest drunk might get on the right path and turn their life around. Everybody deserved a second chance. I did everything I could even. I paused in front of a noisy crowd of drunken sailors, took out a wad of money, and began to count the bills right in public. "Hey, Gosha," said one drunk seaman to his friend. "Look at that. He's flashing a lot of coin." "Fella, fuck him." His friend shook his head. "He's sick in the head." "Mister," he called out to me, and I looked hopefully at him. "What?" I barely managed to hide a smile of anticipation. "I'm wishing you a fine evening, mister." The sailor nodded to me, as he and his crowd walked by throwing me curious looks. One of them even let his cigarette fall from his lips. He was gaping so much. Jeez! I was downright offended now. I had no choice but to simply move on. Must be they realized I was up to something by counting my money like that. Seriously, who in their right mind would do something like that in the middle of the night in the most dangerous part of town? Once I almost succeeded in provoking an attack on me. I limped by two big guys and seemed to be attracting unhealthy attention from them. One asked me to give him a light, and I was about to extract energy from him when another group of guys called out to them. What ensued was a fight between the two groups, during which the two guys told me not to worry, but to move along. It was like they wanted to protect me, and although I didn't have to, I gave a little assist to them. I had to reward the good guys after all. There was just one problem. I was out here to procure energy, but instead I was expending it. "Help! Please, help me!" That was like music to my ears, screaming from somewhere far off. The voice was familiar too. That's right. The heartbeat was the same too. It was the same girl that the off-worlders had already tried to kidnap. Just recently I'd inscribed a chain of runes on my collarbone. When I directed energy at it, I could sense spatial anomalies within a radius of several hundred yards. That's right, spatial anomalies. This specific chain of runes had been created back in my old world for completely different purposes during an ongoing war in the wastelands. Some of the portals back then could pull thousands of people into the void at once, and so we had to devise a way to predict their manifestation ahead of time. The location function also worked with interface portals as well, although their properties were different.
And now, in the direction from which I felt multiple hearts beating, I came across one such portal. All right then. My nocturnal stroll was not in vain. Wonderful. I would have settled for copper, but I stumbled across gold, and even more. I beheld 6 off-worlders who'd come to our world, and now one of them was trying to seize the very same girl. The catcher had wasted no time in tying her hands and feet and stuffing a gag in her mouth to prevent her from screaming again. I, however, had heard her the first time, even as everyone else had fled the scene. Most of them were drunks, scared out of their wits, though, so I got it. They resembled fighters as much as I resembled a tank driver. What did you do to deserve this yet again? I mused as I looked at the young lady I'd already saved once. My attack came out of the blue. It was still dark outside, and the off-worlders were like the locals in their inability to see in the dark. They had a lot more than that in common, save for the fact that the off-worlders had a lot of artifacts, although these weren't of any help to my first adversary, not at all. There was little that could protect any of them against my special healing powers. You'd have to be crazy to try to defend yourself even. For example, I sent a healthy dose of energy to this particular adversary that prevented a blood clot in his leg from bursting. What good did that do me? It's obvious. I simply guided the blood clot to his brain. He was so susceptible to magic that I was surprised at how easy it was for me. A couple of seconds, and all that was left of the great warrior was a wheezing vegetable. In the process, I managed to steal some energy from him. Fortunately, these off-worlders were full of power. They had plenty to share. And the only limit to the flow of energy was my own capacity to take it. I'd increase that later by improving the channels and adding new ones. The other 5 fighters now took notice and rushed toward me. 2 of them had the hooks on ropes, so they were ordinary catchers, while the remaining 3 were swordsmen. The swords, though, were nothing special, just regular melee weapons. They had nothing like the monster sword I was up against last time. I dodged a hook and grabbed the rope, pouring a little energy into my hands and jerking it towards me. The catcher was taken off guard and was thrown backwards, flying a yard or so onto his back. I had to leave him be then, as the first swordsman was almost upon me. He yelled something unintelligible and tried to down with a sweeping blow, but please, excuse me. He may be averagely gifted in terms of strength, but his night vision was rather poor, so he didn't notice that I stepped to the side. As soon as the blade whistled past, I struck him in the ribs, injecting a good portion of strength into him. I didn't change anything inside his body. Rather, I simply amplified the pain he felt many times over. As a result, he screamed and lost consciousness. Perhaps I'd overdone it. The next swordsman decided to take a more cautious approach. True, I was in no hurry to attack. I was jumping first to the left and then to the right. Meanwhile, the other catcher now had a harpoon, and he ran behind him, trying to take an aim at me. Then he fired. The telltale click sounded, and the jagged arrow pierced my thigh, lodging in a taut muscle. The shooter smiled in satisfaction, but soon his smug joy gave way to a grimace of horror. What a weakling, and an idiot as well. He didn't take into account how well their material served as a conduit for energy. His life poured through the thin chain that connected the harpoon to the projectile stuck in my leg. The unfortunate cramping in the catcher's arms and legs was such that all he could do was stand there as his life drained away. What I liked about these off-worlders was how focused they were. They never shouted or cursed their fate. In contrast, the locals seemed to favor chatting during battle. How stupid, really. As was the swordsman who tried to pierce me with his weapon, although he actually succeeded. Only he was then unable to pull the sword out of my stomach. It was as if rooted within me. He'd penetrated none of my organs, because I made sure he wouldn't. All I allowed him to do was break some skin and lodge the tip into muscle, nothing serious. I, on the other hand, could influence him such that he had to slow down. I lacked the time to completely paralyze him, and so he succeeded in letting go of the sword and pulling out a spare blade. He tried to plunge the long dagger into my neck, but by then I'd pulled his sword out and made it mine. One swift swipe, and my attacker's hand fell onto the icy pavement. I finished the remaining 2 off-worlders pretty quickly. The strength I'd drawn by then was enough to allow me to easily influence their health, and in no time all were lying in a heap near the portal,
and I sat on top and feasted on the streams of vital energy. Just then, though, I faced a surprise threat. The second catcher, realizing that his days were numbered, decided to lob a fireball at me. It wasn't that he cast a spell, rather he'd used an artifact ring. I didn't expect it, and my lapse cost me a burnt sleeve, along with a huge burn that enveloped my entire arm. But that was all he could do, so he swiftly ended up with a sword in his stomach. I then hastily healed my injuries. I wanted to finish before the catcher died. The bodies beneath me were gradually drying up, but I paused to untie the girl, and then returned to draining the bodies as I looked at her. For whatever reason, she was glaring at me. What the hell? I didn't say a word, though. I waited for her to speak. Some 10 minutes went by, while I absorbed as much energy as I could contain. There was still more to be had, though. Oh well. I then made sure all 6 off-worlders were dead, took everything of value, and sent them back through their portal. First, of course, I fed their natural microflora. This meant that, once on the other side of the portal, they'd all inflate and burst, creating a nice surprise for whoever else was there awaiting them. An especially aromatic gift, yes. It turned out they didn't have many artifacts. These were less well-to-do off-worlders, it seemed, almost totally bereft of armor, with poor quality weaponry, and very few coins in their pockets. But it was still something. I had 4 simple artifacts to sell after all. I'd get at least 50k for the ring, and 3 fangs on a string. Meanwhile, the girl was still looking resentfully at me. I got it. She must want something from me. Ah, understood. Okay, here you go. Having dealt with the bodies, I walked up to her and handed her 50 rubles. As regards our little collaboration, I urge you to venture out at night more often, I said, and turned and started to walk off, but then I paused. Next time, scream a little louder. I could barely hear you this time. And then I'll pay you 100 rubles. I smiled and moved on. I was full of strength now, and I'd earned some money too. And yet this was pennies in light of what I needed. After all, I'm a Bulatov now, and no one but me can restore the greatness of the Bulatov family. It sounded crazy, if not for a single but. Having lived for a very, very long time, I've often suffered from bouts of ennui. And so, yes, restoring the honor of the family now, that all seemed to be lost, well, that was a most intriguing prospect. Chapter 16. Am I dreaming? Asked the old man yet again. Indeed, he was walking, and it was for real. True, he couldn't yet go far or stay on his feet for long, but what he could do was walk with confidence. His legs had regained their muscle memory and more, and overall, his entire body was in far better shape than it had been in a long time, and all in the span of a couple of days. Of course, as soon as I woke up, I dropped in on my patient. I brought breakfast with me. What was the rush, you ask? I was overflowing with energy. I even considered pumping up my source, but reminded myself that it was better not to amplify it through artificial means. It had only been a few days since the last amplification, and it could spontaneously happen again in a few more days, but as I had plenty to share, I decided to spend some on a good cause. Nobody was able to help me. Only you, he said, looking straight at me. You're more than a healer, aren't you? Why are you helping me? Yes, that I am, I smiled. Why do I help you? Think of it as an advance payment. I need a driver. I don't know if this is temporary or forever, but right now I'm on my own, and I need people I can trust. We've already talked about this, and you've given me your consent, but let me ask you again. Are you willing to work for me? The old man thought about it before responding. All the while he trained his stern gaze on me. He was probably trying to see what the catch was, but there was no catch. I was being totally candid with him. Yes, I am willing, but insofar as I am able, I'll ensure your safety, I promise. And of course I'll pay you a salary. And I can guarantee that you will not suffer from illnesses or other maladies. When do you want me to begin?
And with that, Grandpa and I finalized our agreement. I was as open as I could be with him, and treated him with the respect I gave to all such as him, meaning people devoid of rottenness. Grandpa seemed to understand this, and so, after watching him slowly make his way around the room, I left with the aim of returning to the tavern. I still had many books left unread, not to mention more sleuthing to do via the internet. For days on end now, in fact, I'd been doing all I could to procure some information, which I expected would aid me in an interesting matter concerning my future life. But then I decided to take a walk before going up to my room. It was sunny outside, without a cloud in the sky, and all around me it was calm and peaceful. I especially appreciated this over a cup of coffee and a piece of chocolate cake in that same old sweet shop near the Port District. Somewhere near a large clinic in the city center.
For 2 hours now, Georgi pored over the results of the medical checkup as he sat in his car.
Not long ago, the doctors had told him that he didn't have much time left. He had a congenital heart defect that was making itself felt. He'd noticed himself how he felt out of breath even after a short run, and that wasn't all. There were many other signs that something was wrong. The doctors unanimously agreed that his heart defect was untreatable. It didn't matter if he was to sell all he had and save as much as possible to seek out the best healer in the capital.
Georgi even made inquiries to see if black healers could do something for him. It turned out they could, but Georgi decided he couldn't go down such a dark path.
He couldn't ignore his moral compass. Were he to use their services, he'd spend the rest of his life knowing that he'd stolen time from someone else.
But now, since the treatment from his new employer, Georgi felt much better.
Just to see for himself if what the guy had told him was for real, he spent some money on another round of medical tests. He was stunned when the very doctors who told him he was doomed now agreed that he was completely healthy. Just to make sure, he had them repeat the tests, and the results were all the same. He was fine. He couldn't believe it. So here he was, sitting in his car, poring over the results again and again. He'd even brought along a medical reference book so that he could figure out what was what.
"Yo, mister, are you asleep in there? Move it, will ya?"
Some guy said, knocking on the car window.
Georgi looked at him in surprise, then looked at several free parking spaces nearby.
And the man understood him without words.
"I need this spot. Why don't you park over there?"
he said, motioning to the free spaces.
"This one is my spot."
Georgi was in too good a mood to argue with what seemed to be a random idiot, and so he simply started the engine and left.
As he cruised through the city, he still couldn't believe in his good fortune.
"Who are you?"
he asked, thinking about his savior. He recalled how strange it felt when the guy touched him. First the burning sensation throughout the body, then warmth, and then the slight dizziness from the sudden strength. It was strange, weird, untamable, but yes, it felt good.
And suddenly Georgi finally realized what the guy was.
Actually, he realized it was complicated, but yes, this guy was some kind of super powerful healer, such as rarely to be found, well, anywhere. And although he was an aristocrat, he was facing a lot of challenges. He must not be in top shape, and needed to hunker down in the Port District for the time being. Well, no big deal. Nothing this guy was facing could be beyond him. Anyone with his strength, well, you couldn't keep him down for long.
And so, no matter what, Georgi decided he'd stick with the guy.
At the very least, he'd be paid well and make some good connections by working for him. And who knows? He might end up finding a permanent job. Of course, it might entail mortal danger, but hey, it also meant he wouldn't be bored.
"So you're interested in the local gangs?" Georgi recalled. "Well, I know how to get information." He smiled. Georgi wasn't gifted, but just the same, he believed he'd been given a different kind of gift, something innate. No kind of magic allowed a person to get inside a place like Georgi could. As long as he could remember, Georgi had been able to get past any door he wanted.
If it was a closed door, he could always crawl through a window or ventilation shaft. If he had to, he could drill a hole in the wall and peek through it. In short, if he took something on, he saw it through, even if this required an unorthodox approach.
Before long, Georgi was poring over a heavy folder with documents, records, and all sorts of useful info.
These were addresses, names, activities. He'd amassed all he could about the gang, its history and plans, along with any rumors about them. All he had to do was place a few calls and shell out some cash. The important thing was to pay the right people, so that later on there wouldn't be any unexpected difficulties. I sat there not bothering anybody as I ate my third skewer of kebab. I'd spontaneously ordered it, more out of curiosity. I had a foggy memory of this dish, probably from the first Mikhail, that being my predecessor in this body. Kebab meant something to him. Thus, I, as if, rediscovered this tasty treat. And it truly was a delight. Later, I'd be processing the fat into energy.
As I picked up the third skewer, Georgi walked into the tavern.
This was the name of my personal taxi driver, who also happened to be my intelligence officer. Judging by his expression, he now knew how I'd rewarded him. Or it could be he'd passed some test, who knows. In any case, he was glowing with happiness. He looked like a new man, in fact. He was being quite deferential to me, even, almost reverential. What a change. Of course, imagine if you thought the end was near, and then they tell you that no, you get to live as long as you want. That'd be a game changer for anybody. Here, he said, sitting down opposite me and placing a thick folder on the table. This is a summary of everything I could find on that gang, he said quietly, ensuring that no one overheard him. If you want, I can flesh all this info out even. I was briefly taken aback. I didn't recall asking him for all this, but it would be useful to me. The gang no doubt had funds, and I needed money. I could always use more energy, so yes, I appreciated Georgi's efforts. Well done indeed. I didn't think anyone could collect so much information in such a short span of time. Just one look at a single page was enough to inform me of all the establishments owned directly by the gang. Interesting. I'd be checking some of them out later.
If you need anything else, just let me know, said Georgi after I thanked him.
Anything, any information, any support. Any, you say? I asked, surprised. Actually, there was something, but I didn't know if he could manage it. Can you find out who it is who is behind the attacks on my estate, and why? I'll get started right now. He rose from his seat. I'll give it my best. Right, you do that. It was worth a try giving him a shot at this. Let's see what he could do. One more thing, I said as he was about to leave. He'd even taken his phone out to make some calls. Here, take this. Sell these at the best price, and keep 200 rubles for yourself. I handed him a plastic bag that had been lying on the bench next to me all this time. I was thinking about how to unload the artifacts. I didn't want to return to that old man at the antique shop who deceived me last time. As I recall, after I'd visited his shop, people began dropping in on me at night. I also checked out the price on the internet for that artifact I sold him, and clearly he'd underpaid me for it.
Georgi took the bag, glanced inside, and looked alarmed.
Then he stashed it inside his coat and swiftly looked around the room. Nobody was paying any attention to us, though, so with a brief nod, he departed. So then, what about me? Now that I didn't have to sell the artifacts myself, I'd freed up several hours. How fortuitous.
I had no qualms about entrusting Georgi with the task of selling the artifacts.
He was nobody's fool, and probably realized who I really was. So, did I have to worry about him taking the money and running? No. And anyway, even if he did, it was just money. There was lots more money to be found all over the place, but interesting people were another matter.
And Georgi seemed like a pretty interesting person to me by now. Not that I had many to choose from.
And by giving him these tasks, I'd see what he was capable of. I spent the next few hours wisely. First, I finished eating and drank some more tea. Not as good as coffee, but better than nothing. Check, please, I shouted somewhat rudely at the pleasant waitress. Hurry. She flinched at my tone, but then she smiled, nodded, and hustled over with the check. That'll be 4 rubles, she said. I took out a 10, but was in no hurry to hand it over to her. What's this? I indicated my plate and the girl bent over it with a puzzled look. Don't you see? I grabbed her hand and pulled her closer, pointing to the chip. "You brought me a defective plate. You'd better not let that happen again." She was stunned at this, and just stood there, speechless. But then she started collecting herself, although she was shaken. Obviously, she wasn't someone who should be working here. She was so anxious, fearful even. She was too lost to even pull her hand away. True, I squeezed it quite hard, maybe even painfully. "Let me go," she uttered quietly, but I didn't even think of it. "What were you thinking? You ought to have known better," I said, still grasping her hand and looking at her straight in the eyes. "Please, let me go. I understand," I chuckled and said. "Good." I then let go of her hand and gave her the 10 rubles. "Keep the change. And no more chipped plates." She quickly sped off, and I sat there pondering what I had just done. As I understand it, her name is Alina, and she has a 7-year-old daughter who helps her clean here in the evenings. Alina is a cheerful, lithe wench who runs between the tables always asking the guests if everything's okay, and sometimes she's rewarded with pocket change. She probably thought I was a real jerk, but that's how it goes. We'd both survive. I'd wanted to help her, and so had to find a pretext to hold her hand. As if I cared about the chip in the plate. But Alina had a serious illness and was already starting to smell of necrotics. Moreover, she was totally unaware of it, as it manifested in the form of gradually increasing weakness. Having treated her, I knew she'd quickly recover, and her daughter no longer faced a life as an orphan. I returned to my room. Along the way, I passed a group of sailors. I wondered at how strange we healers were, actually. Almost half of the people around this place were inflicted with maladies, and yet she was the only one I'd helped. Cynical, perhaps, but the only one I wanted to help was her, so that's what I did. Perhaps I ought to change my ways, because this was a new world, and I was still living in the past. But what to say? I've seen so much in my life, and back when I'd surpassed my 100th year, I realized that I couldn't help everybody. I cannot save everyone. "Hey, Doc, morning to you," one of them said, waving his huge hand at me with a smile. I simply nodded in response, and was even a little surprised when the whole crowd parted in front of me, allowing me passage up the rather narrow staircase. Right, I'd saved their cat, and he'd promised me he'd be at my service if I ever needed it. As if. Sunk in such thoughts, I reached my room. Then I sat down and opened the book, vanquishing all other concerns. I'd left off at the very beginning, after all, and so much of interest lay ahead. Lots of it was actually banned. We, too, had black doctors, but our order had quickly shut them down. The principle behind this form of healing is that to treat one person, you must drain another. The strength of the black healer lies in their ability to transfer energy without expending any of their own. Generally, it was a lazy way to go about things. Such practitioners didn't want to develop their source, or diligently practice the art of healing. They couldn't be bothered with studying anatomy or physiology. However, in this world, well, they were the only ones who were truly effective, as all the other healers were so useless. What the black healers did to sap the victim's life force, though, inflicted damage on their own selves in the process. I sat there until evening, studying what methods the local black healers used, and in the process I learned ancient Spanish, although it wasn't clear to me what good that did me. It was my understanding that this language wasn't widely used here. I was about to wind up my reading and go to bed when I got a phone call. Georgi, my taxi driver, reported some movement near Grandpa and Marina's residence. Several people had entered the apartment building and were now huddled around the door inside, hotly discussing something in whispers. Now that was interesting. There were a few explanations for it. Maybe Grandpa was in danger. But then another question arose, namely, who had it out for the old man? He'd lived there for so many years and hadn't been bothering anybody. But as soon as I showed up at his place, this happens. Another explanation was that Grandpa decided to turn on me by telling others about my abilities. I discounted this possibility, though. Grandpa was neither that short-sighted nor that mercenary. Moreover, he wasn't a fool. Whatever the case, I had to go there. So I threw on my jacket, ran down the stairs, and almost ran over to his place. When I drew near, I heard a girl screaming, so I sped up. I arrived in the nick of time. The door to the apartment was busted open, and there were 3 big bruises in the room. One stood closer to the entrance, holding his broken nose, while the other 2 had Grandpa pinned to the floor as he furiously tried to fight them off.
"Tell me where the artifact is, old man. Then we won't touch your little girl."
And he motioned toward Marina, who was frozen in horror. Despite how sure I'd been about Grandpa, I admit to being a little relieved. Clearly he hadn't called these goons in. Probably they'd noticed he'd been miraculously healed and thought that he must have some kind of artifact, such as didn't exist in this world. So they were here to get their hands on it.
"I'll rip your throat out, dog, if you look in that direction again,"
growled Grandpa. And indeed, although he wasn't fully restored to his full strength yet, he'd anyway managed to land a good one on the face of the goon at the door. The other 2 had some fresh bruises as well. One of them kicked Grandpa in the ribs, but he kept on struggling.
"You old freak! I'll bust your back again if you don't speak,"
he yelled, but Grandpa suddenly wrenched his hand free and punched him in the groin. It wasn't a solid strike, but it was effective. Good job, Grandpa. It was 3 against 1. No way was this a fair fight. "I don't think so," I said then, and all 3 swung their heads around to look at me, surprise on their faces. I won't let anyone spoil my work. I shook my head. The goon with the broken nose headed toward me, muttering some kind of threat, but I grabbed his bloody proboscis and poured some energy into it, and, yes, it really hurt now. He wasn't gifted, so I could do whatever I wanted to him. I took the opportunity to send a powerful discharge through his sensitive nerve endings. He was paralyzed in pain, such that he couldn't even scream. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air like a fish thrown ashore.
"Are you?"
The second goon wanted to ask me something, but he couldn't finish. Both of the remaining 2 let go of Grandpa, and he immediately took advantage of this. He jumped up and grabbed a chair and smashed it over the head of the one closest to him, and then hit him again and again, in a frenzy now. I got busy with the last one, who was backing away from us both, clearly surprised. Should I simply throw him out the window? Okay, I guess I'll let him live. In lieu of killing him, I decided to simply ensure that he never forgot that what he'd done here was not good. I slugged him hard in the jaw, infusing energy into the blow, and he sank like a rag doll onto the floor. I had a reserve of energy, and a considerable one. Of course, I'd been expending it like crazy, having initiated several very important processes with the intention of going to bed. Really, nobody seemed to care if I got a good sleep or not. Now I had to keep on fueling the creation of the last circle of a complex rune I'd started. How annoying. But was this kind of thing ever easy? No, never. Ever was it a simple matter. Grandpa, Marina, pack your things. I looked around the room. There was blood all over everything. It was a real mess in here now. Time to move out. I'll deal with these 3 in the meantime. The 3 goons all shared a little energy with me. They'd sleep the rest of the day, but they'd live. One of them, however, was doomed to suffer increasing obesity over the next few years, while the other would soon be as thin as a match. I'd been wanting to experiment with digestive and hormonal systems for some time now, and I felt that I'd been successful this time. No doubt they'll assume that they'd simply been cursed. As for the third one, who'd threatened Marina, he would die. I didn't want to kill him in front of her, but his bones were going to dissolve in the span of 6 months, and all of the resulting calcium would settle in his blood vessels. This seemed fair. The other 2 didn't warrant death. Meanwhile, Grandpa and Marina had already packed up, and were waiting for me at the door. I didn't waste time, and leaving the 3 hulks on the floor, we headed downstairs. How did they know that you could walk again? You didn't leave the house, did you? If he had left, my lookouts would have alerted me.
"My neighbor, the old fool. Apparently she told one of her friends or relatives that I was healed."
The old man shook his head, glaring angrily at her door. I can wait 15 minutes while you deal with her, I said, to which he waved his hand.
"I'd rather not dirty my hands. Let's just get out of here."
We went to my tavern. I didn't see any point in housing them elsewhere. Now they'd be close by, and it would be easier for me to continue treating the old man. And he was doing great, following all of my recommendations, which meant that he appreciated what I was doing for him.
"Hello, Doc."
The big sailor waved as soon as we walked in. He and his friends were about to sit down to dinner, and so all of the others waved to me as well. "Hello there," I responded, and then paused. I couldn't always be here, but I wanted someone to keep an eye on Grandpa and also his granddaughter. "Can I call in that favor you offered me?" I turned to the big man, and he instantly snapped to attention.
Of course, whatever,
he said, rising from his seat and nodding to the others to shut up.
Has someone offended you?
Funny thing, but there are many gifted people in this world, yet many still believe that body size and muscles had at least some significance. I mean, of course they do, but still being big doesn't always mean strong. I need someone to keep an eye on these two. I nodded at Grandpa and Marina. I want to make sure nobody bothers them. Can you help?
Of course,
he responded with a smile.
No one will dare even look at them funny. I'll make sure of that. We got you covered, old man,
he said, turning to my future driver.
If anything happens, we'll take care of it.
The former tavern of the healer.
I'll strangle them,
the scarred girl hissed and clenched her fists until they crunched.
Yes, of course, madam,
the old man smiled.
You're a true Bulatov. We need to gain strength,
she muttered. The Countess didn't want to leave the castle and stayed until it was almost too late, but the news that a whole army of mercenaries were moving toward them forced her to change her mind. After all, even she couldn't withstand such a huge number of trained fighters, and even if they weren't out to kill her, it wouldn't end up well were they to find her. Mercenaries were notorious for their complete lack of honor and boundless cruelty. But the Countess wasn't about to leave everything as it was. She fled, settling in a crummy tavern located in the heart of the port district. But that wasn't just by chance. After all, where else if not here could she accumulate strength? Better to steal it from those who deserved it. Now it was only a matter of time before she returned to her castle and took back what was rightfully hers. Thus, she sat there and pondered matters as she waited for darkness to fall. Then, throwing on a sheepskin coat, she left the room to go hunting.
Madame, should I join you?
Asked her butler, but the girl just shook her head.
Not today. I'm out to get necrotics, and they won't just come to me.
Meanwhile, near the port,
Georgi sold the last artifact, acquiring a considerable amount for it.
But he was still bemused by it all. Really, the ease with which the aristocrat handed him the plastic bag. He was so casual, even careless about it.
And the bag contained artifacts and coins worth more money than what Georgi could earn in a lifetime. The dude had given it to him as if it held nothing but pennies. And yet, it had never even occurred to Georgi to take off with these riches. That might pay off in the short term, but Georgi was the kind who liked to think ahead.
He knew that his chance acquaintance with this very strange and definitely powerful aristocrat was an opportunity. It was a lucky break, for sure, and it could change his life, bring some meaning to it. So, most of all, he couldn't undermine his new employer's trust in him.
Georgi did his best to get the top price for the alien artifacts, that's for sure.
And he carried out yet another errand for the aristocrat, acquiring a very interesting suit for mere pennies. I heard on TV that coffee wasn't really the way to start the day. Apparently this was an ad for bathroom plumbing, but for me, well, the day started with meditation. I hadn't expected that completing the rune would be so difficult, but I was almost done, and then things would be a lot easier. Finally I could get to my coffee. It was better than tea in the morning, actually. What a thing to be torn between two such marvelous beverages. First, though, I checked how my neighbors were doing. Little Marina was at her knitting, and what she was creating this time was beyond me. It wasn't a sweater, nor was she knitting mittens. Whatever it was, well, I couldn't tell. When I asked her what she thought she could do with whatever it was, as it was likely to be something she could sell, she told me that I was clueless, and unless I knew how to knit, then I could stuff it, or something like that. Okay then, I didn't want to interfere in her little business. Anyway, I had a lot on my agenda.
So I went downstairs and ordered a cup of aromatic coffee, and then I started studying the materials Georgi had given me.
Actually, he called himself Zahora, but to me that sounded like something you'd call an animal, and not a very nice one at that. Anyway, the folder was full of interesting info. In fact, it didn't take me long to figure out what I'd be doing that day. I could make some good money and yank the chain of the boss on the local gang. I so loved stealing from thieves. For me, this amounted to honest income.
I was still studying the materials when Georgi walked into the tavern.
Chewie looked nervous, but only until he gave me the package. Phew, he shook his head. That's a real rock off my back. Do you know how scary it is to walk around with that kind of money? I didn't sleep a wink last night. Indeed, his eyelid was even twitching, but all these symptoms quickly went away after I played a little with his hormones, and also improved the blood flow to his brain. And although he wasn't gifted, he did possess magical channels. They were weak, it's true, but just the same, it was enough to support his life. And so I reinforced them, and also employed them to relieve his stress level, which really was quite high. People often pay no mind to their channels. Despite the vital role they play in one's life, healthy magical channels were crucial to one's well-being. Nice work, I said, indicating the folder. Were there any problems with the sale? Did any locals pester you? No, I am myself a local boy. He grinned slyly, and so I knew where to sell the artifacts.
I also bought what you asked for, Georgi said, indicating the package.
Right, I'd forgotten about that. I asked him to buy me something that would mask my identity. Right now I had to constantly disguise my abilities, and that was difficult.
I figured it'd be easy if no one knew who I was, and so Georgi bought me a mask and a cloak, both of which were interesting.
Strangely, they smelled of ancient necrotics. Not too much, just enough to imbue the outfit with a special charm. It's just what I needed for today's events.
Actually, I wanted Georgi to help out.
I gave him all the details about what he'd have to do tonight, whilst keeping the ultimate goal to myself, as he didn't need to know. Also, he might not like what I was up to. That being said, he wasn't stupid, and so he surely knew with whom he was dealing now.
Georgi left,
and I stayed to finish my coffee and keep a laconic eye on what was happening around me. The sailors came downstairs, all talking about something or the other, but I didn't even listen. I was lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I could quickly complete my rune. At what point would it be better for me to close the chain, so that no harm came to me whilst I derived the greatest benefit? Mister, can I have some cake? Lisped little Marina, who'd come downstairs with her grandpa. Little girls don't need some man walking by started to say, but he wasn't able to complete the thought. Bam! A huge fist slammed into his teeth, knocking him out. Are you okay? Asked the sailor, after ensuring that the troublemaker showed no signs of life, and then he went back to his table. I'm here at the ready. Yes, he was. What an original way to solve any problems. Whatever you don't like, come down like a ton of bricks on it. I actually felt sorry for the guy. He was just trying to give out some advice. On the sly, I even touched his body to inject some energy into it. He'd heal now, but gradually rather than right away. Moreover, he'd grow new teeth, meaning no more cavities. That would take a week or so, though. I felt like I could safely leave Marina and her grandfather under the care of the sailors. After this, I doubted if anyone would bother them or even talk to them. I went back to my room and felt at ease there until evening. I studied books and accessed the internet, and I didn't neglect to control the process of completing the chain of spells for the rune, and I also watched a little TV. And thus, as dark fell outside, I opened my eyes and emerged from deep meditation. I immediately donned my new suit and spun around in front of the mirror. I wanted to see how I looked. I decided that yes, I looked fantastic. The suit was worth every cent I'd paid for it. Georgi did great. He'd picked it up for only 300 rubles. I looked truly ominous. I even scared myself. The necrotic aroma added to the effect, if only subconsciously. The mask had a long beak made out of some kind of black dense leather, and I had seen a lot of death over many, many years. And the thick cloak that covered my entire body had over several centuries absorbed an aura of death and grief. I packed both the mask and the cloak into my backpack, and then headed off. It was, in fact, a long walk, although my destination was located near the port district. This neighborhood was far wealthier, however, and devoid of rampant crime. It was safer and didn't have the gang activity that marked the Port District. How ironic, actually, as I was about to drop in on the boss of the largest gang in these parts. Why didn't he want to live among his kind? I spent a little time walking around the area. The streets were lined with mansions and wealthy co-ops. No hint of the downtrodden around here. I also took a close look at the gang boss's house. True, he wasn't at home right now.
According to the intel from Georgi, he spent every Thursday at his dacha, which was quite far from here, and I didn't need to go there.
But there were guards stationed at the place, and quite a few of them. I wasn't interested in the main house. Rather, the grounds and the garages were my target, and I knew that they were guarded by 3 men and 2 dogs. That's it. I decided on a novel approach to dealing with the canines. On the walk over, I picked up a couple of delicious cuts of meat from the butcher shop, and I used some energy to infuse a spell to lower blood sugar in the meat. Theoretically, this should work on the dogs. If this succeeded, maybe I could try it another time on people even. It worked. I threw the meaty treat over the fence, just like in the movies, and the dogs immediately gobbled it up. 10 minutes later, they were peacefully snoring right alongside the fence. You could even do the rumba by their side, and they wouldn't awaken. After all, they were in doggy comas, so to wake them up they needed honey under their tongues. I couldn't think of a better way to take dogs out of the picture. No, I'm not cruel to animals. I'd also put a lot of energy into the meat. So in another couple of hours, the dogs would awaken, feeling even better than before. I knew full well that they were only faithfully serving their master, and weren't to blame for simply protecting their territory, and thus, this temporary coma was a good thing for them. The funny thing was that I actually did get the idea for using the meat from a movie, but in the movie they used poison, so I didn't even finish watching it. Still, it was a good idea to use the meat, so watching television wasn't a total waste of time. I don't know why everyone thought it was. Now it was time to take care of the 3 guards. They posed more of a challenge because 2 of them were gifted. Yes, average, even rather weak, but it would still require a fair amount of energy. One was completely without a gift though, so I might be able to reach an agreement with him. I put on my suit and slid toward the courtyard. The 2 gifted guards were patrolling the territory, while the regular guy was sitting in a booth. Apparently, he was in charge of the gates and surveillance cameras. Speaking of, Georgi's documents indicated where the cameras were stationed, and so I easily avoided them. Since I only needed one of the guards, I simply cut out the patrol. In a flash, both of them were passed out on the ground. The last one, though, well, I had to torture him. Yes, I'd end up suffering from expending so much energy, but it would be worth it. "Well, hello there," I said, forcing myself into the rather cramped booth. Then I disarmed the guard. He was able to pull his gun out, but just then his entire body went into convulsions. That's when I started my negotiations. "I need you to help me." I squatted down closer to his thrashing body. He simply opened his mouth, but could not scream. His eyes reflected abject terror. That would be the effect of my mask. "Can you drive?" He tried to shout something obscene, and anger flashed across his face. No, this wasn't going to work. "I can put a curse on you," and snapping my fingers, I turned off his vision. "Now do you believe me?" Yes, clearly he was scared, but I wasn't done yet. I snapped my fingers again and said, "Now you won't be able to stand. Have I made myself clear, or—" He seemed to finally get it. Really, I was a little surprised at how terrified he was. Anyway, I no longer had to expend any energy. The pathetic bastard listened to me with a look of horror in his eyes. All I had to do was tell him that I had placed a curse on him that would last exactly 3 days, but if he didn't do exactly as I said, he'd die. A painful, slow, but inevitable death. It was evident from his face that he believed me. "Now get up," I said, and he did just that. "Turn off the alarm, and then get behind the wheel." And in another minute we drove out of the garage onto the street in the boss's favorite car. I must say the car wasn't bad. The boss had good taste. I wouldn't mind owning such a vehicle. The gates closed behind us, and the rest of the guards suspected nothing. Later on, when they checked out their cameras, they might see a figure dressed as a plague doctor hijacking their boss's favorite ride. I'd love to see his face when he saw that footage. We drove along, eventually turning into the Port District. The driver, of course, was shaking in fear all the way, but all I could do was hope he remembered my words and didn't report our meeting for at least 3 days. When we got to the destination, I told him to leave then, and again issued my threats. To make my point even clearer, I turned off his voice, along with his ability to write or type. Now, if he even tried, his fingers would cramp up. But all this would pass. I saw no point in punishing him too much. After all, he'd been very helpful, albeit under duress. Still scared witless, he leaped out of the car and ran away. Had I not deprived him of his voice, I'm sure he would be screaming in horror right now.
"I know you're here," I said in the darkness of the alley, and Georgi then emerged.
No, he wasn't hiding. He was simply dumbfounded by what he'd just seen. "Well, I knew you were picking up a car, but," he said, as he feasted his eyes on my new acquisition. "Am I right in thinking I know whose car this is?" "Yes, you are." I couldn't help but smile. "Get behind the wheel. Time is short, and we need to power this miracle of technology. Stash it somewhere safe."
Georgi hesitated,
Then he got behind the wheel, and we headed for the slums. That's right. The Port District wasn't the poorest neighborhood in the city. Nearby was an area that defined abject poverty, but I simply couldn't live there. It was too poor, with the masses of homeless people, drunks, and other pathetic creatures. I couldn't live with myself were I to drain energy from such people. We drove the car into a decrepit boat barn for fishing vessels and left on foot. It had long been abandoned. "I'm worried they might find it here. You didn't tell me whose car you were going to steal."
Georgi shook his head.
"Do you really think they'll look for the car in these slums?" I said, raising an eyebrow. "Looks to me like the ideal place. Well done for finding it." "Thanks," he said, scratching the back of his head. I took one last look at the boat barn, wondering if the roof would end up collapsing on the car. But, oh well, let's just hope for the best.
Georgi's taxi was parked nearby, all according to the plan.
He drove me back to the tavern, and there we parted, with me about to ascend to my room in the best of moods. My chain to the new room was almost complete. All I needed was a little bit more energy. I might as well go on a little stroll, find at least one weakly gifted person, and then I could complete it. And once I did, how many mercenaries were there at the castle? Probably not many, but I'd content myself with whatever. Chapter 17. "In 2 hours?"
Georgi asked as I exited the car.
"I'll call you," I said, closing the door, and immediately plunged into the forest. Yes, I'd called my taxi driver again, as was my habit now. I'd thought about having Grandpa drive me, just to see how he did, but I conducted a quick diagnosis and realized that he had problems with his vision. I didn't want him to drive using solely his intuition after all. Before he was to drive me, we had to overhaul his lenses. They were cloudy right now, and so he couldn't see a damn thing. Right away, I did some work on the clarity and focus of his vision, so now he would no longer need glasses, and I was happy to see his eyes had good potential. He had plenty of magical channels in them. Probably the problems he had were due to the heavy use he'd put on them. Of course, he needed time before his eyesight was up to par, because I couldn't afford to expend the energy required for a swift recovery. Moreover, rapid treatment could even be hard on the old man, so I rushed things. He'd be good to go in another day or so, but for now, it was best that he rest. As night fell, I approached the Count's castle. That is, I approached my castle. I had weapons and artifacts with me, and that was potentially enough. I was ready for battle right now. But I wasn't going to rush in willy-nilly, no matter how powerful I'd been in my past life. That was then and this was now. My new body wasn't yet ready for amazing feats, and so my first step was to engage in thorough reconnaissance. I had to run like nobody's business. It was freezing cold outside. I didn't even know what the temperature was, but the air was crystal clear, and the moonlight was bright enough to enable me to see without expending energy on it. Instead, I poured energy into my skin, because I was woefully underdressed for the weather. I was quite cold in the mask and cloak, but anyway, I put them on, and it turned out that it was a good thing I didn't reveal myself right away, as in the span of 2 hours I spotted 30 gifted fighters, half of whom were strong, average men with solid weapons. Seriously, I needed backup, and that was all there was to it. Really, I wasn't about to rush forward into battle in this new world. I was old and wise enough not to be so foolhardy. When I was young, I could jump into the fire and figure things out on the fly. But with age and status, I came to realize that there were only so many Archmagisters in our world, and we couldn't afford to foolishly perish. Anyway, having finished my reconnaissance, I exited onto the road, where the car was already waiting for me. Once I was settled in the back seat, off we sped.
Georgi was worried that the mercenaries might have lookouts posted in the woods, but of course, I knew that wasn't the case.
And even if there had been, I wouldn't have left them alive.
No big catches today? Georgi asked, looking in the rearview mirror.
And none planned, I said, waving my hand. Yes, I planned on recapturing the castle, but not actually doing it right then. But I have another important assignment for you. We discussed business all the way back, and I didn't even notice the miles pass before we were back at the tavern.
I bid Georgi goodbye and paid him, like usual, a little extra. Then I headed for my room.
Doc, hello? Well, we meet again. All of the sailors were waving at me. For a second I froze in surprise. Mama Cat was out and about, walking around in a colourful knit sweater, and she seemed most content. And several other sailors were proudly sporting brightly knitted caps with flowers on them. And yes, there was little Marina, sitting proudly at the head of the table. I wondered what she'd sold her knitted wares for, but it was brilliant. That costume for the cat. She could make money on that kind of business. I made my way to my room and immersed myself in studying the internet. I was pretty good at using it for research by now, and by dawn I'd found out all I needed.
Moreover, Georgi was able to help me by sending me some contacts.
Thus I was able to set my goals for tomorrow. My duties for the day now done, I plunged into meditation. Of course I had to expend a little energy on condensing my sleep. My body would not shut down completely, but I'd feel good as new in 2 or 3 hours. I rarely used this ability in my world. Really, since I'd been living in my tower recently, I had plenty of free time. Anyway, before long I was cheerful, fresh and full of energy. I could always use even more energy, but okay. What I had would suffice. My reserves were plenty full for now, and soon, if all went well, I'd have 30 gifted mercenaries at my disposal. Seriously, isn't that why they'd occupied my castle?
Good morning,
crowed Georgi. Unlike me, he didn't get a good sleep, so yet again, unplanned expenses. I needed a cheerful, alert driver, so in no time he was full of energy and beaming. True, now he had an insatiable hunger, but a couple of fragrant skewers of shish kebab quickly corrected this. While he was eating, I carefully studied the thin folder that he'd put on the table, information on the Bulatov family. Not much, but much more than I could get, especially considering that I didn't get anything at all. And most importantly, he'd provided me with several addresses, in particular to various hospitals and wards. Here, he said, pointing to a piece of paper. This is the commander. Right now he's in a coma, but that's all I know, and the hospital wouldn't pick up the phone at night.
What I'd wanted Georgi to do was locate the men who'd served as guards for the Bulatov family.
I wanted those who hadn't betrayed them, and who'd served the Countess to the last. In fact, only the seriously wounded could be found, the rest were lost.
Most likely almost all of them were dead, but I still told Georgi to find out whatever he could about them.
So far we only knew of 6, including the commander of the guard. After breakfast, which included an excellent coffee latte, we headed to the first hospital. What to say about it? It was a standard hospital on the outskirts of the city. There were several buildings and all of them were clean and well maintained. And yes, this was a regular hospital for the people, so there were no healers, only doctors here. Ungifted, but still smart people who heal without the aid of magic.
Thanks to Georgi's research, we knew the building and even the ward. Hey there! Georgi waved at the security guard at the gates, barring our passage onto the grounds of the hospital.
Actually, it was a large campus, and so it takes some time to negotiate. I need to see Ignatish. I'm supposed to pick him up for, well, you know. Got it. The guard nodded and immediately let us in.
I stared in bewilderment at Georgi, who drove on in with an imperturbable look.
Before, I looked up the name of the head physician, he said with a shrug. I didn't want to have to run around all over the place.
Truly a clever boy, our Georgi. Yes, I could have forced the guard to let our car through, but his way was better. Before long, Georgi found the building we needed and parked near the entrance.
Inside, I was met by a pretty, but terribly tired nurse. I think that's what they call them here. Hello. What can I do for you? She asked in a sleepy voice, not even looking up. I need access to room 25. Show me your pass. Only now did she look up at me. Access to the second floor is for staff only, or by pass. My guard is there in that room. I am Count Bulatov. Do I still need a pass? I showed her my ring, and only then did she finally wake up. But you can't go there in street clothes. You need a lab coat at least, she said, and I just then noticed a dressing room nearby. There were several garments on hangers there, and one of them with the name of some doctor seemed to be just my size. The nurse said nothing, and simply stared at me in surprise.
Clearly, she didn't want to be ornery with an aristocrat.
Once I'd donned the doctor's coat, she showed me the way. Meanwhile, I surreptitiously transferred 5 rubles to the pocket of the doctor's coat. I felt like it was enough to pay for washing it later. Stop! Someone shouted when we'd reached the commander's room. Apparently a doctor. He was a man of about 40, maybe older, and he looked even more tired than the nurse. She, by the way, had already gone back downstairs. What do you want? What are you doing here? He asked, sounding irritated. I came to pick up my guardsman, I said, and opened the door of the room. I immediately saw several patients, but they were all connected to all kinds of equipment and were unconscious. It's not allowed, the doctor shouted and tried to stop me, but I managed to slip inside. He's connected to an IV, and he'll die if you mess with it. With all due respect, Count, I understand medicine better, and I know what I'm talking about. I didn't know what this IV thing was, but I wanted to find out. However, I simply didn't have time to study it right now. And how did he know that I was a count? Although there was no point in being suspicious, because the guardsman served the count's family, so it was an easy assumption to make.
I understand that your family is having difficulties right now, and that's why I didn't cut Valery off from treatment.
Are you telling me I've been wasting my time? He continued as I approached the tortured body of the guardsman. The guy looked pretty bad. But that was his external appearance. I could only hope that he wouldn't be difficult to treat. But what the doctor said gave me pause, and so I asked him to fill me in on his patient's condition. As I listened to him, my momentary irritation vanished. It turned out that the Countess had allocated her dwindling funds to support the lives of people loyal to her family. This was most praiseworthy, and I knew right then that she and I could get along. It is my way to always take care of my people until the end. True, I had yet to see her, and so what did I know? But that alone spoke volumes about her. The concept of fidelity was not a given when it came to most people. I would even call it a rare quality, and the most important. But good for the doctor, too. After all, no money had come in for 2 weeks now. The Countess was clearly in dire straits, and most likely was out of funds. But the white-coated physician was in no hurry to let these men die, and was probably hoping for a miracle. And he was taking a risk, because he could be punished for his mercy. You are a very good person. I extended my hand to the doctor, and he hesitated, and then grasped it. But don't worry, I have an artifact for his transportation. I need to move him elsewhere. I promise. He will be fine. He took my word for it, and I asked him to step out. As soon as he left the room, I activated advanced diagnostics and immediately initiated treatment. However, already I had had to spend more energy than planned, especially during the handshake. But now the honest and kind doctor would no longer have problems with his stomach, blood pressure, and much more. He did not spare himself, sacrificing his health
to help other people, and so I had to help him, although it was unbeknownst to him at the present time.
Well, Valeri, let's get started,
I said quietly, and put my hands on the chest of the wounded man. This was the first commander of the guard, whose loyalty was never doubted by the former patriarch of the Bulatov family. Back in our cell, Gregory had talked a lot about his people, about who could and couldn't be trusted, and my impression was that he was a good judge of character.
Valeri had fought to the last and fell into a coma only after receiving many wounds.
This was the battle in which the old count was kidnapped, and only a few survived. It was a real mess now, inside the commander's body. He was barely alive. It's not even clear how he'd lasted so long. Right, it was now worth my while to someday study this equipment of theirs. It was ever the more interesting to me. His arms and legs were intact, although yes, some muscle was missing, and tendons cut. And as they'd been motionless for some time now, they'd completely lost their mobility. Just the same, I didn't think it would take too much to bring him back. All I had to do was direct the energy through the necessary channels, and the body would do the rest. First, I dealt with the thrombosis, and opened up a couple of new magical channels to replace the damaged ones. I had a lot of little things to do, and what mattered most was not to mix any of them up. Without a thorough knowledge of the human body, I couldn't do it, not even if I poured in all of the energy in the world. Without this, the results would be abnormal. Within half an hour, the device started beeping, and people outside began to pound on the door. Good thing I'd propped that chair up onto the handle. "Don't worry out there. I'm busy in here, that's all," I shouted, and then I turned off the beeping box.
Tubes were sticking out of Valeri's mouth, and as soon as his eyes closed, he looked alarmed, and I began to pull them out.
Interesting, these devices, but that could all wait. Right now, I needed to calm down the very upset guardsman. Ah! He yelled, and then I put my hand on his forehead. The pacification spell worked as it should, but only because the patient was weak. He calmed down and went limp, but he still had fear in his eyes. "What? Where am I?" he asked quietly. "How did I end up here? Where is the Count? Where is everyone else?" He had a lot of questions, really, but I got it. Just a second ago he was in the thick of battle, and now look at where he was. Moreover, his arms and legs weren't obeying him at all. I didn't have time to restore them yet. First, I tackled the main problems. You're in the hospital. You've come out of a coma, and the Count is dead. But before he died, he gave me the family ring and title. I showed him the ring, and his face changed. "And the Countess?" "The Countess is on the run, and the castle has been captured," I said, concluding the good news. "And now I need you to return to the ranks of the Bulatov Guards. What do you say to this?" Of course, he didn't expect to hear this. I mean, it's not every day that you wake up 6 months later in a room in the hospital. I had to give him credit, though. He pulled himself together impressively fast, and he tried to move his arms, but then, exhausted, he leaned back into the pillow and closed his eyes. "What kind of guardsman do I make now? I'm an invalid. We lost." "What makes you think that?" I laughed. "You served well, I know that. And do you really think that I, as the new head of the Bulatov family, will allow you to remain disabled? No, you shall serve yet again." With these words, I placed my palms in his chest and continued the treatment. After a couple of minutes, his body began to rapidly change. First, to his surprise, he could lift one hand up, and then the other, and then his legs began to move. Gradually, I corrected the critical damage, although it wasn't his body that suffered the most of it. Someone had blasted him with magic, causing the channels to be scorched and mutilated. Medicine is powerless to help this kind of thing. But I, on the contrary, could fix a lot with minimal costs. What kind of power is this?"
Valeri whispered, not believing his eyes as he sat up in bed.
He looked at his arms and legs, and in his eyes one could read surprise and even awe. "This is the power of the new head of the Bulatov family. Well, are you with me?" I could see that he was, until his last breath. He understood that I'd given him a second go at life. I came to you first. Now let's go get the others. I just wanted them to see a familiar face. I think it will be easier that way."
"As you say, yes, sir."
He smiled and began taking the tubes out of his body. I immediately began to heal small wounds from the needles and other outlandish medical instruments. We needed a book. No, we needed a lot of books on medicine. Maybe I should take the doctor with me. "Now, sit in the wheelchair." I pointed to it, and noticing his perplexed look, I explained, "I don't want to attract too much attention. Just now you were almost a corpse, and outside the ability of the local doctors in terms of treatment." Valeri didn't argue, and we made our way to the elevator and out onto the street. By this time, Georgi had been caught in his lie, and now 2 guards were knocking on his window. But he'd turned up the music in the car and was ignoring them. And then, under the surprised looks of the staff and security guards, we sat in the back seat. Valeri rose from his wheelchair and nodded to them. He asked them to take it back inside the building. After that, we toured almost all the hospitals in the city. I had to spend a lot of energy, but in the end the car was packed with 6 of my family's guardsmen. I sought out the most faithful first. Valeri helped me a lot, and it didn't take long to convince each of them that I was the new count. He simply told them what was what, and they all accepted it. Finally, I was done with the treatments, and then I got Valeri up to speed on events. By then, we'd had lunch, and we all ended up at the tavern. On the way back, I picked up 6 suits at the clothing store. Otherwise, they'd all be walking around in hospital shifts, and this wasn't the season for that. I rented a room for them, but had to fight a little for it. The room was designed for families, and I needed them to install more beds in it. But in the end, all it took was a couple of rubles in the hands of the proprietor for this issue to be swiftly resolved. I even had more food delivered to the room, and then I left them to their own devices. They needed to get their bearings and discuss everything that had happened. Later, after giving them a few hours to themselves, I dropped in on them again. "We numbered in the hundreds. Where are the others?" Right away, one of them needed to know. All I could do was shrug. "Some died. Others betrayed the family. I don't know about the rest. I only recently met the Count, and have yet to meet the Countess." What ensued was close to a real din, but I sat and listened as they talked. It turned out that the second heartbeat in the castle belonged to the butler. Word had it that his devotion to the family was such that the only way he'd abandon the castle was if they carried him out feet first. Loyal to the core, he'd die for the Countess without a second thought, and he'd take a few of the enemy with him. The only one silent at the table was the commander of the guards.
"Betrayed,"
he said all of a sudden, with a clenched fist. It was incredibly difficult for him to come to terms with what had become of the family. Meanwhile, I was hoping the butler made it out with the Countess. I could use a man like him. The talk went on as the men recollected all that had happened, and I sat and listened. It was all interesting. The family was indeed old, and once powerful. Apparently I now owned a lot of land and real estate in the city. First, though, I had to wrest it from all the scoundrels who'd swooped in like jackals grabbing what they could for themselves. Tell me then, do you swear to serve me, or is your fealty to the Countess? I decided to tackle the issue head-on. And they were, after all, clearly behind the Countess. No surprise there, since they'd known her from a young age, and all doted on her.
"Well, what the question?"
one of the fighters said, and the others were also taken aback. But Valeri quickly brought them to their senses.
"Our mission is to serve the Bulatov family, and now he represents the family,"
he said, pointing at me and looking seriously at the others. They fell in line then, each one of them expressing their loyalty to me. And you know, I believed them. They all oozed integrity, and I could see why Gregory thought so much of them. We all talked with each other a little more, while I performed more therapy on them after checking everyone's condition. Then I prepared to leave, but before doing so I warned them that we'd be fighting a hard battle 3 days from then, so they had to be ready for action. Hopefully they'd be back to their previous abilities, or even doing better. And also I hoped they would round up some other people loyal to the family, Plus, we needed a list of everything we needed.
Telephones, sir. Without them we won't find our guards,
the commander said immediately.
Within 20 minutes, Georgi procured 6 phones.
I still had money, and saw no reason not to spend it. Of course, over the next 3 days I ran out, but I managed to acquire fairly high-quality equipment and quite a few weapons, and 2 good rifles with cartridges ended up in the trunk of my new SUV. I tried hunting for victims, but it was a complete disaster. All I did was waste 2 nights. It's as if I was now safer in the port district than in the city center. Occasionally I came across groups of revelers, but they now all skirted around me almost reverently. Once an interface occurred nearby, but even that was a disappointment. I didn't make it there in time, as someone else got there before me. I didn't interfere, because the poor off-worlders who emerged from the portal came face to face with some crazy necromancer. I don't even like thinking about how swiftly and cruelly they'd dealt with the off-worlders, ripping the souls out of them and processing them into necrotics. Of course, to do this, the necromancer first overpowered them and pinned them to the ground. Apparently they, too, were out to accumulate strength for something, which was exactly what I'd hoped to be doing out there. Otherwise, what was the point? I just stood on the sidelines, watching, and then left. I still wasn't up to fighting necromancers, and it was best that I conserve energy now. In the end, in the evening of the 3rd day, I and my soldiers climbed into our vehicles.
We had 2, with me in my black SUV in the lead, and the others all in a truck which Georgi borrowed from some friend of his.
And over the past 3 days, the guards hadn't wasted time and managed to bring in more loyal soldiers. Now we numbered some 26 troops in my army. All were in good health by now and well equipped, meaning we had the 2 rifles and other weapons, and still more, which I gave them once we arrived at the castle. I'd buried several caches of all sorts of things in the woods, all taken from enemies I'd killed in the past. After everything was passed out, the fighters lined up and looked at me questioningly. "Well?"
"Sir, you said you had some kind of action plan,"
said the commander, looking at me.
"We're waiting for your instructions. We are ready for battle."
"I understand," I smiled. I guess I'd forgotten to fill them in on the details. "I'll go first, and once the fun starts, you can join in. It's pretty simple." I shrugged, and spinning around, I quickly went through the big hole in the wall, leaving the others to look at me in bewilderment. Family estate of the Vlashlov family.
"How are you doing, my dear wife-to-be?"
The Viscount smiled wryly, holding a glass of sparkling champagne in his hand.
"Are you enjoying yourself? Can I get you something to drink?"
The Countess shuddered, disgusted at the Viscount's words. She didn't like to even hear them, much less think about them. This bastard, because of him, her beloved father was gone. Their lands were in ruins, her family had become outcast. Even former friends and acquaintances were now turned against them, and after the Viscount declared war on them, even their allies had turned their backs on them. No, of course the Viscount himself was pathetic, but the count he served, that was another matter. The Stavrodov family was now at the apex of their power, and Count Stavrodov fully supported his vassal. More than once in her battles with their enemies, Victoria had come across fighters with 2 coats of arms on their jackets. Sadly, her family had been essentially depleted of all their resources even before the last war, and now they were facing 2 adversaries at once. If only she could do something about it. She'd agreed to a lot, and didn't even think about herself, as all of her thoughts were about her family. Should she die, it would cease to exist. That being said, were she to marry the Viscount, that too would be akin to death. He'd immediately unite all their assets and lands, and assume the title of Count. What a horror.
"If you brought me here only to share your wet dreams, then I should think about leaving,"
the girl answered him sharply. The Viscount was a harsh man, even cruel. He hated it when anyone even debated with him, and was downright enraged if he thought they were disrespecting him. On top of that, his attitude towards all women could best be described as contempt. To him, women were there to propagate the species, and that was all. Now this uppity countess had insulted him, and there was nothing he could do, as this was not his reception, nor was he at his own home. And so all the Viscount could do was contain his anger, and this took him a few seconds.
"That's brave of you, considering your deplorable situation," he said with a sneer. "Do you really think that you can escape me?"
"I'm sure of it," she answered him defiantly, and she too barely restrained herself from attacking, but she knew better than to try. Victoria was choking with the necrotic energy that was native to her family, but just the same, she was tired. She'd given all she had to fight over the past month, and had, in return, suffered horrendous physical and magical injuries. She needed time to heal them, and that was what she lacked. She'd been lucky yesterday when she stumbled upon a portal. She'd tangled with 3 catchers, but one managed to wound her, so today she didn't need to make any sudden movements. Her leg was killing her, and she didn't want to display any weakness.
"Perhaps we should dance and talk at the same time,"
asked the Viscount, hearing the music start and seeing that people were pairing up.
"You must be joking," she scoffed. "I'd rather dance with the servants than you."
"I can arrange that."
The Viscount licked his plump lips.
"You will find yourself begging me for attention while surrounded by my servants."
By now, Victoria realized that she'd made a big mistake coming here. The Viscount had contacted her via the family's email account, requesting that she'd attend a reception at the Vasilovs' castle in honor of their daughter's birthday. He hinted that he wanted to discuss peace between their families, and was even prepared to return her castle to her. No, it was more than a castle. It was her home. But since her arrival, she'd heard nothing worth mentioning from him. Not that she ever expected anything would come of this affair, but everything he said to her boiled down to his insistence that she marry him, because only then would there be peace.
"Why are you so silent? I am talking to you,"
he said angrily, extending his hand toward her, but she slapped it away.
"Take your hand away or else I'll break it,"
Victoria said through clenched teeth. She was seething with anger.
"You what? Girl? You are here now only because I asked Vladislav Vlasov to invite you. By the way, he didn't want to. You're in a respectable house dressed like a beggar. Your dress doesn't even cost 100 rubles, and the only servant you have is an old man who is waiting for you. Where? In the stable, probably. They wouldn't even allow him anywhere else, what with his appearance."
It galled her to listen to his nasty words, and she clenched her fists, but then she smiled.
"Maybe my dress is not from the best designers, and my servant is not in the best shape," she said, almost sweetly. "But I am a countess, and he serves me as you serve your count, and without your master's knowledge, you can't even take a step. Poor and unfortunate Viscount. What is it like to be always at the count's beck and call? Probably unpleasant, right?"
Thusly speaking, she smiled contentedly. At this, the Viscount couldn't contain himself. How dare she talk to him like that? This pathetic creature from a family of outcasts. He himself did not understand how his hand rose and became saturated with strength, but the next moment he swung at her, ready to slap her in the face. The Countess saw it too late to dodge his lightning-fast movement, and steeled herself for the blow.
"Know your place,"
he yelled as he leaned in for the slap. Were he to hit her, it would be a scandal, and would inflict trauma as well as pain. But just then, his hand was arrested midway. "I ask you to keep your hands off my fiancé," Victoria heard someone say, but she didn't see him because her eyes were closed. When she opened them, she was stunned. A young guy had grasped the Viscount's wrist as he was swinging it to strike her.
"Who the hell are you?"
asked the Viscount. "I?" asked the young man, his eyes wide. "What makes you think I need to introduce myself to such as you?" He went on looking disdainfully at the Viscount. As they were in an alcove away from the dancing, their encounter went unnoticed.
"Let go of me,"
whispered the Viscount, struggling to break free from the man's death grip. "Pff, you're a weak one. That explains why you elect to raise your hand only against women," the man sneered.
"Who the hell are you? How dare you?"
Now the Viscount turned on his aura, no longer holding back. but the young man only grinned and threw the Viscount's hand down.
Present yourself.
I'll just do that. I smiled. I am Mikhail Bulatov. Have you heard of me? No? Well, now you have. From now on, you'll be dealing with me, and believe me, I'm not as easygoing as the last head of the family. This concludes The Healer's Way by Alexei Kovtunov and Oleg Sapphire, narrated by Jonathan Johns. Copyright 2023 by Alexei Kovtunov and Oleg Sapphire. English translation copyright 2023 by Jennifer E. Sunseri. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.